Hey, what's up everyone? It's Fred here and welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel, where we dive deep into all things coding and tech. Today I'm super excited to kick off an exciting new project, a small project actually, that is building a modern e-commerce application from scratch to finish. In this series, I'm going to walk you step by step through the entire process, starting with the core API development. We'll tackle everything from product listing, cart and others, all the way to integrating user authentication. Then in a later video, I'll show you how you can build an awesome user-friendly front-end client that ties it up all together. Whether you're a beginner looking to sharpen your skills or an experienced developer eager to learn how to build scalable e-commerce application platform, this series is for you. So if you are ready to take your coding game to the next level and create something real world, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss out any single episode of this. Let's dive in and start building the backbone of our e-commerce app, the API. So in this, we are going to be using the best architecture in the world, and that is clean architecture, introduced by Robert C. Martins, popularly known as Uncle Bob. He created this to help developers build software that is easy to understand, maintain, and flexible to change. The main idea behind clean architecture is to separate the business logic from the other part of the application, like the user interface or the database. This makes the system more organized, easier to test, and adaptable to new requirements without breaking any existing code. That is what we're going to be using. So we'll launch a Visual Studio 2022 or higher, and in there we're going to create a solution and add our 4 projects. Alright, so you can see that we have our projects created. These are 4 projects. We have application, domain, host, and now the infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, domain, and application, they are all C# library as you saw. Now, with the host, it is an API. That is a presentation. But in this case, I prefer giving it host because you're going to be creating client as well. So you can make it presentation or you can change the name as well. Well, you have to follow the same structure, but the name can change depending on what you're doing. You can change the names. It is not mandated to put in application, domain, presentation, and infrastructure. You can modify or you can change the names. Alright, so now that we have these applications created in our solution, what can we do? Let's go in there and start creating our model. Since we're going to create a simple e-commerce app, we need to have a business logic in the domain, which is independent. And that is so we're going to have our interfaces as well, which has a repository interface, which later will be, we're going to implement them in the infrastructure. Okay. Now, in an enterprise level application, you will not need to use generics. Well, there are some reasons behind that. But generics also make things easier, skipping code duplication and a whole lot. In some applications whereby your specifications are not complex, then you can go ahead and use generic. So that is what you're going to be using as well. So I'm going to introduce you to a simple generic which can help us create, update, read, and perform delete in a database. So what are some of the models you think we're going to be using or we need to use in an e-commerce? I believe you're saying product and category. Yes, we're going to be using that. Bear in mind that we're having a simple application. We don't want to make it complex. We want to make it simple. But as time goes on, you can improve this. You can extend the models and add more models to this. Alright, so let's go to the domain. And in there, we're going to add a model. So in a way of organizing your code, you can put them in folders. So you can create folders in there, and that is where you're going to create your models in. So let's go in there and have our first folder known as entities, and that is what we're going to put in our models in. So let's add folder. Now we're going to add class, so we can move this one in. Let's change the name to maybe product. So in our product model, we can have some properties such as name, price, but first of all we need an ID. So we're going to create a GUID ID for each product, and that is ID. Let's specify the key here. So EFQ understands is an ID to the database. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to add the other properties. So you can see that from here we have a product, and these are the properties that we need for now. You can add more. And we have categories. Under category we have an ID and under name. Now we're establishing relationship that is a one-to-many. So a product here can have one category, but when you go to the category here can have many products. So let's establish that is a one-to-many or many-to-one relationship. So we're going to be using these conversions and navigation properties. You can also create this using Fluent API. That's where you put them in the model creating. Okay, but for now, since you're having just a small relationship here, we can do it here. So let's focus on using this conversions and navigation property in establishing a relationship. Okay, so we have our prop. Then here we can use collection. It could be read only. And here we're saying this is product. So product. Okay, so we have our relationship established nicely. Now let's go ahead, and now with this we can extract this and to a new file. Great. So now that we have this, we can go ahead, create a DB context and start creating a table with this. But before we do that, we need to create our DTOs. So let's go to the application. In here, let's add a folder. Let's name this as DTOs. And that we can also add another folder, and that is product DTO. So in product DTO, I think we have DTOs here, so we don't need to add DTO again. Let's try to make it simple. Okay, so let's add class, and here will be, we're going to perform CRUD. So we're going to say create product, and in here we can also have our public update product. I think that is all. We need to create an update. That is where we need to provide model, isn't it? So now create product. What do we need? Let's go to our product model and let's grab all this. For create, we need this. Then we need category ID. Now for update, we need the same, and aside from that we need an ID. which is product ID for update. We are having duplications here. Can we skip it? Yes, we can. Let's have public. This is product. It should be class, isn't it? Now let's move the common ones. Yeah. I hope you're watching. Then this product base, let's inherit it. So we can do that by using inheritance to get rid of duplications. So all this can be out. Amazing. So nice. Okay. So now that we have this, let me clear this one to make it simple, right? All right. So we can move this to separate files. We can do that. So you can click on this, move to, okay, so this is a create already. So let's move update and also the product base. Now we're going to do the same to category. So let's have it. And with this, when we check from our category, we haven't name and ID. So for this, we don't need. So here's an update. And in that, we need an ID. So here we don't need that. So this, we can also extract this because we have common one here. So let's extract it. So just move this out. Let's do inheritance. So we can get rid of this. So when you do this, it means you are skipping code duplication, right? Okay. So let's move this. We have create product, this is create category. So this should be in its own file. Let's do same. Now let's move this category base out. For organization purpose, we can't mix category and product together. We need to have separate folder for that to make it more readable to you and I. All right, so we have product and category details created. Okay, let's go to our infrastructure, and in there we need to add application. So, and that's what we're going to be using our models here. That's our details to communicate with. Okay, so let's have our infrastructure. Let's have a folder created. And then let's name this as repositories, because that's going to hold the implementations of the interfaces. Okay, so we can clear this. Now once you have this, before we implement this, we need to have the interface, right? The head first before the tail. So let's go to our domain, and in here we're going to create our interfaces. So let's add folder to the domain project. And we're going to be using product interface. Since we're going to perform same CRUD with product and category, although we are going contrary to the solid principle, right, well, I think we can use this in a small project. It's efficient and actually just CRUD. So yeah, I think it's going to work. So let's create an interface. And we're going to make it as generic. So I'm going to say this is iGeneric. You see? And now with this interface, let's have our create, read, update, and delete. Before we do this, we're going to be handling responses with a class. But well, in our interface, we want to, when we use the async methods, they return a number, and we can base on that number to predict if the operation was successful or not. So we can do that. And also we're going to introduce an exception in it, so we can throw an exception in case something happens. And at the end of the day, we're going to catch this exception. So there are so many ways of doing this. Let's try this one too and see. So let's have our generic type here. This should come from an entity, where this entity here is going to be a class. Make this as public. And in that, we're going to have our get everything and get by ID, because we're going to get all categories, we're going to get all product. So we're going to say it's a task, which is going to return IEnumerable. This should be an interface, not a class. Aside from that, we're going to add. Now in adding, that's going to return a type of int. So we say this is add async, which takes in t entity. And aside from that, we're going to update and delete with the same t entity. And now for delete, we need to provide only the ID. So let's have them also implemented. So we have another card here, and this is going to be used by product and category. All right, let's remove this one. It means we need to create a generic implementation for this. So once we have this, let's go to our repository and let's add a class, which is going to be generic repository. Now once you have this class implemented, this should be public, and this should inherit from the iGeneric. Now here we need to include the application, which also includes the domain. So dependencies, project references, and application, going for domain. Then in the infrastructure dependencies, we're going for application. And then we're going to have this here. Now let's implement this interface. So iGeneric, generic constructor, implement interface. We're not having that. Let's check it again. And we also need to specify this, the type that we pass it on. So here we need t entity, and now this entity here is a class. So we need to implement the interfaces that we have. and we need to supply this t entity. So let's pass t entity. Okay. Now let's include our DB context. We are not having DB context, isn't it? So it means we need to create one. I have my name created already. So let me just grab that. Let's go to solution in the domain. Let's add folder. So in the infrastructure, we need to add folder here. Call it as that is our data. Then we need to create a class, which is appdb context, or give it any name at all. Should be a context class. Then this is public. So for now, let's use db context. Now this db context, we need to install Entity Framework Core. So you make sure you install this package. After we are done, we can create constructor with this. So control period, create constructor, pass in an option, and in that we need to specify. So that's our db context. Let's create our db sets. So we have our products, and at the table name, we want to make it product. Then we have same for category, and I will say this is categories. So we can streamline this to make it simple. .NET 8 introduces primary constructor, so we can use that on just a line. We have all things set up. So we have our tables created in here nicely. Okay, so we go back to a generic, and we can have our DB context. So let's include it. And in here, we're going to, you see we have an add. So we need to add. So let's use our context that we have, dot set. And our set here, that is the entity coming in. So any entity that is coming in, as far as it has a table created or configured in the app setting, not the app setting, the appdb context is going to make it work. So we say this is the entity, and we say dot add. So maybe after that, let's have await. Then this context or save changes. Now I know that this returns integer. So without wasting time, let's return this integer. And now also for delete, what can we do? Let's go to implementation. And first of all, we need to get this product first, right? So let's get this product. So here, this should be an async. So we're going to get this context, then entity.find async. We pass in the ID to make it find. In case you couldn't find it, then what can we do? We can return -1. You can return any number at all, or we can throw an exception also. So I prefer we throw an exception, so we can pass in a specific message that we want. So in that, let's go to the same folder, so the same solution, now in infrastructure. So here, let's add a new folder, and let's say this in exceptions. In this folder, let's add a class, and we say item not found. We want to make it general so that we can use this in the category as well. Else, we need to create the same thing in the category, which actually going to have the same code base. Yeah, so we can make it, we can be smart here, right? So item not found exception. Now this exception inherit from this exception, and now in that we want to pass in our own message in that. So we don't want to hard code any message here. We want to make it dynamic sense. So we're going to be using that in both product API and category, and maybe the other API that you might add. Let's create, I think, constructor CTOR. Now in this constructor we want to pass in string message, the message that you want to pass in, and that is all. Okay, now all this, what we can do, once you pass in this, maybe you want to inherit from this base, so we can have base of, and let's specify the message. Okay, yeah, you can use primary constructor. It works well. It works well like this. It works. Let's make this as public. Let's remove all unnecessary usings. So once you have item not found exception, we pass in a message. Let's go to our repo, and in here you can go ahead and check it out. So if entity is equal to null, then we can throw new item not found exception. That is coming from the folder that we created, and here it needs a message. So we can say that here, since you're making this generic, you cannot specify the product name. Or well, maybe you can use item not found, but to be precise, maybe we can grab the name of the product and return the name of the entity, not the product itself. So how can we achieve that? We can grab something like this. Let's use type of. Now type of this T entity coming in this model, by all means it has name, and we're saying that this not found. So here we want to, or maybe we can use this. I think we can use this when we are adding rather. So let's see if this T entity. Okay, so it should be an ID. Yeah, I think so. Because we're making a search here, in case you could not find that, you want to just return this ID. So we're going to say that item with ID not found. But well, since you're going to be also using this item not found exception, ideally it is good to place this in the application layer, because I think that for this infrastructure you should focus on maybe data access exception or maybe network exceptions. So in order not to go wayward, let's move this to the application, so we can be using this or reuse this exception even when consuming the service. So let's move this. Let's move this folder as a whole to the application. Now that we have it here, we can go ahead and remove it. Now this exception, it should come from application. So we have an item not found exception, and since we are inheriting this application in the infrastructure, we can still have access to it. You can see, so we still have access. making this reusable. And that's a great idea. Okay, so now we have this. We're going to try an exception in case we could not find that. And in case we get it, then what are we going to do? We strictly go ahead and remove it. So instead of re-adding, we can grab this. We're going to remove it. And now return this, which returns an integer. Okay, so let's see. We can use this correlation operator on a single line, and that's also amazing. In case it is null, then we want to throw this exception. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do here is we can also check for get async. Now for get async, we can return this context, and now we're using as no tracking to improve it, so we did not, or EF code does not track this. Now get by ID, we need to also return. So maybe we can call this. Then when we have the response, we want to return the result. The results could be of a type of entity or null. So in case it is null, we can check it from the service and do the necessary things that we need to do. Now let's go to the update. So we're also going to set this. Instead of removing, we go ahead and update it. So we are having a crowd implemented. This is a generic, and any model that you pass it on with this is going to work. So let's go ahead and create a dependency ingestion container, then register this repo with the interface that we have created in the application layer. So in infrastructure, we can add folder. So let's add class of service container. So this returns a nice service collection, and let's say this add infrastructure service. Let's also include configuration so we can register database connection. You can do it here as well. Then we need to install this package. So now that we have this installed, we can open the body, and in here let's have register database connection first. So we're going to say services. So dot add db context. So dot add db context. So we need to install SQL Server. So let's install this package. So in the infrastructure dependencies, manage NuGet packages, and let's install SQL Server so we can use it here. So we need Entity Framework. So this one. Okay, so after we are done, in order for us to perform migration, we need to also install the tools package to our presentation, that is a host. So on the host, dependencies, let's add this package. Okay, great. Now let's go back to our service container, and now we must have use SQL. We are still having use SQL server. So dot use SQL server, and now in this server we need to specify a connection string. So we say this is need to have our config. So our config dot get connection string, and what's going to be the name. So maybe we need to pass in a connection string name here. You can get it from the settings.json. So maybe let's get it from here. And now in here, what is in the section name? Section name, let's say this is default. And let's copy this and now pass it down. Okay. So whilst we have this, we can also go ahead and now add the scope. So under this, we can also have migration assembly. This happens when we're going to perform migration. Because we're going to perform the migration, the API, the host. By this, where we have a migration file, right? So you want to make sure they sync. We specify type of, and that is the service container that we have created. We want to get it assembly.full name. And aside from this, we need to have the scope. And for the scope, you're going to have service lifetime dot scope. Now we can close this. So I forgot one thing. We need to add retry. Okay, so in case it wants to get connected to a database, it tries the first attempt and it fails, we want to retry again. So let's say service SQL server options dot, let's say, enable retry on failure. Okay, so have configured it well. I think the arrangement wasn't nice. Okay, so now that we have this, we can go ahead and return services. So we have our database connection registered. So now that we have this, we can go to our presentation, that's our host, and configure our database connection string in the app settings. So connection, now that is default. So in here we have our server, and server is equal to, we can use local database, there's eCommerce DB. So we need to trust connection because we're using window authentication, and we also need to trust the certificate. So as soon as it gets connected, data can be manipulated. So we have this created. Let's save this. Now the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to register our interface that we created. That's a generic interface and its implementation. So in the same service container class that we created, we're going to register that here, which is services.add_scope. So our generic, and then here we're going to also have our generic implementation. So we have our repository. So you can see that when you look at this, it needs T entity, right? So here, what do we have? This is for product. So we have our product here, and that is our entity. We have the same product here for entity. So since we have domain in this, we can use it here. Same thing. We do same for category. So you can see we have created only one generic, but we can use it. Not limitation is not even up to category. We can extend it. You can add more models and still need to register that, and you are good. So now that we are good, let's go and consume this in a service that we're going to create. And a service tool, I'm sure we need to create generic service. So we're having generic interface implementation and our service as a consumer. So let's handle that in our application. So before we have our interfaces here, we need to have another folder for our service. And for the services, let's have our generic service. You know, putting the service here, it is I think it's the best. But let's think about one thing. We want to return a model as a response model. And in the response model, we don't want to put DTOs in the domain. DTOs should reside in the application so we can use that to interact with the service. And in this case, we want to call this service in here. That means we need to bring the domains or the DTOs here, which is not the best idea. So what we're going to do here is we're going to move this service out. If we are not using a response or a specific or a custom response type, then we can pass this interface into the domain, because when you check the generic, it returns integer. It doesn't return any specific type. Okay, but so if you want to maintain same in here, it means that in case it is added, we're going to have the ID or maybe 1 or etc. value in here. But with this, we want to check if it is 1. We want to actually translate that 1 into a meaningful message for the user to understand, rather than returning 1 to the user. So in this case, we need to step in, and by stepping in, this should be moved out. I'm thinking of not using generic service here. Let's create a specific service for each model. Okay, yes, because we might face issue when using the generic service. We did not face any when using the interface, but well, we might face some here. So instead of this generic, let's be specific. This is iProduct service. Now this product service, let's move this, okay, from the domain. So we're going to say this is service interface. So in the application, bring it there, and I'll remove it from the domain. In the services, you can add another folder and separate the interface from the implementation. So we say this is the interfaces. And let's move this, which is no more our generic, but rather this is going to be a product. Now with this iProduct service, we're going to copy same here, and when we go to the product, iProduct service, let's paste this. So with this won't be generic because we are saying it's a product, so we are specifying the model. So it means we need to provide this model, and now here we are not using the actual model, we are using the DTO because this is a service, and a DTO is going to be used to communicate between the service and the interface. Okay, so we have to provide, this is create product, and for get by ID, we did not create get product, isn't it? So in our DTOs, we have create, we did not get it. So for update, you can also grab this, or this is what we can do. You're gonna have class get product. Now, get product is going to have the same properties as update. Okay, so in order not to confuse us more, we don't want to inherit from this update. Okay, although if we inherit from this update, we're going to inherit everything, and that's what we need. But well, let's repeat this. This inherit from the product base. Now let's add the property here. Let's generate a class for this. So this is going to return, when we check here, this is going to return the product, only the product. You know, product also has category. We are not adding category, so we can add category to it. And now category, we're not using the category model itself, rather the DTO. So we say get category. Do we have that? No, we don't. So get category. And now we say this is category. And let's go to the category. We can even make this as null, so we can skip this. You go to the category, and now we can use same. Which also needs an ID. So for category 2, we can get category with product, right? So let's also have this I collection of get product. Then we say product. We can equate this to new, or we can use this one. So since at times we're going to skip it, let's make it as now. Okay, move this to class. So this category base has the name, isn't it? Great. So let's also inherit from the category base. So any modification that we do to the base is going to affect all. It's great. So we don't need to be doing it in each of the models or the DTOs. When we go to get categories, so we can include it here. So if you cross check, we have get category, which takes in our collection of get product. We have get product, which takes in our collection of get category. Not a category, just a single category. Because each product is going to have a single or one category. But one category is going to have multiple products. Alright, so we have this set. Now let's go to our service. iProduct service. We have our create. So this is get product. Then here we want to return service response. It means we need to create service response. So in the DTO, in our DTO we have a request and a response. So let's put the response here. Service response. Let's make this as a record, which takes in flag. If it is to success, we can make it success to be specific. Let's make this record. So let's specify the properties that we need. This is success. Let's set this to false, and we have string message. Set this to null. Let's terminate this and clear this. Now let's go back and integrate this in our service. So in here we need to use this service. We want to return service as well, and now serve it. Now here this is going to be get product, and this since we're going to add, is going to be create product. And update is going to be update product. So here we do same for the category service. Now we have this, so we have get category for get all. We have get category. Then here we need to have a create category. Then we have an update. So maybe you are saying, oh, it is the same code that we're repeating, so why don't we use generic? Yes, you can use generic here. When you use generic, unless if you're going to use an automapper, which needs implemented in the application, you cannot do that unless you do it in the controller, which goes against the rule of solid principle. So, and also another one is when you use generic like this, as what we've done already as in the repository, when you use it in case you want to add a specific implementation for one entity, such as a category only, you cannot do it because category and product are using the same code base. So when you add this implementation to the code base, product can see it, category can also see it, which is not the best. Okay, so you can see that it has downs when using repositories or generics. So here we want to skip that future errors that may pop up, and let's go ahead and use separate interfaces for each model. Okay, so we are good. Let's move this to separate class. So when you check application services interfaces, we get them here, right? Great. Now we need to have implementation. So in the same folder, services, let's add new folder. We can name it as implementations. And let's add class, which is going to be product service. Now this inheriting from product service. Let's implement the interface. We need to do same for category. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go and consume the interface. The interface resides in the domain. Domain here has been referenced in application, meaning we're going to get it when we try to use it. And that is generic repassing of product. Then there's going to be product. So we don't say generic, just generic like that. Do we have to say generic like that? No, let's say this is product. So there is product interface. So now here, we haven't create product, and here this takes in product. Check it out. If I'm consuming this is going to return an integer. See, I have this int. Result is an integer. And here we're going to get await product interface dot add async, which takes in product entity. But in here we have this create product. There is a DTO, and this DTO should not get in touch with the interface. So how do we do it? That is where the mapping comes in. So we need to map it. We can map it using Mapster or AutoMapper. I have used Mapster in one of my projects, and also AutoMapper as well. But well, let's go in for AutoMapper because that is widely known by many developers. Let's install that. So let's get this from solution, application, dependencies, then AutoMapper. So that is this. Once you have this package installed, you need to create a mapping configuration. So let's add folder. Now, so this is mapping. Now, in this mapping, I'll add a class, and I'll have mapping config. In the mapping config, this should be a public class, and this class should inherit from profile, which is coming from AutoMapper. Profile or program? It's profile. We need to create constructor. That is where we're going to be doing our magic. So in here, let's create map coming from a T source. So T source here, it is coming from create category. Where is it going to? Category. Another one, create map. It is going to, it's coming from create product, which is going to product. The next one, create map. It is coming from category, and it is going to get category. Next one is coming from product. It is going to get product. I hope this is clear to you. So now that we have this, we need to go and register this. So we can create dependency injection also in the application layer. So we can register all these services. You don't need to cross this to the API and register individual. You want to organize them. All right. So let's do that. So let's create dependency injection. Let's add container. So in here, we need to add it. So we say services dot automapper, and now with this, we need to get where at least let's get where the file is, right? So we can have type of, specify the file, the configuration file, that is mapping config, this file. Let's register. Our product. And we say product service. I believe you've done this already. Category 2. So product service, category service. Okay, so we need to create I category service. So it's a typo. All right. So we have this. So now that we have this, let's go and map our models, our DTOs to the entities. So we go to the application service or the product service, and in here, let's say this is map data, and this equal to, let's inject imapper interface, and we say this mapper dot map, and a map, you're mapping from a destination to source. So you're mapping from product to this product. This is a create product, you're mapping to this entity, and then we can pass this here. Now with this, we need just an ID, so we don't need to map anything. So we can just strictly go ahead and say return await. Then we have our interface.delete ID. This returns a service response, but this returns an integer. So we're going to say that if ID, we need to store this. So this results that is coming in, if this ID here, it is greater than 0, meaning it is success. So in this case, we can just return new service response with this in true, and now a simple message. So product deleted. You see, because this is an integer, so if this results, is greater than 0. Else, what can we do? We want to return false. So maybe product not found, because here product not found. We are not actually grabbing the actual exception. What is happening? We don't want to, in our call, we don't want to display this sensitive information to the user. So we want to give out something which tells the user that, oh, okay, you encountered problem in doing that. Okay, but we are not actually telling the user exact problem. But the exact problem, how can you do it? We can use global exception handler to handle that and unlog it into the database, so you can cross-check anytime, anywhere. This sounds great, isn't it? So do not display the actual issue to the user. So we can say product field to be deleted. For the cause, it doesn't know to know. So we can use this. You can use ternary operator to return this. Make it just a line. So results greater than 0. Is that true? If yes, then return no response. If no, then kindly give the stream. That is all. So one line. Now here we're going to also do same. So this is going to return null in case it returns null, right? So we don't need to do anything. We can just go ahead and return await product interface.get or return. So we're going to check from the controller. If it is null, then it will return not found CTOS code. But here it returns, check it out, it returns product, list of product. So we cannot return it straight like that. We need to first store this in the memory. So that is a raw data. Let's map it. But before we map it, when it is null and we want to map it, it's going to have an exception. We want to skip that. So in skipping it, let's make sure we fix it here before it escalates to become an exception. So we're going to say that if raw data dot count is equal to 0, then return. We want to return null here. Or you can even, since it is returning an enumerable, you can return an empty list. Okay, and even with this, what can we do? Again, in case it isn't null, then we can go ahead and map it. So let's use mapper dot map. T source is I enumerable of get product. So that's the destination, and at the source here it is raw data. So when you use a mapster, that is the other package, or that is the other mapping package, you cannot map list. I tried once and I had an issue. That's the reason why I quickly choose this one, the auto mapper. But maybe I'll try it again in case it works. I also have a video on that, how you can use mapper to map list. For single entity, it works perfectly fine, and even configuration for that is it's simpler than this. It's very, very simple, but this is more intense. Okay, so once we have this map, we can return this. So we don't need to even store it in the memory again. We can go ahead and return it straight. Then we go to get by ID. We're also going to do same. So let me grab this. So get by ID, and here we can return new get product. We can use equal to now or is now. You can use any of them. Then here we are not mapping list, just a single entity. Okay. Now for update, it is the same approach to add. Now here we have the result. So let's go and grab this. And I'll paste it up. Maybe you can extract this in a single method, so you can call that to skip all this. Okay, so let's grab this to the update. So we first have to map it. Then inside of the add, we say update, map data, and now product updated. So we are done with the product interface or the product service. Now we're going, this should be public. I'm going to grab same, go to category service, and I'll make changes in that. That is a secret. So we go to our service again, category service. I also have it here. Maybe we need to copy and paste. Or maybe you can paste it down here so we can just have it. So the first one is add. Let's grab this. Add. Inside of product, here it is category. And here let's inject our category interface. So I generic. The category interface. So let's copy this. Let's find and replace it or this. This should be an async, and we should include mapper2 now inside of product. We say category. Alright, so now that we are done with this, the next thing that we need to talk about here is validation, model validation. You know, validation is very important in validating what the user sends or what you take into your system. So in order to validate, you can use Fluent validation, or you can use the default validation method integrated. To make this simple, we want to use the default one, but well, for advanced scenarios, we need to use the customized one. Maybe I have a separate video on how you can do that. When you use this default one, you know, validations are going to be applied on the DTOs. So in case in the near future your DTO changes, it means you need to write validations again, add a validation attribute again. And it does not conform with the solid principle. We need to have, the model should have one method, one function. And validations also have its function. We should not add validation against model. So we can do that. But well, in this video, we're going to override that. We're going to maintain the natural state. So how do you do it? We go to our DTOs. Now in our DTOs, all that we need to do here is we need to add what is necessary. Attribute required. So here we are saying required, and when we go to from the create, we have same get. It is same. Now one bad thing about this is we are all inheriting from the base category. So although we are saying required, by get is a response DTO, not a request. So in this case, we might not need to use we might not need to validate it, because you're going to get something from the database to the user. You want to validate what is coming into the system from the user. But since we are validating the category base, it means it's going to be affected. That's the reason why normally you can go in for a custom validation using Fluent API or any other validation third package that we have. But for now, let's maintain it. In case we want to have a response like this, when you have a response GTO, we make sure that we provide a value before it returns to the user. And that is the solution to the problem. So let's go again. Now let's check our update. Update needs an ID. So we say this is required. And now with this, I think it has good or so. Okay. Or we can specify the data type as grid. But well, since it is good here, let's maintain that. So we are having a required attribute for all. And for our product, we need required. And in here, we can specify a custom message. Default is going to pick this name and then say this is required. But I know you can customize, you can override that and put in your own customized message. If you want to do that, then open a bracket, and I can see from here we have error message. You can then go in and specify your error message in here. But since it is the same as what you're going to be doing, you want to maintain the default one. So here we having a product which is required. We having our description, same, price, same, image is required, quantity, and then category ID. So when you go to the update, it is having same. Let's include this required to this. So we are done with the category, and so creating using a default validation is quite simple. There are a lot of attributes that you can use. For example, when you go to the product base, we have an price here, right? So we can maybe have a method which, let's see, data type. Another one is here, I think, data type.currency. So this is currency. We can make it as currency. And when we go to our product itself, product in our domain layer, entities, product, we have decimal here, so we need to provide the decimal, the column type, or maybe column. column type or column without wasting time. So that's a decimal, and we have only one decimal. We go to product base. Since this is going to be a DTO, we don't need to provide that. Okay, so we have image, and this image should be base64 string. So we can say base64 image, and I think this also has a property of base64 string. But with base64 string, when we add this, we're going to have an issue. Due to the reason why, when we convert our image, we're going to add the file format. If it is PNG, or maybe image/PNG or image/JPG, and image/JPG, it is not in base64, so it's going to be an issue. So it's better we remove this. Else, we need to separate the PNG, the file format, from the base64 string. And the next time that you want to display, unless we add it, all because of this, so we can't do that. We can't stress ourselves too much. So let's remove this and make it open. Okay. Now quantity, we have price, and maybe you can add old price, or yes, old price, or discount. You can add more features. All right, so now that we are done with our validations, what's the next thing for us to do? We need to create our controller, isn't it? Now we have our service created, which has consumer interface. We have our mapper mapped and are being used in the service. So the next thing to do here is to register the service and create a controller to consume the service. Now let's check that one out. You go to the application service container. We have them registered. Great. Let's go to the host, and in the controller, let's create product controller. Now with this product, let's inject the service. So that's an I product service. Whereby this we should add the application. Then we say product service. Or since we have only one service, we can add product service. All right. Then let's have our first method. You want to use get. You can say get all. Now with this get all, you want to have public asyntax action results. So you're making this open to all types of response. Although we are returning service response, you can make it specific to this service response. But well, action result also works, which is open. So we can use that. Then we say this is get all. If our data is equal to await product service get all, then we say return data dot count greater than 0. If yes, return OK for the data, else return not found. So let's go to the next one, return single. So with this not found, this could be, let's see if when you pass in same data, because in there we have a message in there that we can display. And now this single takes in an ID. So the ID, we can make it in the form of query string or parameter. So I like parameter a lot. I don't know the reason why. But you can add query string. If you want to add query string, then you do not need to specify the parameter in here. And now this is get by ID. Okay. Now this ID, it is not integer, it is skewed. Now you are saying if it's not equal to null, that is I want to pass in, okay. Or pass in not found. So with not found, it's going to be the data is, because this data is coming with null, okay. So we can override that or you can maintain it. This also returns null or maybe an array, empty array. So we can also return this data. We can start to skip that. For that one, it's gonna work. So we have get all and then get by ID. The next one is get. You can have a delete, add, and an update. So let's go for add. Now this add is HTTP post. So let's have our public async task. So in here we take in create product. Now let's check the results, which come in at in a response of service response. So we can say that let's use same as this. So if results of success, if it is true, then return OK with the results, or meaning there's an issue, right? So let's see if we can have a nice, can we make it bad request? You have internal. Let's make it as bad request. So with this bad request, it takes in model states and also error objects. Okay. So results. In there. Then let's go to an update. So you can see we also doing same. We call an update and I will check the state and return it. We have last one of delete. Which takes in an ID. And now this shouldn't be post. should be delete. For update should be put. Then let's take in an ID. Pass on the ID. So here, since we need a response to return, that's the reason why we have been returning okay. Else, when it gets deleted, we can return no content. When it gets created, we can return created. But since we have a specific return type, we can use okay to return that specific. Okay, so we have our controller created for product. We're going to do same for category. So let me just remove this. Okay, now let's go and create. Let me pick this. Let's add category controller. API new. And that is category. And in here we need to remove. So let's move this. iProduct service. You're going to make an iCategory service. So now that we have, we need to use this category service in place of the product service. So click on this, go to this, replace it with the category interface. Click on next. So that's category service, and now okay, so we have it changed. And here, create category. Okay, then the next one here, we need to make sure we have the same model. Okay, so yes, so we are done with our two controllers, our products, and our category. So I was thinking about where we introduce the exception in the infrastructure. I think we are not doing the right way, because infrastructure layer should only focus on technical details such as data access and not business logic, like whether an entity is not found or an error. It is the application who is responsible to decide on that and to an exception. So I think we should remove that from there. And also, the method is having two functions. It is deleting, also it's throwing an exception, which is not ideally the right way to handle that. So I think we have to go in there and remove this. So since you are returning an integer, it means you can return 0 from here. So instead of returning item not found, we can return 0 or so. Yes. So let's return 0. That is item not found. You see? So we can now go ahead and check if this is null, then you want to return entity if entity is null, then return 0. So we know that when it comes we get a response of 0, then it means that the ID here, or the specific entity not found. In that case, we need to remove this exception, and the best way to handle exception is in the application layer. But in application layer, we're having our own model or our own way of handling issues, so we don't need to throw an exception in the application layer. So check it out. When we go to the application layer, especially the product service, here we are returning service response. So the results here, we are saying that if the result is greater than 0, we are returning this. Else, the results can be 0, can be negative. If it is 0, it means the product is not found at all. So instead of displaying this product failed to be deleted, we can display product not found. We can check it from here. So we can say that if product or if result is equal to 0, so for specific, we know that, hey, this product not found. So we can just go in and return this. Else, what can we do? If the result is greater than 0, it means product deleted. But in case you have any other result, such as -1 or so, that is where we need to handle that with a middleware. And in this case, we want to say that product failed to be deleted. So instead of having this lambda, we can also use if to check, or we can also check it again. Since it's just an integer, we can do check, which doesn't consume a lot of memory processing. Okay, so we have this. It means we need to do same in there's a product service. So in a category service, we need to also handle that. So the category, but don't you think we can also streamline this? Yes, we can. So we can say that in case the ID is here, it is greater than 0, then return true, or maybe fail to be deleted. Okay, so we can say that category not found or fail to delete. We can just use this one to add the response of this and add the response of the other one as well. So let's have something like category not found or fail to delete. Let's remove this. Let's do same to the product service. So let's go and build a project and perform migration. Okay, so package manager console, and we have to make sure we have our host selected. But before that, we go to the host, and from this host program.cs file, we need to include the service. So let's have our user, so infrastructure, we have application, the dependency injection, and we're going to have same for infrastructure 2. And in the host dependencies add project, we need to add the infrastructure and remove the application, because infrastructure contains the application. And then here, let's have a builder.services .add infrastructure service .add application service. So .add application service, and this will come from, I think, application. So yes, now here we need configuration, so we pass in builder.configuration. Now the next thing that we're going to do is, so this contains a DB connection, so we have it set. So when we can verify from the solution the infrastructure, and you go to service container, this is the domain, we have our host, this is infrastructure, service container, and we have that. So that is default. Okay, now let's go and add migration. Let's make sure infrastructure is our default project. Let's set the host as startup. Okay, so let's go and test this out. So we have our endpoint ready, but first of all, let's check if a database has been created. So we go to SQL Server Object Explorer, click on Views, and you can have it. So let's open this, my server database, and I have eCommerce AppDB, that is this. So I have, if I open tables, I'm going to have the product and a category tables. Yes, I do have them here. Alright, so we can go ahead and now test this out. Let's say from category, get all categories. So we have the status code of 404 not found. Let's see, so not found. We can also test for product, and that is not found. Let's go and add. We need to add category first. Electronics. Now we add. So you can see category added. Let's go and see if we get all, we can have access to it. Yes, we have it. So we can grab this category ID, Then we go to the product. Let's pass in the category ID. So when we click on execute, we have product added. When we get to get product, we have the category ID, we have the base image, we have the ID of everything here. Great. So it means our endpoints are ready and they are working as expected. Yeah, so you can try your hands on the delete and get and update. It's going to work, trust me. Let's close it. We are not done. Now let's go and make sure we enforce validation rules. So you can see from our solution, we have created our DTOs specifically for our create and product. So you can see from our create category and also our create product, we have added a default validation attribute that is a required. You can add more if you want to have a specific number of maybe length of characters. You can put it in there. And we have also product and also update product, and they are inheriting from the product base. Great. So we have all read required. Now the next thing that we're going to talk about here is how do we enforce this. So we can do this straight ahead in the controller. That is what we know as the model state. So in the previous one we did not do that. So let's go in there and modify and add the model state to make sure we enforce the validation in here. So if you create a custom validation using Fluent Validation with any other third library, you can also call this, you can manually validate it, or you can do that automatically. Maybe after this project, I'll have a separate video on how to integrate Fluent Validation as well in the API. Okay, so let's go to, where is the controller? So we go to our presentation layer, and in there, here you have it as host. So here in the controllers folder, we have a category. Now we see from all posts which is taking in these models, these DTOs, we can implement this here. So we're going to say that if model state, so you can see we have model state here. Now this is going to return either success or not. So we can say if it is valid, but let's make it if it is not valid. So we negate it dot is valid. This is going to return true. So we're going to negate it and say if it is false, then we want to just return bad request and with the model state. So you know when we are consuming this in the client, we do not need to use this, but when we are communicating through the API directly, that is where this becomes important. In the client, I believe you're going to use the same model. We're going to make sure that our form has data annotation. We make sure it is valid before we submit, and we can actually add some validations in there to also check. But you know, when you do the client validation, you have to also do the server validation. So there is a server validation, that's what we're doing. And after we are done with this, in the client, we have to also do same validation. Now let's have, so we need to make this available in all the post and put endpoints. So here we have post, and that is put, that is when updating. So that is where we take in models as payload. So we have them set. Let's do same to the controller. That is a product. So on the product, we also have create. Then we also have update. So when we do this, it means our system, our validation is now concrete, and validations will be checked using this attribute, the default one that we provided. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about here is we need to improve the exception handling. You know, when you check your EF core, our repository in here, there are a lot of exceptions that EF core can push it up, such as maybe when you try to update, when you try to save changes, when you add, when you update, when you delete. and there's an issue, how can you manage that? How can you handle that? Basically, there are some EF core issues that you need to handle. So these issues, there are also exceptions, and we have database update exception, we have unique constraint exception, we have cannot insert null exception, maximum length exceed exception, and numeric overflow exception, reference constraint exceptions. These are the biggest exceptions that EF core will just bring it out anytime you violate the rule. And in this case, if you handle this with general exception handle like exception and return a common message, because I know that when you handle this exception, you're not going to display this exception to the user, right? So you want to override this and display user-friendly exception to the user. But how would the user know what exactly happened? It means you need to handle this low-key exceptions in our infrastructure, and we can proceed it. You can handle that in also the application layer as well. So let's do that. Let's go to the infrastructure, and in here let's add exception folder. This should be a folder first, so let's create a folder. So that is an exception, but I think we're going to make this as a middleware. I think it's better we give it a concrete name. So let's make it as, so there is middleware. Now with this middleware, let's have exception handling middleware as a class in it. So now with this, we need to first install a library which will help us achieve these exceptions. So let's go to the infrastructure, dependencies, and add NuGet packages. And let's add the entity framework called exceptions.sql server, because that is what we need. So let's add this package. When we are done, go to solution, and in there from your dependency container, let's add .use SQL server exception. I'm sure this should come from Alright, so I think it's not use SQL Server exception, rather processor. Okay, so use SQL Server processor, and this should come from the package that we installed. I think it shouldn't be here, rather it should be here. Okay, so now we have this. So as we're done, we can go to our middleware and create our middleware to handle that. So let's make this as public. You know, when you go to our repository that we created, you can see that most of the repositories, they do have the implementation, they do have save changes or add, delete, and etc. Now within that, we can handle the exceptions in there using try catch block. But think of it, you're going to have a lot of exceptions, right? And we're going to scatter our code with a lot of try catch. We want to try our best to make our code readable and simple. So we need to use middleware to handle that. This, we're going to create it, and our exceptions, as soon as it gets thrown, we can catch it here and now check. So we're going to make a check and see which type of exception got thrown. Then we can handle that. So let's have our request delegate. Let's pass it in here. So we need to install abstraction package. Okay, so once you have this package installed, we can go ahead and create a method. So that's going to be public async task, which is invoke async. So once we have this, maybe when we get this exception, when we try to save, and now when we get an exception from this, what can we do here? Maybe we can create an exception so we can pass in a customized message. And in here, we can also log exception in case you want to log it. We want to log an exception to maybe a file or a database or wherever, we can do that. So here, let's get exception as an SQL exception. So we're going to say that here we have our inner exception. So we get it as an SQL exception. And in here, we can check if this exception is not equal to null. So this inner exception is not equal to null. That is where we want to perform this task. So we can just switch. Okay, so we see that here we are switching, and we want to check if it is unit constraint violation or it is null insertion. So you can see here unique constraint violation. You can just pass in any message, any user-friendly, any meaningful message to the user. That is when you have a relationship and the user decides to either delete it or add without providing the ID for that. All sort of constraints, you're going to have this catch and you can return it using the number here. Okay, so we have this handled nicely. Maybe we can improve this. Let's see. We should use an explicit type. That's great. We can also still improve that. And that's great. So we can pass it straight ahead and we can move on. But in case it isn't that, you see this exception, in case it isn't DB update exception, then what can we do? That is where we can use this else statement, and here we can display maybe an error-friendly message. Okay, so 500 an error occurred while saving the entity changes. Okay, but in case it isn't any of these exceptions specified here, and it is an unknown exception that we do not know, that is where mostly we need to log it and return meaningful to the user. So here, once you have this catch, it is DB exception when update is performed and it's in sort of that. And in case it isn't and it is different one which is not known, then we need to catch it with an exception. This is a just big container which catches all exceptions. So we can return or occurred now with the message. Now this message is not advisable to, not the best way to expose this message. Okay, so here instead of exposing this, we want to log this message. But well, we can also catch this message using an exception in the application layer. So maybe if you're having a login mechanism which implements in the application, you can still catch this one and now log in there and now return something meaningful to the user as well. Okay, so for now, let's maintain this. So we have our central exception handling here using this middleware. Now, once you're done creating this middleware, you are not done. You need to register this middleware. So let's go to the solution, and now in our service container for the infrastructure, you can see from here we have our service container. And now in our service container, let's include that. So here we can say public static. Then with this infrastructure service, it takes in application builder. So you can say app.use middleware. And now what is the name of the middleware that we created? Let's go and grab that. Okay, so let's return this app. Now this should return application builder. Okay, so before we forget it, let's go to our controller, not the controller, the program, CS file. Now once you add this infrastructure service, we need to also use the pipeline. So app.use infrastructure service. All right, so we have our validations included. We have our exceptions also handled in there. So when you check here, you can see we are having this unique constraint and we are not having foreign key. This is where a column should be unique, and in case it doesn't, then we have this exception. Then we need to use a foreign key. That is where when you add a product and add data, and you need to provide an ID of a related table and you do not, that is where there's also a pop-up. So I think we need to use that. And now the key or the exception number here, it is 547, which is a foreign key. So let's also add that. I think this should be here. So 547. Well, what do you think? Because we have 515, and you want to tell me that 547 comes before 515? No. So it should be here 547. Actually, you can put it anywhere. All right. So that is this one. So these are the exceptions that you have. But in case when we check the exception and we do not have this exception, it's going to return, right? Because we do not have any default exception. We do not have that. So maybe we can also add default exception in there. And or we have this already. We have this also. So when exception is not known, instead of returning the default one, maybe we can do this. That is when the exception is now. But we can also pass in the default one. So we also have a default, and it's the same 500 internal server error. You see, it's the same thing. So in case the exception that we're passing in here, it is the number is not part of what we have here, return this. In case this exception is not under DB exception, then we're going to return that. Okay, and here after doing this, maybe in case it is not DB exception, general, we're going to return our exception, and we're going to return this. So you know whether it is this one or not, still we're going to call this, because this exception is a big container which is going to handle everything. So we're still going to see this. So let's run our application and test and see how the exceptions are being handled. So before we try this out, let's go to the solution. Now in our middleware, where we have all these exceptions being handled, from the low-level exceptions, from the DB update or DB context. From here, we want to focus on this foreign key and constraint violation, because you know we have linked, we need to provide category ID when adding product. So if we refuse to provide it, we must hit this exception. So we're waiting to see this issue. Okay, let's check it out. We can put breakpoint here. Now I think this is the right place. Yes. Now let's go and put in some values and try it. We are not providing, although we have category ID. When you go to get all categories, I think we have category ID. Let's continue on. Yes, we are having two categories here, but we are not going to provide any ID of this to the product. So we go to product, and we want to maintain the default category ID, which does not exist. And we have the default name, price, everything is default. Now let's click on execute, and let's see. So if I click on step out, let's step it. Now you're going to have an issue. There's going to be an exception. Sure. Oh yeah, I have an exception. And look at the exception. So this is an anti-framework exception, and here reference constraint violation, and that is what I'm talking about, foreign key constraint. So it's conflicted with a foreign key constraint, and that is a product category ID. So we know that. Now let's click on it whether to see this number is going to get hit. 547, that is a foreign key constraint. Now here, if you want to check even the number for this exception, you can just go to the next one. Hopefully it's an SQL exception. So watch here, and now within this exception, we can have the number in there. The number should match with 547. Check it out. You see the number? 547. So it means that this is going to get hit. And now we are waiting to see this. So let's step out, switch, and yeah, of course, we have it. Execute this, and now break. So foreign key 409, and let's see 409. So we are having a conflict, right? 409, but we are not having this content. Do you know the reason why? Check it out again. You see, we are not having that content. We have only the status code, and that is all. Yeah, maybe we forgot to add something. Do you have any idea on how to do it? We have to set the content to application or test. So let's do that and check it out again. So here, since you're going to be using that for all the switch cases, as soon as we get it, we can grab it from here, because you have the cat, and this can use this and that. So let's have our, here we can have context.response .content type. Let's set that to application/JSON. I hope you are done with this, isn't it? Now let's give it another try. So now once again, we go in there and perform same function, and this time around we're waiting to see message, not only the status code. So let's uncheck this, continue on. It is done. Yeah, and of course we have it. So we can see we have foreign key constraint violation. So we have this here. Okay, so now we're having the message as well. As you can see from here, there is a message that we are getting as an error message, and this maybe it will help us. I don't think it is necessary to display this exact message, because the user using the system might not know foreign key. What is it? But you know. So maybe you can decorate this, can modify this to be user friendly to everybody who try to use the system. But for developers, you guys do understand this. I also understand. So let's maintain what we have in here. All right. So now that we are able to set this, I think we should use this also here. Catch. We should also specify this context. This can be used or will be used for this, because this is found in the try catch, and this is a catch. So if I set the context here, it means this is also inclusive. That's amazing, right? All right. The next thing that we're going to do here is every system must have a login. Login actually is very important. It helps you to notify, to get to read what the system is doing, how the system is being used. And in case you have an issue, you can also put it there. It's not about only login errors only. If you hear, when you hear people talk about login, it's not about login only error. You can log information. What is going to the system, you can log it out there to the console, to the file, and maybe read later if you have time. But mostly we focus on the errors, because that is where we want to tackle to make our system robust and resilient. So we try to log all errors so we can trace it up in there. We do not need to ask the user, did you encounter any error while using the system? We don't want to do that. The error file will give everything that we need. So we can just go straight to the file and then read what happens in a day, and I'll see if there's any error. We can just go ahead and fix it. So let's do this magic. How do you do that? You know, error can be implemented throughout the application. So it means it must be in the core so that you can use it everywhere. It's not about logging errors only in your infrastructure. You can also log errors in your application layer as well in your presentation. But you know, application layer is the middle which orchestrates all the other layers, including the infrastructure, the domain as well. So here it's good to put the interface in there so that the interface can be used across like a service. Let's hop into it and see how you can do this. So before this, there are some packages that you need to install. I think I have the package references, so I'm not going to install them again, but well, I believe you know how to install packages, isn't it? Yeah, that's good of you. So you can just go to right click on your infrastructure and I click on admin get packages. If you don't know, now you know. Now let's see, so I'm going to unload this project. Normally that is what you can also be doing in case you have this package references out there and you don't want to install them again. So unload project, that's the infrastructure, and then here you go to the project, you have the settings here, and with this I can add my packages references. So down here we're going to be using 4 packages, all from Serilog. I love Serilog most because it's flexible and it allows you to configure easily and also log to console to file everywhere. You can do it. So I like using Serilog a lot. Okay, but there are other log libraries that you can use. Nlog is there and other logs, so you can try them as well. I have videos. I think, do I have videos on that? Well, I have videos on Serilog. Maybe I'll try and have videos in other logs so you can know how to implement them as well. But for now, we want to implement Serilog. So this is the actual package Serilog. We want to register that. So we need to install this ASP.NET Core for dependency. Also, we need sync and file. For now, we want to log errors to all messages to the console and also in a file, so you can pass them here. Install these 4 packages. Are you done? The next thing I'm going to do here is, if you do this, then you have to reload this project. But if you didn't do this, then I think you're done. You're done waiting for me. And now give me a second. Let me just reload mine. So we continue. Now I'll save this and I'll make sure that these packages are well installed. So I can go to dependencies, packages. Oh, I still have one in here. Oh yeah, I'm good. You see? So I have these packages installed without actually going through the package manager console. Okay, so once I have this, let's go ahead and create our login interface. So in application layer, that is where we need to create our interface. We go to our services folder, and now from the services, you can see we have an implementation and we have interface. So in the interface, since this is going to be only an interface, service is going to be implemented in infrastructure. Let's add folder, and so this is login. Let's add an item. So that's application logger. Now within this, we need to define our login interfaces. Now this should be generic, so it can be used across the system. So we have these 3 interfaces. Let's go and add implementation. So we see that here we have implementation ready. We got login information, login error, and login warning. Let's go and register this. So where do you register this? In the service container. Alright, so we are done. We have an interface and an implementation being registered as type. Now let's go ahead and I use this. But before we use this, we need to register this. So logger should be added to the host, and we can have access to the host in the presentation. So let's go to the presentation, program.cs. Now let's add the login here. So maybe on top we can add login. So in the configuration, that is what we're doing. We are enriching. We want to add the context. We want to also write to the console. We want to write to file. Now in this file, you're going to create a folder known as log, and in there we're going to create a file known as log.txt, and I'll log all information or everything that you want to log in there. So it's going to be appeared on the console and also in the text file. Now the interval here is a day, so each day create a file for a single day. So when this application runs for about 5 days, it means we're going to have 5 files, a day for a file, right? And we're going to have the day logs inside. So this is what we need. Now let's add this log to the host. So we can do that. After this, we can start logging. So let's say this is log dot logger dot, let's say, information, and on here we can do something like application is building, because the application is building. So after building, we want to go ahead and execute it. So after it has done, before it gets built, we want to handle this with try, and let's catch it. So with this, once it's done, we have our try catch. What can we do? We need to use a Serilog request login. So maybe in the pipeline we can do app.use Serilog request login, and once you're done, let's add finally block, so that what happens, whether it is we have an error thrown or not, this execution or this function is going to get executed. We need to log.close and flash. We need to close it and now flash it as well. We don't want to use an async because we're not checking the value for anything. They want to check the results. Okay, so in case you have an issue, what can we do? When the app is built, before it runs, we can say that log.logger dot the same info, and we can say that the application, it is not building, rather just running. Okay, so we're doing this so we can know that the server is running. If you want to, you can skip this. Well, let's put it there. But in case there's an issue, what can we do? That is where we need to log an exception. So log.logger dot error. Now this error, let's pass in our ex, and also we can pass in our message. So application failed to start. Okay, so we are having our login system being configured nicely. Now also we are not done. We can also go to the exception middleware and also handle this error in there. Why is it good to handle this exceptions or log errors in the middleware? Now when you check this middleware, that is the ending point. Let's say the ending point. Now if we have any error, you see this is going to execute the next middleware. And now when this middleware is being executed, in case you have any issue, this is going to get popped up. Now we are handling low level exception from any DB context. That is when you click on save. In case there's an issue, it's going to pop up and we can check it from here. But aside from that, you see we also having, if the exception that is coming in here, it is not an SQL exception. The DB update exception coming in here is not an SQL exception. Then we're going to have, because we're having if here, then we're going to have this else. Aside from that, there's an exception here. So in case the exception at all is not a DB update exception, then this is going to get called, right? Now when this gets called, now we are implementing login. So we want to log to the console or to the file, so that later on we can also go through and know what happened. But since there is a development stage, we can log everything from here. As soon as it is error, we can log it from here. But in production, you don't need to log this SQL exception to the console. Only log it to the file, or maybe to another login UI service, which can give you a nice view of log presentation. So you can just go in there and watch it. I've done a couple of videos on how to integrate Honeycomb with OpenTelemetry, and I think I did one too. Maybe I'll put them in the video description. Okay, so let's try and for our development process, let's add it here. Now from the catch, as soon as you get an issue, we don't want to call a service here, because when you call a service here, even though it is not an exception, this is going to get called. We don't want to do that. So let's put it here. We want to call this only when exception happens. Okay, so let's grab the logger. So we say logger is equal to, we have our context coming in. So context dot request services. Then here we can get required service. Now with this service, we need the IApp logger. Then this logger takes in this middleware. Now we can use this logger in this context. So whatever thing from here up to this, we can log it. Okay. So when there's an SQL exception, quickly we want to just log that. And let's pick the inner exception. And maybe we can say that this is SQL exception. And aside from that, in case it isn't an SQL exception, what can we do? We can also use it here. Now, if it's not an SQL exception, we can also grab same and unlog it. Any other exception? So as for that, we need to use this. That is a DB update, so we need to use this EX. So we could say that's related EF core exception. Then that is if it is not any under the low level exception, then we can also use it here. But with this, we need to copy this because this cannot extend to this body, and we don't want to also put it here so it can be called anytime that we're executing middleware, even though there is no exception. We want to skip that, so we need to duplicate it, or you can create a simple function down here to handle that. Now this logger, we can just go in and pass this on. So we say ex, and there is unknown exception. You know, it's not good to return the service, the exception itself here, but for a development stage, you want to return this exception as well. Okay, in production, this should be taken up and log it to the file or anywhere, and that is all. So now let's try this, and let me just put the console. I think we have an issue here. Let's check this out first. And what is the issue? So to field log lists, you're not having anything as well. Let's review this project. We have 4 succeeded. Let's try it again. So I have the console. I think it's ready now. Check it out. So that is a console, and you can see that from here we have an where is it? Yeah, application building, application writing, and now you can see we have now a lesson on the host. We have this now, application started, right? Now check it from here. We're having some requests started, request finishing, and etc. So these are the starting ones, and as soon as they are done, we get the log in here. So you can see that we have integrated login. Now let's go and perform a task and see whether this is going to happen. And also when you check our solution in the program, in the host, we must see a folder known as log, and you can see we have it here. If I click on this file must be open. Oh, it is not opening yet because the app is running, but let's perform an operation here and check it out. So let's do same. We know we're going to have an issue, isn't it? So you're going to log this exception in there. Now you can see from here, we are calling this API product add. We are posting it, so that is a local host 725, and now we are, you can see we are adding. This is a controller product, and the action is add. I seeing this. Now this is going to get executed. So let's see. Now there's an issue. Oh, check it out. Now from here, that's where the issue popped up. Let's restart because we want to see where the error is, and hopefully you can see we have this information. We are not actually concerned or much concerned with the information. We want to talk about the exception. You can see we have an SQL exception, and remember this one was customized text. We did that, you and I. Check here. Your middleware SQL exception. So it means we are having 547 foreign key constraint violation. Let's see whether you can find that. So SQL exception, that's great. And the insert statement conflicted foreign key constraint. The statement has been terminated. So you can see that we have the exception down here, right? And that's amazing. So if you want to trace it, we have it here that I can just use a stack trace and etc. And now this where the response, it took this time, and it was 409 conflicted. Watch here, 409 conflicted. So you can see we are having everything, every information which is necessary for us to read what is going on in your system using this log. Okay, so if I close this, let's try to access the file to and see same. Oh, yeah, now we have it. So there is a file. So this is going to have every day, every minute, second, millisecond. Yeah, because there's no nanoseconds here. So you have a millisecond, you have a second, minute, and hour, right? So every millisecond, you can, as soon as you make a call, you're going to have it here. App is building, app is running. Oh yeah, they're doing the magic. This is the first one. Second one starting from here. Then you see we make a call. It's the same thing as we saw in there. That is a product. Where is it? an exception, saving this foreign key constraint. You have it in here. We made a call to this product controller add product, and that is the SQL query. Do you have an exception? You can see from here we have the gotcha. That is the time it took. We have the same response status. Oh yeah, so we are done integrating our login. Now let's go and see how we can also add CORS. CORS stands for cross-origin resource sharing. Cross-origin resource sharing, which allows the server to share its resources with clients. For now, we are not having client, but in case in the future, if you want to have clients communicate with this, then CORS is very important. We don't want to get in there before we come back and integrate this CORS. So we need to make it over here. I want to make sure that it's complete and it works. Now, since we do not know the client who is going to consume this, we can actually put in any client at all. And later on, when we add client, we get a port, or we can even configure the port that we have set up here to the client. Anyone is going to work. So how do we do that? You can quickly do it in the program.cs file. So let's add this magic. So for now, you can see we are not having any. The port or the address for this server here, it is localhost https. Whoa. Then we have our localhost. The port is 7025. So maybe you want to allow this for now. Maybe we can make it 26. This 26 is going to be for the client. So the server is listening on this port. As soon as this port make a request, it's going to allow. But in case there's nothing like a port, a client with this port, then it's going to reject it. Or we can also remove this. And for now, let's say allow any origin. We can also set this so that this becomes open to everyone. The last one, allow credential, so we can pass in a token which is yet to be created or added. So once you have the default code, we're going to add it. So app.use CORS, and we are good. The next thing that we're going to do here is to add authentication. We want to focus on two roles, administrator and our user. User is a client, and you have an admin is an admin. These are the managers, right? So here, after you are done creating an account, admin can log in and also add other people as admin. You can change a role to an admin, because our system is going to be in such a way that the first person to get into the system becomes an admin. The subsequent registrants becomes what? Users. So if admin wants to change the role, the first thing is that person must be registered as with the role of user. Then admin can now change the role to admin. I believe it's making sense, right? There are many use cases that you can use this. You can just go ahead and maybe provide admin can add a user straight and now select role. It's also possible you can also do that. But with this, since the system is going to be open for general public and everybody can have access to it, hopefully before you make a payment you need to register. So within that, I think the registration must be open for even an external out there, not even for only admin, but for people who want to also buy things in our system. So let's do this. The first thing that we need to do here is to install our packages. Now we're going to be using Identity Manager, so it means we need to install, and we're also going to extend the Identity User class and maybe add full name to it to support full name. So we can do that in the domain. I'm going to unload that. And I believe as soon as I unload it, you know what I'm going to do, isn't it? Yes, I'm going to add package in there. So it tells you that you're going to install this package, Microsoft.extensions.identity.stores. Install this so we can extend the app user. Okay. Now what do you do again? Restore with dependencies, because now we have an item group added and the package reference, so we want to make sure we include that. The next thing to do is let's go to the infrastructure and also do same in there. But while you can also install them, I believe you like that. You want to install them, you want to use this, anyone is cool. So I'll just right click and also I'll unload project again. Never mind, I'm going to unload this project a couple of times, so don't worry, it is safe. Let's add our JWT authentication in it. That is the first thing to talk about, which gives you access to JWT service. Aside from this, we're going to be using some service in it, and we need an abstraction. Although we're not having this abstraction here, we have an abstraction. We need our identity framework call, so let's also grab it. So these are going to be used for authentication. That's the reason why I am separating them, as you can see from here. Aside from that, we need identity UI, so we can specify our sign-in and also our email confirmation. Hopefully later we're going to integrate email confirmation. And also we need to have our Microsoft MVC.call. Maybe we want to add prompt details. Well, we can skip that for now because this also works. If we want to get to a time where we're going to integrate in the client, we have to make sure it syncs with the server. Well, it will. Yeah, it will. Then we have configuration.abstraction because we're going to be using iConfig. So hopefully let's use that. And that is all. So these are the packages that you need. So 4 packages. Pause the video, get them installed one after the another. Are you done? Let's reload it as usual. Oh yeah. You get mine? Let's go and check dependencies, packages. I'm waiting to see this off. For now I have 3 issues here. Well, are they going? Yeah, they are gone. It means they are good. Okay, let's go and add our service. So we're going to add our default identity, and now within that we need an app user. So this tells us that we need to create an app user here. Now I'm giving the name an app user. It could be application user, it could be context user, whatever it is. You can give it any meaningful name. This should be done in the domain. Where is it? Entity. I have my entities here. I have my applications. I can add another one. Maybe with this I can add a folder. I want to organize this. I say identity. Then I'm going to say this is app user. This should be public as usual. And I want to have just only one property attached to this, which is string. And I'm going to say this is full name. Maybe if this is the first time of you watching this, because normally my videos, I want to also include newbies, those who are watching the video for the first time, who have no knowledge in .NET. Now, as soon as you want to use an identity manager, it has an inbuilt properties attached to an identity user. So if I click on this identity user, this class has properties such as username, email, big definition, and now testify yourself. It's not here, rather this. So you can see it has an ID. Aside from that, it has username, it has email, it has password. You see? So all phone number, so all these properties are there. They are there except full name. That is the reason why I am adding full name here, because I want to take in the full name so that if clients log in, I did not to display, hey, your email, welcome. I want to grab, hey, Netcode, welcome. Hey, your name, welcome, right? So that's the reason why I am adding this. We can decide to skip it if you hate it. But I believe you love that. Okay, so now that we have the full name, let's go to our program and I'll do the magic. Data service container and that program. So it is going to be services.add default identity. It takes in an app user class that we created. So here you want to only require confirmed email. If you want to confirm an email, that is over here. If you want to confirm, phone number 2 is here. That's so you can generate. You can connect this to the OTP service so they can send a code to the phone. SMS, you can retrieve it. But here you want to use email. So as soon as you provide the email, you want to send a message to the email. Then quickly want to grab it from there. So we say signing that required confirmed email service is true. Aside from that, you want to make it in a form of a token that you can go in there, grab it and paste it. It's much more easier for client to use that than giving them a link to click. So normally I want to use token base. Now the token base, you can configure that from options.token base. You get it? Dot email confirmation token provider. Then we say this is token options. You see that token? Oh, I'm not getting mine. Do you have yours? Yes, I have it here. Token options. So yes, dot default. You have a lot. This is default email provider. Then let's have an options dot password dot required. Now for password required to get set to true. You want to have it at least 8. Option.password dot required alphanumeric special characters through options dot password dot required length. Length should be minimum is 8. I think it's 6 default. Options dot password, you want to require uppercase. Oh yes, it's quite important. You want to make sure our password is secure, authentic. Nobody can just guess it anyhow, not even brute force. So we say options.password.required. Now we have lowercase, it means we have to go in for an uppercase. Set this to true. And again, we are not done yet. Option.password. Do you have any other? That is all. So we see we have a lowercase, uppercase, digit, uppercase. Oh, no. We have a lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, length, numeric alphabet, and numeric. Then we have required digit. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. So you can see we are done here. We can get rid because we don't have any. Okay, so required unique characters. We forgot that. Let's set this to that's a special characters. Although we're going to enforce this, okay? So you can see from here now this is integer. So how many unique characters do you want to enforce? Now let's check it out. So you can see get or set the minimum number of unique characters which password must contain. Default is set to 1. So default is 1. So if you do not even provide this, default is 1. But guess what? You want to still maintain a 1. Okay, let's bring it in there so that we can be sure that, oh well, I am implementing this rather than relying on default. because it could get you a problem one day. Also, so let's save this. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is also quite simple. Let's add the row, because we're going to be adding rows. I'm talking about user and manager. So here we're going to say dot add rows, and here it is not row manager, rather row, and here we are not extending the row identity. Okay, we want to also maintain that, so we're going to use identity row just like that, the default one. Then let's add entity framework, whereby we need to pass in our app.db context, because it needs that to work. And as soon as you do this, it is not like you're done. You're not done. We need to go to our settings and do something in there. Do some magic. But for now, we're gonna maintain that. Later on, we're gonna do that. Now that we are done here, let's add our JWT. So services dot add authentication. Now I hate typing this multiple times. This is what I'm going to do. And change it to default scheme. It is the same. Change it to default challenge scheme. Oh, copy and paste at times is sweet. Nice, do it. Let's add the bot itself. Alright, so we have this configured. Now you can see from here, we want to save the token, also specify these parameters when generating the token, and also when validating this token. We want to validate the audience and the issuer. The issuer, it is the server itself. The audience is whom the token is meant for. It is not the client, it is the same server because it's going to validate it. We have validate lifetime, set it true so we can see whether the token has expired or not. We also have required expiration time, we set it through, and validate issuer signing key. So the special key that you're going to use, you want to make sure it is included in the token. And also you want to get the valid issuer. Here we're going to find it from the app settings. So a session as a JWT and a subsession as an issuer. Same thing applies to this. You want to grab our issuer signing key, and then we get that key from here. Okay, we set our clause queue so that the time between the server and the client, it's same. We don't want to increase it. We don't want to put an extra. Or even if they're not the same, we want to make sure we have set the same limit. Okay, so we have our configured, our JWT configuration service configured nicely. So the next to do here is we need to go in and start implementing our interface and repos. Let's go to solution application and create our repos in our interfaces. So in the application, we have our interfaces in here. We have this is an application, or that should be in the domain. We have an interface, create. Now this interface, we have an generic. So we're going to add maybe an authentication folder and add all in there. You can make it authentication or identity. Okay, so let's have three interfaces here. First one is going to need an iRow manager, iToken manager, and our user manager. We group them so we can have each work. User manager focuses on creating a user, finding user, all about user. Token is all about token. Row is all about user row. Okay. We don't want to say manager because you have manager already in there, original one. So we don't want to have any type of it. We want to say management. Let's twist a little bit. Management. Let's make this as public. Let's duplicate this. And we're not saying iRow, iUser, token. Now for this, there's going to be a task. It's going to return string. String could be null. So you say get user row. All that you need to do here is to pass in the user email address. We need one more, which is task, could be boolean, and that is add user to row. So this needs an app user, and now the row name. Now we're done with that. Let's go to the user management. Now with the user management, we want to have a task which returns a boolean, and in here we're going to say create user. You can add the async because I know I hate adding async all the time. So it takes an app user, then we have another task of boolean, and it's not an app, it's login user, which takes in same app user and our user. We also have another one, it's the same task, which is app user, and this could be null. And now here we're going to say that get user by email. So we're going to have string, email. Then we have another one, task, same app user. And on this app user, this should not be null. The first one can be null, but the second one cannot be null, depending on the context that we're using it. We're going to make sure that before we call the second one, user is already existing. Okay, so that is a get user by ID. So ID, and that's going to return user. So from that, you want to have an I enumerable. Now this enumerable is going to be app user. This could also be null. This null should come here. Get all users. Then we have task, which returns integer. Remove user by email. Let's pass in our email nicely. Then last one, we want to grab a list of claim from the specific user. This, and we say get user claims. Pass in only the email. That is what we need. So these are the interfaces that we need. Sounds many, too long, many, or what do you think about this? Short interfaces. Then let's go to the token. This is about token management. So if I say token management, you get it. Now let's have our, it's going to just return get refresh token, because your token expired, you want to get a new token. And we're going to have, they're going to return list of same claim. And now with this claim, it is get user claims. Now this get user claims, we want to get it from not the database or the user manager, rather from token. So we have two things. Make sure you do not confuse yourself with it. This is getting the claims from the token, and the one is getting the token, the claims from the DB. Okay. The next one is, let's have our task. This is going to return true. I'm going to say validate refresh token, and now let's pass the refresh token. The next one is returns an integer. I think this should be string instead. Then get user ID by refresh token. So you want to extract an ID from the refresh token that is coming in. But that means you're going to save the refresh token. So we're going to save it in conjunction with the user's ID. So when you have the token, refresh token, we can just go to the DB and then grab the ID. That is what this method is going to do. And also you want to add refresh token. And now this needs two things. User ID, now refresh token. I believe this interface has made you understand this one, right? We're going to save it. So we're going to have user ID, and now you want to get user ID by the token that we're going to provide. And let's have two more. You want to have an update. You know, we want to follow the solid principle, a single responsibility for each function. So we don't want to make two or more. If not, you can combine some of them to make it 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to violate that rule. So this principle says that each function must have only one reason to change. Okay, so it should have a single responsibility. So let's follow that. That's a good way of programming. So this is an update. We're going to update that. I'll tell you the reason why when you get there. So don't worry if you don't understand this. Don't worry, you understand it soon. But I believe this is important for you to understand. And I believe you know it already. Now the last one here is, let's generate the main thing here. Generate the token. And now this token, we pass in list of claim, which is going to come from the user management. We have claims. These are our interfaces that we need. We can separate them into a separate file. Okay, let's go do the implementation. So with this, we need a user manager to inject it. And also this should have the iRow management as an interface. And that is where we need to implement our two interfaces, add user to row and now get user row. That is all this is going to do. So we can say that results, we're going to return just Boolean. So we can use this lambda expression It's difficult to debug with this, but if you have a simple method that you know that for sure is going to work, then lambda is good. You want to return this await user manager dot add row async, and now with this you want to provide this user and add the row name. This should return succeed, right? So maybe let's see if we can get the succeed from here. This succeed is a boolean task, could be true, could be false if this is performed successfully. So you want to return that. Also, let's get user. So we can grab the user first. So find by email. Let's specify the email. When we get it, we want to return. Should be an await. Then we have our user manager dot get rows. Now you know with get rows returns a list, but we're having a single row for this user, right? So you want to say that this row you want to grab that first or default. Let's make this nullable, although this won't be null, but well, let's make it nullable. We are done implementing this. Let's go to the other one, so we can put it here, so we can put it in a file. Let's say this is class I user management. No, this is not I user management. This is rather user management, and it inherits from I user management, right? Let's implement the interfaces here. So with this, we need to inject our row manager that we just created, so it's going to depend on that. So I row manager, row management, and aside from that, we need our user manager app user manager. Then we need our app db context, then db context. Let's say this is context. So we need 3 dependencies. Okay, so once we have this, let's go ahead and first create a user. You have the user already, so you're going to say that this user is equal to await get user by email. But we're not having this get user by email, so it tells you that we need to create that first, because you want to extract a common class here, and we even have a method that is get user by email. So we can go ahead, send is going to return null. It tells you that yeah, this could be null. It could be that user is not found or not found. So user manager dot find user by email, and that is what this method is going to do, the email. Now same thing applies to the ID. So now let's go and grab this. So it is saying that here could be null, although it won't be null, because from where we're going to use it, it won't be null. But what it is saying that we should make it null. So in order to get rid of that, we can say this is user and then return user together with that sign. Okay, so let's say await get user by email, user.email. Now we're getting the user. So we're going to say that if user is not equal to null, if user is not equal to null, the reason is we are going to create, so we don't want to create a user once it exists. Duplicate. Oh, it's wrong, it's bad. Just return. This is going to be a boolean, so here it is false. Else we want to create this, so we say that this is the result that we are having. Now with this result we want to create it, so maybe we can just, this could be in just a single line. We can say that return await, but this should be in bracket. So return await user manager dot create async, passing this user and also the password. The password. And now here it's going to create it. So dot succeed. You want to return this. I'll be saying this should be null, but well, this won't be null. Okay, now it is leaving us an issue. Use explicit val. Well, it's also fine. Or use local one. So that is get. We have get all users. So with get all users, what can we do from here? We can just go ahead and return the whole user, the list. So let's also use lambda to handle. We don't want to use user manager because you cannot get a list from there. We can use context dot users. You have the user soon, don't worry. Dot toList async, and here this you use entity framework call. EF core app db context. Okay, you come back and rectify that, never mind. So we have the users got. We haven't used row management, right? We will use that, don't worry. Now get user by ID. So this get user by ID, what can we do? We want to, okay, we have it already. Get user claim, that is what I'm talking about. So get user claims, we are going to return a list of claims. So here we take in the email, and now with this email we're going to say that var user, this user is equal to await. Let's call this internal method to get user by email, this email. So once we have this, we can check for the row. Okay, then we're going to say that await row management dot get user row. Now with this get user row, all that we're going to do here is we're going to pass in this user dot email, because we need user email to get row. After we have this row, we want to create it because we have everything. So let's start doing some magics. So we're going to say that list of claims, you say claims is equal to, so instead of having new, you want to use this array, and in that let's have new claim. First one is full name. Do you remember? Now with this full name, it is coming from user that full name. Aside from that, we have another one, new claim. And now with this claim, we're having claim types dot name identifier that is the ID. So it is user dot ID. We have another one, new claim types dot email, and here we're going to say that user dot email, and lastly let's have the row. So that is a row name that we have. Okay, so once we have this, we can go ahead and return. Okay, so we have a method all implemented, isn't it? Oh, great. Okay, so we have our last method. Okay, so we did not use. Alright, so we have login, we have remove user. We forgot that, and that is coming from user management. Oh, okay. It means we need to work on that. Okay, so let's go to the login. Let's get user. So here is what you're doing. You want to first, before user logs in, you want to grab the user email, check whether it's in the system. Then in case the password or the username is there, you want to check the password, isn't it? But first you want to check if a user has a row. The user has a row, so we don't want an user to log in without having a row. So here this is like a validation that we're doing. We can do this in the application or we can do it here, but this is the stages that we go through for a user to get login. We first get the user by ID, we check the user row, and then we check the password. So it's all about check, right? So 3 checks get you in. So we also check in the password. We pass in the user. Now when it comes here, because you're going to find the user here, so we can use this user or that. And we need to provide the current password the user is passing on, so we can check if it corresponds or it syncs with what we have already. And it's going to return true or false. Check it up. So we're going to return the answer here. Now in case I want to remove user, I have to go through it, make a search from the user, and I'll get it off. So let's first get user. And this method is also to remove it. Now this method returns save async changes, returns an ID, returns a tax, a result of integer. So we can also return to see if user remover worked. Now let's implement the last one, and that will be have the user management, that is a token management. So let's have our method down here. So what we're going to do next here is implement our token manager. So we need to create a model which will be used to save it, which contains three properties, maybe GUID as an ID, user ID, and the token, refresh token itself. So go to the domain, and in identity, let's add a class in there. So add a class known as refresh token, and we have the ID, the username, and the token. Now in there, let's go to the app.db context and register this or create a DB set for it, which is going to be a table to store that. Now that we are done, we come to our refresh token, and in here, let's go and add this. So we're going to say that context, we need to ingest DB context. And also we're going to need an I configuration, which is coming from say config. So context.refresh token, we should have it here. So after that, we're going to return this is going to return integer if it's access. We're going to have it if it is not. We're going to also have that. Now let's go to generate token. So in generate token, let's see what we can do. Let's first get our key from the app settings. So new symmetrical. What we did symmetric security key. What we did in the registration, we're going to do same here. We're going to say encoding. Encoding.utf8. Now with the encoding, it should come from system.test. .utf8 .get bytes, and on here with this get byte we have our config, then this is JWT and the key. So you can also use I options to handle this. We are not doing that today. Okay, now so this is our key. We have our key stored. Let's create our credential. So credential is got to new sign in credential. We specify our key, then we specify the security algorithms HMAC 256. Then let's go and set expiration to our token, datetime dot UTC now dot add hours, and you want to make it 2 hours. Now that we have all this, let's go and create our token. So you're going to say that the token that we have is equal to new JWT security token. In that we need to specify issuer, and issuer is going to be config, then JWT issuer. Aside from that, we can have audience, it is the same config, and here you're going to have JWT audience. Let's have our claims. So we have our claims, and claims here, since we have it already, we're going to provide a claims in it. Then we have expiration, we set that to, that is expired. We set this to expiration that we have created, and then lastly sign in credential, we set this to the credential that we have created. Okay, now let's return new JWT security token handler, new generated security token handler dot write token. So write token, pass in the token that we have created to return a token in the form of string. Yes, so we have a token created. So this is the method to return token. Okay, now let's create the next method is what? Refresh token. So let's just return 64 bytes of random generator string, which return to be 64 string. So let's have a constant, and this constant we're gonna have a byte that you want to create byte size. You can increase this from 32, 64, then you're gonna have a byte, then have random bytes is equal to new byte. Then with this byte, pass in this byte size. So now you have a 64 byte. Then let's use random number generator to get that. So using random number generator is equal to random number generator dot create. Then in that we want to add number generator dot get bytes. Let's pass in a random byte. Okay, now we have, so let's convert it to base 64 string. So return convert dot to base 64 string. We need a string, pass in this random number byte, pass in this. So with get user ID from token, we can get it from the database, and straight you can see from here we want to access the refresh token, and I'm passing the user ID and I return it. That is what we are doing here. Okay, we should use an EF call. The next one to do here is we want to update. In case I want to update this, then we want to populate this. We can get the user details from here. Could we create an instance of this refresh token? And now with this refresh token model that we created, it is coming from domain.entities. Then we can have refresh token. So dot identity, that is where this is coming from. So maybe we can remove all this and I include it as a reference, which is already done. And in that we're having the user ID already. So here we have an email, so it means we have to get. Now this is an update. I think this is a pasting the wrong choice. That is why at times copy and paste can give you an issue. It should be an update refresh token. So with this update, we have a user ID. You have a refresh token already in here. We create a model out of it. Then we get from database. And maybe this is what we can do. In case you can get it from the database from here, get the user first. Maybe since you're doing an update, I think we can even get rid of this model. We don't want to update the model straight, we want to just update the property in the model. So we're going to set here as an async, and then we get from database where we have the token. When we return it, when we get it, set the token to this refresh token, the current one, and now save changes. Now let's go and add. So in add, that is where we need to provide the model. And now we save changes. So add. Now this is update. So aside from update, we have add refresh token. Where there's an add. So we are adding it already. And we have it. So you can see we are adding and now we are updating. Now we have get user claims from token. So the token that is going to come in here, that is where we need to get the user claims from. And I believe here this one should be token, not email. I think we need to correct this, because if we want to grab the claims here from the token, and in order for us to do it, we need to get the JWT security token handler. We need to read tokens, and in that we can extract the claims from it. We commit it to a list and I return, else we want to return null. Okay, that's an empty array. So it means that we need to change here get user claims from token. We need to change this token manager. So get user claims from token. This should be the token, not an email. Okay. And the last method that we have is to validate the refresh token. We want to check, make sure that the refresh token does exist in the database, and then that we can use a simple search to get it. So because you're using first or default, and in that we are checking in case it is found, we're going to return if user is not now, so return a boolean true or false in case user is found. Okay. And we have this also implemented. So the next thing to do here is we're going to orchestrate all these interfaces through the service. And let's see how we're going to go about that. So first, make sure you build this. And also, we need to change from our DB set. Instead of the identity DB context, we can use, maybe for you to get it well, this is the normal stuff, and here we create constructor to inject this. So we create constructor, and in here instead of this, we're going to be using identity DB. So identity DB context, and in that we need to specify our app user. This should come from the namespace of using identity EF core. Okay, so we can also go ahead and implement the primary constructor control period, and you can see that we have implement primary constructor, giving it the same way. But well, I really like using the old one because it's clear and understandable. All right, so now that we have this, we need to register our service in the program.cs file. So go to the service container, go to your service container, and in there we need to register all these services. So services.add scope, then we're going to create this 3 times. So we need user management. So this is user management. Then let's include, we need same for token management, token management. The last one, okay, so we can go to our extract all this to separate files, token. So when we check authentication, we have that is a row, token, and our user manager. But that's the management. Okay. So let's go ahead and create our service. So let's go to application. In the interface, I'm going to create a service. So maybe I can add authentication, or I could be a service for that. Now in this interface, we need 3 interfaces: create user, login user, and a revive token. And that's going to be for refresh token. When token expires, you want to revive it, you want to keep it alive. So we need to make sure we get a refresh token. This call will be made by the UI, the client. So but for now, you have to implement it so we can allow the client to do it. Now we need a login response. So let's see from here, we need to also create user DTO and also login user. And then we have a login response. Do we have login response here? No, we don't. Now, the difference between create user response and login response. You know, with the service response that we created previously, it has two properties. It's a record. And these properties are this flag, success, and also a message. But the login response, it goes beyond this. You can see we are going to have a refresh token and our token. Maybe we're going to have a message aside and our state. So we need to create that response. So let's grab that. And in the DTOs, we have a response. We can also add, this here. So this is a class and login response. Now in this login response, maybe we can have, we can also make it a record, isn't it? Yeah, so we can make it record. Then within that record, we can specify some properties that we do need, such as maybe message token and a refresh token. Let's get this done. So let me just make this as public. And here we are having success, message token, and a refresh token. So that is our login response. You can see here, you're going to return 4 properties. Each going to have a value. But you can see we have a default value set to each. So we can decide to skip some of them and pass value to specific ones. Now we need to create a user account. Now, you know, when you go to the app user, when you go to our interface, app user has email, username, full name, phone number, and etc. But you want to focus on maybe full name, email, password. Okay, for now. This is what we need in this e-commerce project. So let's copy this. Let's go to our DTOs. Now DTOs, I'm going to add a folder here, and this is going to be identity. It could be authentication, it could be identity, it could be anything at all. Now in here, let's add a class. And this class, you're going to name it as create user. Now with this create user, what are some of the properties as mentioned earlier do we need? Since we're going to have a base class, because login and also create, you're going to have possess some of the same properties. So I suggest we put, let's say this is a class, and I say this is base model. Now with this base model, let's have full name and maybe email address. I think so, isn't it? So let's have email, and we have string, that is password. Okay, so maybe we can use the required keyword to make sure that this is required. Okay, we have this base address set. Now aside from that, we can also specify, we have a create user. So let's implement inheritance. So let's have a base model. Now this model has email and password. Now for create, we want to make it required string, and let's say this is confirm. Oh, I want to say confirm email. Confirm password. We have email and confirm password, and here we're gonna have full name as well. So it's a string, and let's say pass in your full name. Make this as required. Okay, let's create our login. So for our login, it's going to be public class, that is login user, and now this inheriting from the same base model, and that is all. Because here we need email and password. That is what we need for the login, email and password only. When it comes to create user, we need email, password, full name, and confirm password. So we got them. Okay, let's extract this into separate classes. So move this and move this as well. Great. Oh, are you there? It's still there. Let's see. Let's print again. Go. Yes, it's gone now. So when you check your identity, you can see we have all these 3. And when you go to the in services, it means we need to make reference and use them here. Great. Let's create our service, our implementation for that. So in here we go to and add, and also add authentication. Then let's add class for that. Now with the authentication service that we have, it's going to be public as usual, and at the end, this should inherit our authentication service. And with this, we need to include the reference and implement all the interfaces. Okay, so we have create login and a revive token. Let's get this straight. So we need to inject our authentication service, authentication, and here it is not just authentication. It is token management. We say token management. We have user management. We say user management. We say row management. We say row management. So we have this injected nicely. And maybe we can log message here. So let's have app logger. And here it's going to be authentication service. And we say logger. Before we can proceed working on this, we need to validate the model. So I prefer, in the previous one, we use a default as a Microsoft default validation model that is using the attribute required, denied, and a lot, email address, and etc. But let's also use another way of validating so that you know the two way. You can choose any of them. Okay. Now let's use Fluent validation to validate the specific models. So we need to install the package. So let's do that. And also, it's not only Fluent validation, we're also going to introduce mapping. So we're going to also map models. We cannot do that manually. Although it's not a big project that we do not have large properties of models, but just few. But still, it's good to use AutoMapper to just get that, to tidy up your system. Okay, instead of you writing a lot of code to do that, you can use the AutoMapper, just one line, you can map it and straightforward. That's amazing. So I suggest to you that you use it often, even in some applications. Okay. So as usual, I'll have to unload my project. So let me save everything. So I'm not saying you to unload yours, but if you want to unload it, fine. But you can just go in there and install. You see, we have AutoMapper here already. So we are going to install this Fluent. So these two packages, Fluent validation and validation.ASP.NET Core. Install these packages. Let's go and reload project with dependencies. Okay, so we have them. So we see in the previous video, we're able to map it. We use the AutoMapper as well. And today, we're going to also use the same AutoMapper. So it tells you that after we have done this in authentication service, we cannot skip AutoMapper. We need it. So mapper, and we say this is mapper. Okay. Aside from that, once we have this package installed, we need to create our validation to handle this. How do we do it? Let's create a folder and name it as validations. Now on these validations, what else can we do here? Let's go in for organization. So I'm going to say what I'm going to do here is about authentication. And yes, of course it is. So under that, we need to create a model, create user validation, and also login user validation. So create user validator. And also, aside from having this validator, we're also going to make a copy of this and create login user. So all that I'm going to do here is to change it to login. It should be public, and I believe you know this. Let's copy this. We can paste it up here. Amazing. Let's remove unnecessary seasons. Streamline that. Okay. Now in this create validator, what else can we do? This needs to inherit from an abstractor. That's an abstract validator of create user. So this is a model, and we should inherit from that. So that's an abstract validator. This one passing the model. Very nice. Now you're going to do the same to this. And now the model here is what? Login user. Let's create a constructor for this. CTOR, create a constructor. We're doing it together. CTOR, constructor. Now for the validator for create user, we want to specify this. Remember that the validation should match with what we did. Now when you go to the program, or the program solution, go to your service container. In your service container, where is it? In your service, or in my service container, you can see that we said in identity we want to follow this. So it means our validation should also match with this synchronization. So once you have this in mind, let's create a validation. Now you can see from here we are having full name, we are having it as not empty. With message, I have what is prepared beforehand, so you need to type them again. If not, time consuming is a factor. So pause the video and I'll do it small to get it. Okay. Okay, so you have not empty, it shouldn't be empty. In case it is, then you know what's going to happen. The same thing applies to email, and here we are adding the email here to make sure it has @ symbol in it to check the format. And also when it comes to the password, here matters most. You can see it's not empty, and also the minimum should be 8, and it should include alphabet capitals, alphabet lower, alphabet. It should have at least a number in it, and also a special character. Yes. And lastly, this password should confirmed or should sync with this password. That's a confirmed password. Let's go and create one for the user. We can even tap some from here and I'll paste it in there. For user, it's quite simple. Once you have a constructor created, we need only 2. We don't want to enforce this password validation, because if we do that, then if it's an anonymous person, a hacker, then the hacker might know the pattern of the password. Okay, we don't want all that. We're going to do here is password is required. We provide wrong password, we say that invalid credential, and that is all. So never do this again in here. Don't expose yourself. Do not expose your system. Make it in this way. When you're creating a user account, that is where you need this. But when logging in, hey, never do that. Well, we can check for valid email address. But for password, all that you need here is password is required. And that is all. So once you have this, we can save this peacefully. Let's abstract this to a class. So we have 2 validation classes, login and then create user. So once you have this, what else can we do? The next thing to do here is to enforce this validation. We need to register this first in a program.cs file, not the program service container. So once you have it in here, validation is happening in the application. So it means we need to go in for the service container in that. And that is where we need to add our service. So in here, we're going to add fluent validation, and that's an auto validation. And also we're going to add this. We are getting only one. You can see we have 2 created, create user and login user. But here, watch here, it is saying that add validators from assembly containing this. So as soon as you get this, the assembly that this contains, that is where we have all the validations, isn't it? In case you have the validations in different assembly, that is where you need to also register that. But since we have all of them in one assembly, this is going to make it work. It's going to get all. Okay. Now, what else can we do again? Let's go to our authentication service. And here we need to validate this. So in this service, let's add validation service. Maybe we have the validator for create user and also login user. So we need to also add that. We can talk about validator. Do you see yours? Oh, I'm not seeing mine. Yes, that is this one. Validator. And here we need a create user. That is our model. And in that we say this is create user validator. And also we have iValidator login user, and we say login user validator. So we have also this included, right? Amazing. But the reason why we're going to do here is the next thing to do is which one? Here, don't worry, when we get there I'll tell you the next thing to do. So in the create user, first of all, let's handle validation. So we can say that validation here is equal to, we're going to have await create user create validator dot validate. So validate, we need to pass in this user. Okay, now here create user validation, we pass in this user because it needs create user. But it is not all. After we have this, this should be an validate async, because since you have an await, it should be validate async. Now this is going to return a result. It could be success or it could not be successful. So let's have if this validation result not now dot success. So we want to check is validation, that is this one, dot is valid, dot is valid. So you want to negate it and make sure if it isn't, then what are we going to do? Then we need to extract the errors and our return. So in that we need to grab errors is equal to this validation result that we have in here, that is this validation. So then we can have errors dot select. You see, so select this, you need to pass in e dot error message, and we want to convert them to a list. You see, so the same thing applies to when you go to the login. We're going to have the same thing. So here we can create a simple class to handle that. You see, we don't want to repeat it. You want to follow dry. Do not repeat yourself. If it is possible, do not repeat yourself. So let's scrap all this. Don't worry. We're scrapping this. And we're going to create an interface for that. It's the same validation. So in the validation class that we created, this can be used for all validation that you're going to work on. Validation authentication. And in here, this won't be only for authentication, rather. So let's put it in the base folder. And I'm going to say this is iValidation service. Now with this iValidation service, what can we do here? We can have a single method which is going to be generic, and this is going to return service response. Okay, service response has property of success and a message. Let's clear this, let's streamline this. Then you know that this is public, and you also know that this is what? Interface. Now let's create implementation for that. So we have our public, and that is our class, and we say this is validation service, which inherit from iValidation service, which takes in T. And as soon as it takes in T, it tells you that this also will take in T. Let's implement the interface. So control period. Let's see if you're gonna have access to iValidation service. Is it the same? Yes, it's the same. All right. So okay. So there's no T here. So why? Oh, I thought it's here. All right. So let's implement this. And now we have this. So here, what can we do? So what we were doing that we scrapped off, let's go and bring it back. So I have it at hand. Let me just get it here. Oh, I have to make a duplicate. That actually, that is one of the ways issues that you face. If you like, copy. Okay, so I have it in here. You can see that we have the method implemented, and that is a class which inherits from the interface, this interface. And in there, we are saying that validate this result. This model is T model. It means a generic. Then we want to check if it is not valid, then get a response, and now join them, retain the form of an array. So here we're going to use this. So in a client, if you want to access and display them one after the another, it means you need to split it using this and convert them into lists so we can have a separate validation errors. Then we're going to return. But in case everything works, then why don't you just return only success? You can actually pass the message so they can use that in your service. But well, I don't think it's necessary. So let's put this in another class or another file. Now we have it. So it means that once you're done with this, we cannot skip registering. We need to go in there and register that. So services.add scope. We say this is validation service. And we have validation service. You see, validation is spelled wrongly. I think you can make that change. Let's go back to the service and let's inject that. So validation service. Do I have the correct one here? I don't. It means I have to go back. Okay, so we have all the tools that we need, the apparatus that we need. We have everything. Now we can go ahead and execute or perform our operations. Okay, so in this, what is the first thing that we need to do? I told you earlier that we need to validate this user, right? So under validation, this is what we can do. Let's grab and say that here validation results equal to validation service that we have validated passing this user model and under validation itself. That is this the instance of the validator that we created for create user. Now in case it is not successful, it's going to return what here? This returns service response and this returns service response. So we can return it straight away. But in case it is, then what else can we do? It means this is false. No, this is true. Success is true. Then what else can we do? We're going there to map our model. So let's go and map it. Now in order of mapping, we are mapping our app user to a create user. No, mapping create user to app user. Yeah, vice versa. Now, app user has a lot of properties in it, while create user has few properties. Now, it's going to match the equal property names, and now the other one that they do not have the name appeared in the other model is going to skip that. So, example is password hash is not found in the create user. So it means you have to map it ourselves after it has finished with the email and maybe the password. So we do the email and we add the username because you don't have username property in the create user. So we have to do it ourselves and map it in here. After we are done mapping, what else can we do? We need to go ahead and execute our create action. Now in order to do it, then this is what we're going to do. We need to call our user manager. So first of all, we're going to create a user first. So watch here. We're creating the user. Create user, we pass in this map model, and in case this is false, you want to return email address might be already in use or unknown error occurred. Because when you check this, it returns two states. It could be false for the first time, that is the user exists, or when creating the user, there could be an issue which is going to return false. So in this case, we are adding these two issues together, and I'm saying the email might be in use. That is when the email is already in use or unknown error occurred. So we're having that. We don't want to give an explicit information exactly what is going on because that could lead to some issue. So actually try as much as possible to make your information return to the user very simple, understandable, and user-based. Okay. Now the next thing I'm going to do here, so you can decide to log in case you have an issue like that for you. You can decide to log it, but mostly this is going to work as soon as model is being mapped and everything is set. This should work, but well, who knows? You want to check as well. Now the next thing is, after we have this in success, the next thing we're going to do here is going to assign a role to the user. How do you assign this role? The first person who gets registered should be an admin. The subsequent ones are going to be user. So we need to do that. And in that we have this, the user management there to handle this issue for us. So let's go ahead and I'll do that. So under assigning role, we want to say that user manager.get user by email. The user has been created from here. So as soon as you call this, you're going to get the email. So we don't need to check it. And this is also going to get the list because email has been added, user has been added, so at least you're going to have one. Then we are saying that in case this user count is greater than 1, it means user already exists. It means you're having 2 or more. Then assign this current user as user. But in case it is the first time or is equal to 1, then it means an admin, because our system is made in such a way that the first person who gets registered to the system is an admin. Subsequent ones are user. But well, you can have different scenarios in this, okay? So this is what I'm implementing and for now in our project. You can modify this to suit what you want. Now with this, we can check from this. This is going to return what is going to return true or false. So we can check in case it is false. In case user a row is not able to assign, then you want to roll back because this user has been added. There is no row assigned to. After adding the user, we wanted to assign the row and issue occurred, so we did not able to assign the row. Then we want to roll back. We want to remove that user and make this user not existent in the system. So in that, we're going to check in case this is false. It means row could not be assigned, and we don't want anybody to be in the system whereby row is not assigned. It doesn't have row. No, we don't want to do that. So we're going to remove this user by email, and I'm going to check it up. But in case during removal it gets an error, then you want to log this error. Okay, so maybe user with email failed to be removed as a result of row assigning issue. User could not be assigned row. So we are logging this. Okay, let me put this in a new line so you can see. Maybe this also. Great. So we are having all this, and we're going to return error occurred in creating account. So I think yes, you creating account. So there is going to log it. So in case here, if your developer goes to the login and check, you can see that this user is about to be removed, but there's an issue occurred. It means this user was unable to assign a row, and it has been removed. The row was able to assign, and this user is supposed to be removed, but we couldn't. So we can now go ahead and tackle and fix it and see the reason why the user couldn't be removed. But mostly it's about 1%. It's 1 out of 10. It's 1, but well, it's good that we leave it there. But in case everything works, then who knows? The next thing to do here is we want to return account created. But before account created, okay, after account is created, that is what we need to do. We want to send, so let's verify email. Okay, so the email that person has sent, we want to send a token to the email so that you can verify. And we are not doing this for now. Maybe later on we're going to tackle how to verify the email. Let's keep that. Let's assume for now, as soon as you create an account, you have this created. Now let's go to the login. Now if the user wants to log in, that is where we need to check, authenticate the user, and now generate a token for this user, which includes all the claims that you have assigned, talking about the role, the name, the ID, and the full name, email as well. So in our login user, instead of repeating what we did earlier on, that we scrapped it off and I made the generic one which cater for all, we can also do same in here. But take note, now this method returns login response, not service response. So it means you have to overwrite that and prepare as login response. This should be a nation. So what's here? We validate it. When we have the results, we're going to check return login response. Then we specify only the message session equal to the message that we have. This message could be a list, it could be an array, it could be a list of string which has been joined with semicolon. So in the client, we can split it and I'll get the list. But in case this also works, then we need to also map this. So let's map our model to the app user model, because that is what we need in the implementation. And I'll specify the password hash externally. After we are done with that, we go ahead and I'll execute our function. That's the interface in our repo, and that is login user. If it is false, you want to return invalid credential. You don't want to give exact message by invalid credential, because your login should return true or false. Now in case you are true, you are good, then we want to populate the user claims. So how do you get the claims? You call this user manager service to get us the claims. So you first get the user over there, you're going to get it. Then we get all the claims from the user. We have our claims here. When you have the claims, the next thing to do here is to generate your token. So how do you do it? We have the token management created already. So we call that and I generate token. We pass in the claims. After you're done with that, it also has a refresh token method which also returns the refresh token. We also do that. Now that we have all these tools at hand, we can go ahead and now save the refresh token, and I'll return something else. So here we're going to save it. Now, under saving this refresh token to the table that we created, in order for us to check when user is being calling for refresh token, we add the token to the database in here. Then we return this save token, going to return integer. What's here? So we check if it's less than or equal to 0, it means you couldn't save. There's an issue. Then return this. So although we have the token generated by return, so maybe in advanced scenarios we are not going to generate the token. We're going to return only this one. So it means although you've registered successfully, but when trying to log in, token cannot be generated, and therefore you're unable to have the token, so you cannot log in. That's good. You can prevent people from logging into the system. Yes. But in case it is, everything works, then what we want to do here is, so we want to return the next line, the token itself, and a refresh token, and set message as null for default. So in case it works, then return this. You can see you're using this ternary operator, okay, to handle that. All right, so that is all we need to make your user log in and then get a token. Aside from that, if I go in for revive token, that is when a token is being a refresh token is being sent, and the token expires and a refresh token is being sent. How do we activate? How do we get a new one? First of all, we want to validate if the token is real, if the token is not tempered. So you want to check to correspond if we have the same token in our database. So once you get it, once you have it, we're going to, in case it isn't, they're going to say invalid token. Or once you have it, then we're going to get the user ID. We can get the same user ID from a method in there. So get user ID from refresh token, we pass the token, and it's going to get a corresponding user ID. Now let's get also the user itself. So once you have the email, the user ID, we can get the user itself from here. So we have the user ID, let's say we have the user, everything is here. We need to get the claims again from this. Now this time around, we can decide to get a claim from the database, okay, from your identity manager. But the token has claims already, so you can also extract that. So with these two ways, choose one. I am going to extract this claim from the token. So to populate everything again, going back and forth in the database, I can just get it. Since I have the token, I can get the user claims. Okay, so here we get this user manager. Oh well, wait. User manager has what? Get user claims, and this claims is getting from the, not the token, rather the identity manager, because the token is expired, so we could not send the token to the API. We sent only the refresh token. So if I'm getting the claim from the refresh token, it means we cannot get it because it wasn't part of the request that came in. Yeah, that's great. So we need to get from the system itself. All right. After we have the claims, then go in there and now generate token. And when you generate token, do not keep the refresh token. Go and generate another refresh token. So generate another refresh token. And now when you generate another refresh token, make sure you update it. Don't add it again because you have the same user information there already. So go and update it. So we call this method to update the token. And after updating, return a login response, and I return the new token with the refresh token for the user to store and add the token to the header and make another fresh request. That is all that we're doing here. Great. So we are done with the authentication service. Now we're going to register this service. Let's check and see if this service has been registered in our service container. So let's do it here. So services, add scope, authentication service. Let me say this is service. Now let's go ahead and create our controller. We need to create a controller to use the service that we have created. So let's go to our presentation layer. So in here, presentation layer, controller, we can add controller here. The API empty, and let's give it as authentication controller. In that we need only two 3 endpoint, I'm sure 4. So we need 3 endpoint. Let me add one more, and that's going to be refresh token. Now this refresh token, we want to pass in refresh token itself. So here, revive token, and it should be string. This is not post, it should be get. And we need to inject authentication service. So instead of logging in, nope, let's revive token, which takes in refresh token, and now this is going to return results, so you can return bad requests or this. So you can see, instead of using model state node, we are having our own model validation, so we're not using that. And that is all. Let's run this and check it out if everything works. Yeah, so the app is building. Let's wait and see in case there's any issue. Okay, app is running. Oh, there's an issue here. Let's check it out. The course protocol does not allow specifying a wildcard origin credential at the same time. Oh yeah, so let's go and be specific in our origin. So let's say origin. Let's https localhost 7025. Let's assume this. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so app is building, app is running. Let's wait and see if our swagger is going to work. Oh, you should have an issue here. It is saying that, oh yeah, yes, I've got it. We don't have the key and the service and the app authentication. Oh yeah, but do you have yours? I don't have mine, so that's the reason why I'm getting that error. So quickly, I'll just go to, or let's go to the app settings and add our JWT section. So put in your secret key here. It must be secret to developers only. Yes, so we have 7025 for issuer. Now this is authority, and our home API token is made for to consume. So which is the same API. So this API, that's we're going to have this. Okay, so this is a simple description for you to understand. Yeah, so let's do this again. Alright, so everything running, and I think everything is set and smooth. We might not have any error again. Oh yes, we do. So we don't have it. Now let's say for create, If I decide to click on this without provide the properties, the accurate data, let's see the errors. Oh yes, email is invalid, password must be, and all the rest. You can read it yourself. Now let's provide at least meaningful one. This is well, let's say we have admin1 at admin.com. Then we have admin at 123. Whoa, I think we need to add migration. Yes. Let me just delete the database that we have already. I'm going to start everything afresh. So that is an e-commerce app, this. So I want to close this existing connection. Then let's also remove this. Make sure default project is set to infrastructure. Now let's add migration. Okay, update database. If you not perform this, go to the program and let's disable this again. Okay, so migration is done already. Now let's go back and verify e-commerce app tables. You must have one ASP.NET tables. And we have our refresh token table, product. Oh yeah, we get them. So let's bring it to life. Now let's hit it. So it is ready. Now let's go and create account. Let's say in case we have this, so let's show the username. I have an email as admin@admin. I have password 123. So if I decide to make the password not up to 10, click on execute, and we must have this exception. When you check this, you see we have password must be at least 8 characters long. So let's bring them back, and I'll hit on the enter. Now let's see. Yeah, I could not create because missing type configuration. Oh yeah, we did not configure the mapping. So go to solution, and in our mapping folder, we see we have our mapping config, and here let's map the models. So we say create map, and it is coming from create user, and where is it going? App user. Same applies to login. So create map, it is coming from login user, and it is going to app user. Now let's give it another try. Okay, so create. Let's see if I still have this. Now let's give it a try and check it up. So email address might be already in use. So let's go and check it. ASP.NET users, you can view data, then rows. You can also view data for rows. Okay, so okay, we don't have any row yet. I think we don't have any user, so there's an issue. we have to perform seeding to get our rows as well. Maybe we need to do that because you don't want to create rows. So let's have a default row that's an admin and user. Let's make that happen in the AppDB context. So go to infrastructure and our AppDB context. Let's seed it here. So use model creating, and here we want to create an identity row, pass in an admin, and I'll pass in what? A user row. It's after that we need to also do another migration. But let's go and check the reason why it is giving us user already exists whilst user doesn't exist. We can go ahead, let's save this, go to the solution, let's go to the authentication service. Then in here we are checking if result is false, create user. If it's false, that is why I want to return this. Yes, it might be. Let's apply another migration. Now let's see. So if I refresh my table, now go to ASP.NET rows. Let's say in case we do have, so we don't have this. Comment this. Now let's see. Yeah, so we see we have user and admin over here. I think this is working. And from users to, we have no user currently. Again, we have no user. Let's run this and check it out. I think we need to go back and add that. So let's try to log in. No, create an account. Do we still have? No, we don't have. So we need to create our own. Okay, so we still have this. Now we're going to map it. So let's go and check. So we're going to start from our service. Where is our service? Because when we check our users, it seems we don't have any registered user. Okay, so let's have from this service, let's put a breakpoint and let's carry on and check it out. So click on execute. This is hit. Let's step out. Validation is true. Now map data and password also. So when we click on map model, we need to have email, full name, password, then username. Okay, now I'm going to create user. So let's click on user manager. So go to our repo. Then in here, put breakpoint, step out, hit. Now here we're going to get user. Now let's see. Now user is null, right? So we're checking if it's not, return false. Else, you want to create this user, and I'm passing this password, and I return the success. So this user is here. Okay, you're saying the user is not equal to null, but this user too. Okay. So here we want to get the user. this is null, and if user is not equal to null, return false. Now this is null and it's returning. Let's see a way to fix that. I'm sure because of this, now this has a default value set already. So let's change this to var, right? Now let's go back. Let's grab this and let's rerun this again. Let's go and create account again. Now that is hits. Click on continue. This is hits. Now check it up. So you want to get the user. Let's see. Alright, now the user here is null and this is null. So we are looking up for this. Oh, it is going to false. It means we need to check this get user by email, this method. Oh, okay, I get it. I believe you saw that, right? This is user. Now what's here? So this simple underscore is giving another issue. Okay, so I think that is solved now. So we can rerun this again. So now this should work now. Let's see, you have a breakpoint hit. So execute this, next, map, create. Now watch it, this is null. So go to the next line. Next line. Now return create. Yes, and it's success. So check it up. Account created. Now let's go and verify. From our table, user. So we have it in here, right? Go to the user row, ASP.NET user row, view data. Check it up. So it has been assigned as what? The row ID here, it is 6. And now you have only one user, so that is 9 and assigned to row ID of 6. Now let's check the row ID. The row ID is around ASP.NET row. Row ID of 6 is what? That is what you want to look up for. Let's go for the user, the admin. Row ID of 6, this one. So you have an admin. Let's create another user and see what that's going to be assigned to F, that is a user. So let's have another one. Maybe this is admin. Let me just ask user. User. Now let's hit on the enter key. And now let's execute this, and we should get user created. Now let's go and verify from the user row. Now we have looking for the other one of F. So user ID. We're looking for the next user ID of 9, that is 12, and then we have F. So row ID 6 is the admin, and now there's F, right? You can see that the first user is admin, second one, the subsequent ones are user. Okay, now let's go in there and log in and check it out. So we're going to log in by the 2 and see the rows and the claims for each. We go to our login, and in here let's first log in as an admin. So this is admin at admin.com. Then password is admin at 123. Now let's execute and let's see. So we have a token, we have our first token, right? Now let's grab this token. Let's verify whether we have all these claims. And if you want to verify your token, you can go to jwt.io to verify that. So jwt.io. Now let's paste in our token here, and now watch it up. Full name is there. We have our identifier, that is user ID. That is the email address. That is the row is admin. There is the expiry date, the issuer 702. Let's go and log in as user2 and I'll get the role. So user execute this. Let's grab same to this, grab it, come, paste it. Now the user is user, the same name, different email, and now there's a validation time or period. Let's test for refresh token also. As soon as we pass in this token, we must have a new token. So let's see. So this is for the admin. What's here? I'm logging in with an admin at admin. So there's an admin. And let's go to revive token, pass in this refresh token here. Now let's make sure we execute it. Now we need to return because we are having this invalid token. Why? Let's check it again. So this is a token, and let's paste it, execute. Then we still have this invalid token. So let's go and check it out. Let's go to solution and now to let's first check it here from a database and eCommerce app tables, and you want to locate refresh table. That's a refresh token table, and that is this. So we have here, this is the user ID, and that is the various tokens. Expand this. So user ID here, and that is a token. So we're having this user ID. Now let's check for admin user ID. And this one is for admin. So this admin, the user ID ends with C9. So C9, that is this one, C9. And we also have another C9 here, isn't it? 2A, C5A is the same thing. We're having two tokens here. So which one should we go for? It means there's an issue with our token, save token. Let's go and rectify that. So from the service, implementation, authentication service, where we log in. So when we log in from here, if it's successful, we want to map the data. We validate it, map data. We log in for returns access. Then we want to generate the user, get the user. Here, generate token, generate refresh token. Then save it. Pass user ID and a refresh token. And now value should be greater than 0. So return the last one with the token and a refresh token. Okay. So if I log in again, we're going to add, right? So here there must be a change here. Instead of saving it, we have to check if it is there. Then we update and now save. And also when a revive token also comes in, we need to also update it, because by the time revive token is called, it means the token is already existing in the table. User can log in today, and although the token hasn't expired, he can decide to log in again. He can log out and log in again. And in this case, it's going to store add. That's the reason why we have duplicate in there. So here, how can we do it? We can get the token. So we can have user token check. So equal to, then you have token management dot we can use validate token here, because this validate token takes in a refresh token, isn't it? So the refresh token that we have here is going to check from database and see if this token is found. Now this returns true or false, so we can make here as explicit bool. Then let's see the reason why. This should be await. Okay, now if this is true, it means the user already exists. Then we're going to update it. So if this user token check, if this user token check is true, it means I'm not going to add, they're rather going to update. So we can call this, maybe we can have this int down here and save token results initials equal to 0. Then let's get rid of this. So if this is true, meaning we want to update it, so we say save token is equal to update. Then we need to pass in this user ID. We can get the user ID from here, user.id. Then this is a refresh token. So I want to update it. Else we go ahead and save it. You see? So we go ahead and I'll save this. So another response, we're going to check and I'll return this. So we're updating it if the user is already there, or adding if it's not there. So as soon as this returns false, it tells you that user is not found. But as soon as it returns true, it means user is found in the table. So it means you want to update it. Alright, so that is it. I think this will solve the issue. Let's go and clear this users array. When you go to refresh tokens, we need to also clear them. Okay, I think when you go to user rows, they should be cleared automatically. Oh, great. Now let's go and run them again. We're going to add another new registration. So now that we've seen that as soon as we register and log in, we have a token which include all the claims, we're not going to go that part again. We're going to focus on the refresh token aspect. Okay, so let's grab this. Let's log in. Sorry, it's registration, not login. So you register. Let's also register for user. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in. So we have a token. So for quick check, we can check the claims again, so we can be sure of what you're doing. The row is admin. Great. Now let's grab the refresh token. This is our refresh token. Now when you go to the table for refresh token, we must have the user ID and the token. Yes, we have it. Ends with there's a 9C. We have only one. Now let's go and log in. Let's go and revive token. So pass in this token and I execute this. We also have an invalid token. Let's go and check. So authentication, we put a token, a key here, and execute. This is it. So that is the token coming in. Let's go and validate and see. So token manager.validate. So let's go for token management from the infrastructure. And I have a token management. And here we're going for looking for validate. This one. So let's click on next. And now this is called. So we have a token. This is a token. So this token, we are checking if we have the same token. Start with, I think, LX and ends with equal to. And with this, so I think we have the same token, isn't it? Let's go and see. So token management. And now let's see. Do we have it? Oh, okay, this is now. So this is not found. Maybe because of the, let's streamline this token. Let's see whether we can. There is a percentage. But I want to go to the token here. We have this forward slash, right? So it is converting these special characters into percentage. So how can we do this? So let's go to our token manager and try to encode what we have in here to convert all these special characters. So we go to our infrastructure, token management, and here let's search for generate refresh token, and that is it. So instead of this, let's say, let's make it string, and that is token. Now the next line, we want to say return web utility.url encode. We pass in this token. This is the solution. So let's rerun this again. And now when you go to a user, you have user already created. So we're going to log in. We have user already here. Now when you go to refresh token, we have nothing in refresh token. Alright, so let's go ahead and log in. So you're first going to log in as an admin at admin.com, then admin at 123. Let's log in. So breakpoint is hit. I think we need to continue. And we have our token. So this token, when we check from gwt.io, it is the same admin. Let's verify that and see. You see, that's an admin. We have it a row. That's the most important thing. Now let's go and do refresh token. So let's grab this. Then let's go to revive. Then paste it in here. Execute. Breakpoint is set. Okay, so let's check it up. Validate, it is there. You get user ID, you get user claims, new token, you get new refresh token, and now it updates it and I return new token. Check it out. So now we have new token with a new refresh token. Now let's grab this. Go to IO, paste this, and you still have the admin, right? But the time has increased. Alright, so for now we have our authentication system put in place with our refresh token support as well. We have our product and a category created for each. Well, what else? Okay, so this time around we're going to handle the CAT service. So let's see how we can implement CAT and also payment system, maybe something like that. All right, so let's see. Now when you go to your solution, you can see we have all these projects, and we have the various projects being added: application, domain, infrastructure, and also the presentation. We are following clean architecture, and also we are being guided by the solid principles. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is, let's see how we can create. Now, handle cat service is quite tricky. Normally in an API, what I do the most is I would like to handle my cat by the UI, since I can implement local storage, session storage, and all other storages in the browser. I want to keep what the user going to add to cart, and if the user want to make payment, that is where I need to call an API. Else I want the API to relax and I'll be free from loading. So normally cart service are going to be handled mostly by the UI, but when it comes to making payment, that is where we connect or we contact the server for the payment system, and also for final calculation of the product which has been selected or added to cart. So first of all, let's look at how we can create a payment method. Now in a payment method, currently I'm going to create only one, that is by using credit card, but you can actually add a lot. People normally use enums for this, but normally I do keep them in the database so that in the near future, if you want to update it, you can create a CRUD operation to handle that. If you want to change some of the payment system, you can do that easily, and maybe you can have a UI for that. Instead of having an enum and where it's going to be in the application, maybe you want to make it versatile so a user can update it, can create it, or can delete it anytime that they do want. So let's have a look how to do it. Actually, this is what I'm doing in mine, but while there are a lot of use cases and scenarios, so based on your need, you can do something we're going to see with that. Now let's have a look at this. So let's first go in there and create a class, and maybe I'm going to call this as payment method, and I'm going to do that in the domain. So in the entities, and add the folder, and this folder is going to handle all about cards, from checkout, from payment, everything. So let's add a class, and payment method. Now this payment method is going to handle two properties. It's going to have the name and maybe an ID. So with this payment system, I have the ID and the name. I think only two properties are okay. Maybe if you want to add date created or any extra information, you can go ahead and do it. So this key should come from data annotations. Let's go and create DB set for this. You go to the infrastructure, app DB context, and that is where we're going to do our DB sets. So payment method. Now we don't want to perform CRUD for this. We want to only create this or see this whenever we apply migration. So we can copy this and paste this here, and let's see if we can see the payment method. So for ID, it's going to be GUID, and I'm going to make it as this is credit card. That is so. So I have only one payment. In case you want to add more, you see why I added this credit card? Okay, this should be here. Okay, I have this copied already, so I can go ahead and unclear this. Okay, so I have one. As soon as I update database, this is going to see table. Okay, great. Now, since the user is going to get this in the UI, we want to get this and a display in our checkout page. When user wants to check out, we need to have a service which can call an interface calling a repository to retrieve this from the database. Okay, because we have it in database, so we need to have a way of getting it. So let's go and create our interface for this. We're going to have only one property or one interface in there, and this is going to happen in the same application infrastructure. No, that's application, and that we have an implementation or the interface in there. So this is our domain. This is what I'm talking about. This is our domain, and you can see we have our interfaces. And here, let me add a folder for organization, and this is going to be let's say, let me add everything to cart, then add an interface, which is an iPayment method, and now with this is going to be public, and I'm going to provide only one, that's an enumerable, which is payment method. So get payment method, I would like to go for this. Now we need to implement this interface, so we need to go to the infrastructure and implement this. So in the infrastructure, this is our host. Infrastructure, we go to our repos, and in here I'm going to also create one, which is going to be cart. Organization is a key. I want to add a class, which is going to be payment method repository. Now this should inherit from the interface that we created, iPayment method, whereby we implement this interface. And you know, since we're going to connect with a DB, we need to implement a DB set. That is our AppDB context, so we can have access to the table. Then quickly, just one line can make this work. That is all. So we want to get a list from the database, and I'll return that peacefully. So return as no tracking.toList. Okay, so cannot convert this. This is payment method, and that means we need to change it from the interface as well. Yes, we got it. So as we are done here, we go to, let's register this before we forget. So in our dependency service container, we can put it down here, a copy of this. Then we can say iPayment method with payment repository. We are done. Let's go and create service. So in the application layer, implementation and interface, let's also add folder for carts, and let's add the new item as an interface. It should be iPayment method service. Now this is going to return task of, here we need to have get payment method. That is where we need our DTO. So quickly we go to our DTOs, and here we also going to add cart, add a class. We can go to the model. Now grab this, and here let's change this to public. Let's remove this, move that. Then we can add required. So we go back to the service and we can include the using statement here. Okay, let's implement this. Let me grab this. Then in our implementation, let's also add a class which is going to inherit from iPayment service. Let's implement this. So in here we need to inject our interface. So iPayment method, payment method. Aside from that, let's inject our iMapper, then mapper. So as we add this, let's go and map it. So let's first get the payment method. Then we're gonna say that if method.any, then you want to return empty array, else we're going to map it. Let's return mapper.map enumerable of get payment method. Then we pass in our methods. So we are mapping to this model. Now this should be enumerable so we need to go to our service, enumerable. Okay, so we have this. The next thing that we need to do here is we need to map this. So let's go to our mapping folder and map. So the T source there is coming from payment method, then mapping to get payment method. Now let's create a controller to expose the service. So we go to the host in our controllers folder, we add empty one, then we say payment controller. We can have an HTTP GET. So payment methods. Now we need to inject our service. And in that we can grab this. Yeah, so we have a simple controller to return or expose this to the outside world. So we're going to get it in case we do not have any method in it, any record. We want to return not found, but in case we do, then you know what's going to happen. Return OK with it. So let's go and create our payment service. Now this payment service is going to handle the Stripe payment service. So let's go and do that in the application. So as you can see from our details, applications, we have our services, and then there we have the interface, we have our cart. So let's add an interface to the cart. And we call this as iPayment service. Now this iPayment service is going to handle with let's say the total amount. We don't want to calculate this again, so we can say we're going to create a method to calculate the total amount of the item being sent from the client. But before that, we need to create our cart. So let's go to the details and our cart. Let's add another class, and maybe I can say this is process cart, because normally this is going to handle the cart coming in. Bear in mind that we're going to handle the cart system in the client, and it is only when user want to check out, that is where we call an API. So if user want to check out, we want to provide only the product ID and the quantity. That is all the server needs. It's going to go in there and now calculate it. So even if the client tempers the data, well, it is so safe because we return only the product ID and the quantity. That is all. So within this, we need to have two properties to handle. That is the product ID and the quantity. This is going to be for our cart, and this should be required, right? So we need to we can make this required, but that is okay. Since you're going to be using that in the UI, we need to be careful as well. Now, so let's go back to the interface. And now with this interface, we're going to have just task, which will return service response. Now this response, we're going to say pay. So we need to have a total amount. You can get this from the product list that is going to come in, but well, in case you have it, you can, for fast processing, we can have it processed separately and I'll return total amount. Then there's going to be our enumerable. Let's say this is our product, and now in our product we say this is cart's product, and also our enumerable we have process cart. Then we say this is cart. Now the reason why we haven't three properties or payload here is this is going to be the total amount of the selected product. Now this is going to handle the product details of the selected product, and this is going to handle the product itself. So this is going to be, you can see from cart we have the product ID. So if the user selected 3 products, we're going to have this product ID here, and this is going to contain those product details, and this is going to contain the amount. Okay. Now let's go and implement this. So this should be an interface to payment service. Now the implementation of this should go to the infrastructure. So we go to the infrastructure, and in our services folder we want to also add one class which is going to be Stripe payment service. We need to first install stripe.net package. So I'm going to load mine since I do have the package already. So I'll go to product properties, so project. So from here, just install this package. If you don't know how to do it with dependencies, then go to manage and get packages, and I'm typing in there. But for me, I'm going to unload a project. and here I'm going to add it. So that is a package that I need to install, stripe.net. So save that. When you are done, for me, I'm going to restore, and I'm back to life. Okay, great. So in the Stripe payment service, I can go in and now inherit from the interface. So with this, let's say I have, there's a method. Now let's clear this. So we have the package installed. We need to create our line items first. So we have our line items over here. This is coming from Stripe.checkout. Then we're going to loop through the list that is coming in. So you see we are having product here. This is our product. So we can loop through this. This process card contains only the product ID and the quantity. So when you loop through the product, we can select the quantity that the user has selected or has submitted. We can get it from here by looping through and I'm getting the product ID. You see? So all this is going to handle in the memory. So we see we are looping through the cart product. This is a product. When we loop through, we want to get the product quantity. So we make sure we search it from the cart. And now when we get the product, we want to go in there and add a line item. Since it's going to be a list, we add a session line items, and now we specify our price data. So in our price data, we have our currency as US dollars. We have our product data, and that's going to be the product name and description. We can add image and a lot. And the unit price here is in a long format. So the item price, that is the product, it has a price times 100 gives you the unit amount. And now there's going to be the quantity as we make a search from here and grab the quantity. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we need to create an option for this after this is done, and this should come outside the looping. So we're going to say this is options equal to new session create option, and now with this session create option, we need to specify our payment method type. Where is it? So payment method type, it should be a list, and now with this list we can specify USD. We can also add more. We have our line items, and that's equal to the line item that we have specified already. And we have the mode here, and we're going to say this mode is for payment. And the last two, if it is success, so successful URL. So maybe we can return, we should go to the API or the UI. So we're going to create a UI, but for now let's see HTTPS. We have a local host, then maybe with our port 7025, let's say this is our port. Then we're going to have our payment success. Then we can have, let's make a duplicate of this, and this is going to be cancelled URL. We're going to say payment cancel. Okay, so now we are good. Now as we are done, let's create our service. And here we need to return the link, which will be viewed in the Blazor form. So let's say return new service response. Okay. Now in payment method, since we are calling an external service, we need to handle this with try catch. It's good that to use a local error handling. So let's handle everything here with catch. Now this exception is not coming from us, so we can display this to the user because it's user friendly. So we can say that return service response. This is going to be false, and we're going to have ex.message. Yeah, so we have our service also handled. In case we have a feature error to pop up, we can handle that easily. Great. So now that we have this, we need to go in and register this. So we can copy this, go to our service container. Now let's put it there. So there's iPayment service. Great. Now, so our service that we have created now, that's our payment. When everything works, the payment, the endpoint will be called and our return, which will be viewed in the UI for confirmation and processing of the payment through the Stripe. Now, when it is done, it's going to return to our link, success link that we specified. In this case, we're going to direct it to the UI. So the UI, we can go and check in case it works, everything is set well. Then what can we do? You want to maybe collect the data or the product details and get it into the database so we can keep it. And this time around, we need to create a service to also handle that. So let's go to our iCat interface, and from here, let's go to, this is going to be the interface, but before that, we need to create a model. Now this model, I'm going to make it as an archive because it's going to keep maybe products which has been ordered and paid for. So let's in my entities, domain entities, cat. Here, let me add another model here, and this will be an archive. Now in this model, I want to have maybe 5 properties. Let me use this as public. And I want to have maybe an ID. There's a class, nothing. Okay, so I have an ID, product ID, quantity, user ID, and then the creator date. So I'm going to keep it. So this is going to handle the product ID, the quantity, the user ordered, and now that specific user ID. So I want to keep that. So once I have this model, I can now go and create an interface for cat. So in the same interface under cat, let's create another interface, which is going to be iCat, and I can say maybe save checkout history. This could be blank, and which returns an integer. There is an interface, take notes, and I'm going to pass in a list of checkout. Now this checkout each contains a user ID, the product ID. Let's go implement this in the infrastructure. So that is cat repository. So let's make this as public. And this should help from iCat. Let's implement the interface. And we need to just add range. And I'll return the response. So here should AppDB context. Then we have our context. And we need to go in there and add DB set of this so we can have our checkout archives. So we can do that from our DB set. So go to the solution, and from your data AppDB context, you can make a copy of this. And now say this is archive. That is all. When we return to our cat repo, everything should be okay. This should be an async, and we are good. So we are adding it. Now once you have this, it means you need to create a service whereby we can consume this and create our controller. So let's go and create our service. Now in the services, interfaces cat. Let's have an interface. So iCat service. Now this iCat service, let's go to the cat repo and I'll add it here. This should be public. And now with this, since we haven't this, we don't need to use this here. We need to create DTO for that. So with this, we can go to definition, and now we don't need an ID, we need only this one, so we can copy. Then in the cat, in a DTO cat, we can have create archive. Let's have a class. And let's paste in our properties that we copied. So maybe we can also go and create a model for this, but well, I'll also like to use the default one. Since we are going to supply this ourselves, so we don't need any outside user to do it. So there's no need for us to add implementation. Maybe a validation, special validation. We can handle this ourselves. Okay, so now once you have this create archive, let's go to our interface and let's add this create archive. So we can remove this one. Aside from save this, we need to have another one, which is going to be balance. Here should be service response, and this also should be same. And we say this is checkout. Now this checkout, we need to also create a checkout model. Now with this checkout, what do we need? Let's go and create it. So let's add a class. Rename it as checkout. Now with this checkout, we need a payment. We need payment method ID because we have it already. So is that we need to get this from database, and also we need a process check cat, which returns or it contains the product ID and the quantity user is going to provide. So let's streamline this and let's go back to our service. So we say this is checkout, and we will also need user ID. So user ID will enable us to keep it. So let's say when you have this checkout, let's pick definition. It's containing product payment method, and now this. Now process cart contains product ID and our quantity. And now we want to add user ID so we can know that this checkout belonging to the specific user. Okay. So let's go and implement the cart service. We go to the implementation, in application, and in here we already have the carts folder. So let's add a cart service. This should be a public, and it should inherit from iCart service, whereby we need to implement the interfaces. Now let's consume the cart service here. So iCart. So this is the interface, and maybe we need an mapper 2. Okay. So now save this. This coming with create. So let's map it, and we're going to say mapper.map, and here's going to be the destination, which is going to come with archive, and the source here is going to be checkout. But well, we cannot have checkout because here checkout contains. Okay, so create archive, it shouldn't be checkout. Silent, we should go and change this, save this with that. When you go to the cart service, yeah, this should be enumerable. And now this should be in here. So after mapping this, we want to say this is a result, and this is equal to await. We have our cart interface dot. We have our save, which returns a list of this, so we can pass in our map data. Then we can check, can use lambda. No, that's a ternary. So result greater than 0. If yes, then return new service response of true. Maybe we can give so checkout archived. Well, this message we are not going to, this is going to be for developer message, because we don't want to, this should be happen background, right? Maybe we can, all that we need here, it is the true. Well, we can also add something. When we get there, we see how we can handle that. In case it isn't, then return false. Okay, so you want to return error occurred in saving. Alright, now let's go and handle the checkout. We need to map it before we forget it. So let's go to our profile. Now we're mapping from our T source of create archive, and now it's going to destination of archive. Let's go back to our cart service. So we are done with this. Let's go and handle the checkout. So let's create a method, a parity method, which can return us the product and also the total amount of this product. So we're going to select the product, and after that we're going to sum up the price of this product and our return based on the quantity that the user provided. Let's have a parity a class to handle that. So this is going to be private. Let's have a relation task, and this task should return first two states are enumerable of product. This is product, and aside from that, it should also return decimal. Okay, so that is a state that you want to return this. Now aside from that, you want to say let's get total amount, and now this total amount, it takes in the process cat. So that is an enumerable of process cat. And now we say this is cat. So first of all, we want to check in case the cat does not contain any. We want to return empty and also 0 for the decimal. So instead of having this enumerable, we can make it in the form of simple like this. We can remove all this. So we can return this. That is when this cat is empty. But in case it isn't, what else can we do? We want to get the whole list of product. Now we can get this from the product interface. So we need to also add maybe generic and pass in the product. And we say this is product interface. We want to get the product interface at once from here. So the next step, we want to also handle that. Let's make sure we return array like that. So you see we are getting products, and we call all this for our interface, and we get our product. In case you have none, we want to return now. But in case we do not, then we want to select the specific product that we have in a cart. We want to get the details from this product list. So we can use select and where. At the end, we make it to two lists. So this should be the cart. So you can see we are getting select cart. We're going to select the product from first, which is equal to this, the product ID coming from this cart. So in case product is not null, then we want to return it to a list. Now once you have this, we want to get the total amount of the selected cart product. So as you can see from here, we have in this process cart. Now based on the IDs, you want to get them, and now you want to multiply the quantity by this cart price. So the next line would also make us achieve it. So we get it, we get the whole product from here. We make sure we select what is needful from our cart. Then aside from that, we want to sum up the quantity and this cart product. So you can see we are having this here. This cart quantity is coming from this cart quantity, and also you want to get it from the cart product. Now this cart product here is what we have the list, whereby the ID is equal to this. We want to take its price. So it's definitely going to multiply the price by the quantity the user has selected, and then get a total amount. And that is exactly what we're doing. So after we're done with that, it's going to sum everything from the total amount here. Then we want to return the cart product, and also there's a cart product, and also the total amount. So let's make sure this is nullable. Okay, so now we have our method. This is going to be a private method that we're doing to get the total and calculate it for us. Now we're going to use this in our cart checkout service. So in the cart, first of all, let's go and get the total amount and our product details. So we're going to say let's implement tuple. So we're going to say this is product, first one. We're going to say this is total amount. Now once you have this, it's going to be equal to, let's have an await, then get cart, await. Then we can go and grab the name. So get car total amount. Let's grab the name here. And we need to provide the list. We can get it from this checkout.cart. This should be an async. Okay. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and now get payment method. So we can say payment method. Then now with this, we need to also implement this payment service. So we can, so the next line, so payment method service. Then say payment method. So let's grab that and then say payment method dot get. Payment method service dot get payment method. And since we're having only one method now, I can say that if checkout dot payment ID is equal to the method that we have payment, this payment method dot first or default, meaning picking the first one dot ID, that is where we want to. Else we want to return new service response, that will be false, and we can say something like invalid payment method. Okay, so here should be comma, right? All right. So us then, in case it's equal to this, then we can proceed. So this is going to return string. So this is the link, and we can say it's equal to await. Now with this await, we're going to have a look at it as payment service. We don't have payment service, so let's payment service. Then we have payment service. Then we can say this payment service dot pay. Now with pay, it takes in total amount. We have it already. So total amount. It takes in the cart product. So we can get it from this product. Then it takes in the cart list. So we can have checkout dot cart. Checkout.cart. So this is going to return, let's see. Okay, this is going to return service response. So we can say return this. Okay, so you can say return this, or maybe we can even go in there and check in case it does contain the link, then we can proceed. Else we can do something else. But well, this is also going to work. So maybe we can remove this from here. And I'll make it else. Now we need to also save this. We need to call this. But I'm sure this, we need to call this from the UI after the link has been sent in the view and our user has made a payment and we've returned to the page. We can then come in and call this and provide the archive here, the list, so we can get it. When we get there, we do it. Okay, So if you don't, for now we are not going to implement this, as you can see from here, but we're going to do it soon. Now let's go to our controller. So we go to our controller from here, which is going to be the product controller. So this is the app controller in the host. Let's create our cart. So let's say this is cart controller. So for now, when you check our cart service, we are not using the user ID. Let's streamline this. Later on, when there's a need, we come back and use it. Okay. So from our cart service to, let's remove it from here. Now in our cart controller, we need to implement iCart service. And in here, we need to have our checkout. So here, let's have our post. Now this takes in checkout, which will come from the UI. And here, since we are using the default, we can check if model state is not valid. Then we want to maybe return that bad request. Then let's specify the model state. Else, what can we do? We want to call the service. So results equal to await. Then we have our cart service, and in that we have cart service. So you see, we have two endpoints here: save checkout history, right? And now this. Let's first go for the checkout and pass in this checkout. Now this checkout is going to return service response. So return if results dot success, then return OK with the results. Else, then it could be bad request with the same results. Now let's also handle the post for the other one, which will be called by the UI as soon as process is done. So let's handle HTTP posts, and this is going to be save checkout, and this should be a public async task. I action results and save checkouts. Now this should return create archive, and in that we can have results as cart service dot save cart history, which takes in enumerable of this archive. So I think this should be enumerable. This should be a list. And let's grab and return. But I mean, this return success, but we can go ahead and check it as well. So I wait. Then I think created or bad request, we can also return status code. Okay, so we have two endpoints in here. Now, in order for this to work, you cannot run this, make it work, because you need an API, a secret key from Stripe. So you need to go to Stripe account and then create account in there and then get a secret key. And in that, I have mine. So I'm going to show you how you can do it. But before that, let's go to our configuration. That is app settings. And let's have a session. This session, let's call it as Stripe. And let's specify our secret key. So this is our secret key. You can get this key from the Stripe account. So let's see how we can get it. And once you have this, let's go to, so let's see how to register. Go to solution and in here from your infrastructure, service container, let's put it here. So we can say that here it is Stripe. We can get Stripe from here because we have the package installed. Then we can have Stripe configuration. Do you see that? API key. If you have an API key, API version, API key, API info, app info, you want to tackle this. It's equal to config. And we say that here we have our Stripe secret key. This is what you need. Very simple one. Okay, so let's see how we can get a key. So that is quite simple. You go to marketplace.stripe.com and make sure you sign in. Click on dashboard, and that is where you are. So this is a dashboard. You see we have a test mode activated. It's a testing purpose for developers. And here it is where we focus on get started with Stripe. So you can see for developers, can you do this? This is a publisher key. This one, I think, is there for identification, but we need a secret key. So just go in there and now grab this key. Okay, dashboard.stripe.com test dashboard. Grab that. So I have mine here. I'm going to grab it and paste it in here so you can we can run this and check it out. Okay. But before, we need to add migration. So let's go and rebuild this project. Then we're going to add migration. All right, so we go to package manager console and so add migration. Is it 10th or 4th or 5th? All right, so let's say update table. Whoa, this should I think this is wrong. We should make sure infrastructure selected. Do it again. Okay, so this is done. Now let's update database. Alright, so there's already an object known as that. So it means we need to go in and normally for this we need to delete our database. Let me go and delete it for fresh start. That is this databases, and that is the e-commerce app. So let me get rid of this. Let me also get rid of my migration. And let me do it again. So add migration. I could say this is first. Then let me update it. Once this is done, we can go ahead and run this and check it out. So maybe this is what we need to do. We want to test. All right, so we in our payment system, we're going to test it when we get to the UI. All right, so don't worry, this is going to work, trust me, because this is going to give us a link, and on this link can be test in a UI because it's a page that we need to open. So let's see how to do that. Our next video is going to talk about how to create a simple UI to handle this. You could build a client from React, any other front end framework, but we're going to be using Blazor to build a simple UI to handle this e-commerce API. Alright, so stay tuned for the next one, and I believe it's going to be enjoyable as this. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done that, because I have a lot of informative content for you. You can change the playlist and also the channel playlist and also courses. I have a lot of these prepared for you. That's great. Alright, so catch up again. Take care. Hello friends and everyone, welcome back to the next exciting phase of our e-commerce journey. Previously, we have built a robust and scalable e-commerce API powered by .NET, following clean architecture principles to ensure maintainability and performance. It is fast, secure, and ready to handle complex business logic. But what is an API without a beautiful, intuitive, and dynamic front end to showcase its power? That is why today we are diving into Blazor, Microsoft's modern framework for building interactive web applications. Our goal is very simple. It is to create a stunning and responsive e-commerce client that seamlessly integrates our API. Our API was built in .NET 8, and in our client, we want to use .NET 9. By doing so, I need to create a different project. So I'm going to create a solution, add front end, that's a Blazor WebAssembly standalone, then add another C# library, which will handle all the logics that we'll be using in our component. So let's get going. If you haven't watched any of the videos, don't worry, I'll make them available in the video description, also in a playlist. So you can just go in there and I'll start from 1 to finish. Let's hop in. All right, so you can see from here, we are having our project created. That's our Blazor WebAssembly standalone. And also we have a C# class library added to support our client. Okay, before we tackle the client, I want us to update the API that we created and add, I think one repo or so, I think for category. So we can get the category when we are building the client. So let's open to our old e-commerce API. So mine is ready here, and I believe you've also seen yours. Okay. Now we are using generic repo over here to handle our product and category. But there are some few things that we do not want to put them in the generic because they are specifics. Let's say category specific. It is only related to category. So in here, we need to create an interface and create a repo so we can implement that. I believe you've got the idea, right? So let's do that. Let's create an interface and then let's implement our repo. Okay, so we are having an interface. As you can see, we want to get product by category. So here's the case. I want to provide a category ID and I return all related products. Let's implement this. So in here, we want to grab the product list, and we are not grabbing all the products. We want to sort it out and now get all products which have the ID or category ID as what you're going to provide. After that, we want to return, we are using as no tracking because here we want to only retrieve values. We don't want to track it. And after that, we convert this to a list and I'll return it. So the last one here, the last sentence that we're doing, this is a statement, right? We want to check if the count is greater than 0, then want to return, it means we have product here. If not, you want to return empty, right? All right, so that's what you want to do here. So after we are done creating this, we need to register this. Since we have an interface and a report here, we quickly go to our program and do that. This is not in the program. Since we are in the infrastructure, we created a service container, and that is where we need to do this. So after we are done with this, we need to go and use this in our service. That is a category service that we created. So let's go to the interface. We add the interface, and we go in there and implement the interface in a service. So let's go to the service. That's our interface, and our service can be found in the implementations folder. So let's implement the service. Like we see from here that we are using the category interface. Now, when you use category interface here, I think we're not going to have it because category interface is linked to this I category, which is from the generics. So we need to include our category. So from here, we want to call the service, that is a repo, the interface that we have in here. When we get a product, we want to check. Before we return, we map this. We need to make sure the product response here, it is not null. So we do that to check. In case it isn't, in case it is null, we know what you're doing. In case it isn't, then we want to map it and return it in the state of what? Get product. So that's our DTO. All right, so we need to go to our controller and our user service in our controller. So let's do that. So in the controller endpoint, we have the route specified products by category. Then we provide the category ID that you want to make a search with. When we get the response, we want to check in case there's any, we want to return 2 status codes here. That is an OK of 200 and a 404 of not found. So in case there's no product associated with that specific category, we want to return not found. Else, you know what we're doing. So this is what we need to add. Now, as time goes on, we will come back again and add more in case we do need them when working with a client. Because, when dealing with a client, you may get more ideas and you need to improve your API as well. So let's hold this here. Now let's go to, so I'm going to minimize this. I'm not going to close it. I'm going to minimize this so it stays alive. And now we make sure our client is open now. Let me make this clean up. I believe you have the same class here. You can decide to keep it or remove it because you're not going to use it. So maybe you can decide to get rid of it. So when you check our client and our API, let me put it again. Okay. Now with the API, if you check our application, we are having DTOs here, right? These are DTOs. Now the DTOs, we're going to use some of the DTOs, but not all. So maybe this is what you can do. In case you have this, you can create a project, a C# class library. Then you can put all the common DTOs which are going to be used by the client and I'm the server. Then you can put it there so you can make it shared to each. But well, since I am working with a different framework, that's .NET 9, I want to get the important ones, what the recommended ones, what we do need them. I want to create it. Okay, so maybe if you want to skip that, you can do that. So let's go and create our models. What we need specifically in the client, what we need here. Let's do it. And let's put them in the client here. Okay, the client library for the Blazor WebAssembly. So let's create a folder here and I'll start creating our models. So we have our category created and we have a category base which contains the most common property used by all, almost, and that is the name property. After that, we have our create category which inherits from the base, and we need names to handle that. We need our get category which takes in the ID and also the name. So we're going to inherit from the base. And now we need to get a product list so we can have access to all products related to this specific category. We're going to create a product soon, so don't worry. And after that, we have the update category, which takes in the ID and our name for update. Let's go and create our product. So we also have our CRUD for our product. We have the base, as you can see from here. These are the models that we specified earlier on. And in that, we are having the next one, that is our create product, which directly inherit from the base. We have get product, and with get product, we want to add this property here. Now this property is going to be used in a client. So we don't need this property in the API. So if you decide to use a common details for all, it means you have to create another model for this and integrate it. So you have our is new, telling us that if the product here, it is less than 7 days old, meaning it is still new. For the whole week, we're still going to have a tag new on the product. That is what this is going to do. Okay, we have a created date. Then we have the category, because we want to get a category as well attached to each product. Okay, we have our update product, and as you can see from here, we need an ID attached to the product base properties that we have. Okay, we need this for now because we want to work on product and category. After that, we need to also add authentication, because definitely we're going to log in and log out and register a user. So let's add that. So after we are done with this, we have created our login authentication base, which handles the two common properties that are going to be using most, email and password. And here we can see we are using an attribute here, using the default data annotations, email address and required to make them required when creating or using this in an edit form. We also creating a user which inherit from this authentication base, and in that we are adding the extra properties that we need. And then when you go to login, we're going to be using username and password to login. So we definitely need to inherit from this authentication base. Great. Now the next thing I'm going to be doing here is we need to create a response, which is going to be a service and login response, which will handle a token and a refresh token, as well as in case you have any extra message that you want to pass it on, plus our state, which is going to be in a Boolean expression. Aside from that, we need to also create our API call model. That is what we're going to be using to populate our API call, and I'll get into our service. So let's do that. So that is our message. That's a service response. We have two properties in here, but when we log in, we will need more properties than this. So let's create a model to handle login. So now we are done with this. Let's go and create our API call model, which will be used to populate a lot of properties for the call. So in here, we are creating a model known as an API call. These are the properties that you want to specify. We're going to be using the type. The type could be get, could be all the HTTP verbs. Based on that, we're going to switch. We have an HTTP client for a client instance. We need to specify our route, which will come from our controller endpoint. Then we need a model. If you're going to create, we need a model to pass it on. If you're going to get, we need just an ID. So we have an ID here. So this could be null. That's the reason why I made this ID and a model as null. Then we have this to convert this to string, because when we provide category ID, that ID is good, and we don't want to pass the good. We want to convert it to string before we can pass it on. So we have a simple method here to handle that. So when we call this method, it's going to assign the value to this as a parameter to the property that we have set over here. So call this method, pass on the ID, which is GUID, and you're going to return string and assign it to the ID property that we have. Okay. So these are the models that we need currently to assist us work. Now let's see the next thing to do. The next thing that we're going to be doing is we need to install some packages which would assist us work with our client. Let's first save all this. Let's go to our client as a WASM, and under properties or dependencies, you can go to manage and get packages to install them. But well, I do have them already, so that's what I'm going to do. I can just save our project. What we are going to do next is to install some packages which we will be needing in order to create our client. So let's go and do that. So let's install HTTP extension to our client's library, and also we're going to be working with cookie. So we need to install that package as well. Let's do that to this client's library, because we're going to add this project to this. So all packages installed on this client can be used here. Now let's go to the client that is a Blazor WebAssembly and install some packages also. All right, so let's fix this issue first. I think we have, so let's make sure we fix that error. All right, so these are the packages that we have installed. When you check the Blazor WebAssembly, we have Blazor type ahead, which we're going to be using for our clients search, and created by Crescenti. And we are installing authorization so we can have access to this authorized component. Then we need packages here for our input component. Then we need system identity model so we can get claims from our JWT token, which we are going to consume. When you check our client, we are doing same. We install HTTP extension so we can create a client factory. And in that, we need to also we want to use cookie storage here so we can store our token in there. So we have to install, I've created a package which enables you to work with cookie storage in WebAssembly. So we need to also install this package. Okay, so now we are done with these packages. Let's go to our client. That's a Blazor WebAssembly. But before, we need to create our service here. Now this service is going to consume the API. So let's work with that first. Now in our service that we're going to create, we're going to be creating another class which is going to be a helper. And this helper is going to support the service. They're going to provide some essentials to the service. So let's build that. And all of this are going to happen in the client library. So let's first add our helper folder. If you check this helper that we are creating, it is for the support and HTTP client. In here, we are having two interfaces. The first one is going to get a public client, and the second one is getting us private client, which is asynchronous. Now, why do I create this? The reason is, we're going to have role-based authorization in our component. So before you make an API call, some endpoints are protected, others too are not protected. With endpoints which are not protected, we're going to be using a public client to make a call to them. Now, with protected endpoint, we need to add JWT token to the header of the client. And in that, this is going to handle that. So as soon as you call this service, it's going to return an HTTP client with the token already added to the header. So you don't need to manually add it before you make a call. As soon as you call this, it has been added already. So that's the reason why we are creating these two interfaces here. Let's implement them. So before we can implement this, we also need another service in here. So let's maintain this. Let's create that service first. Then we come back. So this service is going to actually help us to get a token, although we're going to have the token from the API. We're going to keep it in the cookie section, that is from the browser. And now this service here is going to help us achieve that. So we can get only the token. We can also get only the refresh token in case you want to make an refresh token call. Then we can also form the token. This token formation will allow us to combine the two tokens together and make it as one, so we can set it to the cookie storage. And at the end, we can also remove it. So once you have this interface, let's go and implement it. Now, in order for us to implement this, we need to get access to our cookie service. So the package that we installed, the package that I created that we installed, it has an interface exposed, and that is what we can use here. But before we do that, we need to go and register that first. So from our client, let's go to our dependency. Let's add this project and choose this client library. Once it is added, we can go to program.cs file and add this service. All right, so this is what we are doing for this service. You can see from here we're injecting our cookie storage interface from the package that we installed, and in there it gives us access to get async and remove async and also set. So here we want to form the token. In order for us to save this the cookie, we don't want to create two keys. We want to have one key, but it has the combination of the token and the refresh token. So you can see we are joining it and are returning it in the form of string. Now with this, we want to generate the token. So we could have implemented this twice, but we want to get rid of duplication. So we created a private method. Now this is surrounded by a track catch. In case there's any issue from splitting, we're going to return now. But in case it isn't, we want to get the token from the local or the cookie storage. When we have it, we want to split it with this, and I want to return the position, which could be 0 or 1. 0 is the first one, 1 is the second one. So here we call this method, we pass the refresh token, which is going to be the second one. Then our token is going to be the first one. So this is our refresh token for the second, and GWT token will be the first one. Then we want to set it. So under setting the cookie, we need to provide the key, the days, and that is the value, the days, and also the path. So we need to set up and provide these values here. Okay, so once you have this service created, we need to go and register this token service. So let's go to our program and do that. As we are done here, we need to inject this token service into our client factory class that we created. Now this client helper enable us to get a client and also get the token and add it to the header if you are getting the private one. So let's go and handle this. So in order for us, you see from here, we inject our interface, we inject our token service. This is coming from the Microsoft data extension that we created. That's for HTTP client. Now in there, we want to get our public, and now with our public, and here we have our private. That's right. So with our public, we need to return create client. Now this need to specify a key for this. Now in order to write the key, we don't want to put it here, because you're going to be using the same thing in the program.cs file when registering this HTTP client. So it is advisable to put it in a static class. So let's go and handle that. All our hard-coded strings, let's put them in that file. Okay, let's name this as constant. So this should come in the helper folder. So in here, we're going to have a lot of things that we need to specify here. I think we need to create it once so we do not visit this whilst you're working with the other ones, busy working with them. So let's create for products. We're going to specify our endpoint, our category to our endpoint. We're going to specify our API call type. That is what we need in order to specify the type of verb, which will be a call be made based on the type of code that we're going to provide. And then we're going to provide a cookie which contains the name, the path, and now the number of days, a default. We're going to also provide authentication as well. All right, so let's start with this. Now, since I have this already prepared hand, let's create a class for each. So this could be or should be a static. So as we've done here, we can go ahead, grab this, paste it, and change this to category. Because when you check, our endpoints are the same, so we need to make sure we have the controller over here. Now let's specify our own for cookie. So here we need to also provide 3 properties for cookie. Let's do it. Now here we are setting our days to 1 because when you check our token service, when we're working with the API, the lifetime of the token is 2 hours. So it's not even a day. So it is okay. So the day must be greater than the number of the time period for the expiration of the token. So this time around, talking about 2 hours to 1 day. So it matches, it's good. You can decide to also specify it with 1 day and increase this, or making it just a day. That's also fine. Now let's do same for, so we're having our product API endpoint, we're having our category, so we're also going to be needing our authentication for our login. So let's do that. So that is this. We need a type of authentication, which is going to be bearer. This is our register and login endpoint, and this is our refresh token endpoint. So I made it as revive token. Yes, a doctor. It's going to revive a soul. Okay, so we have this. Now the next thing that we need to create here is an API client key. So that's what we're going to be using. What we need after this. So once you have all this created, we can go ahead. This is what we need, an API client and also the constants. That's the class name. So let's go to our token service. Oh, not this. That's an HTTP client helper. And in here, we can talk of constants dot. Then we have our API client dot name. That is what we need. Okay, so after we are done creating this, you want to return an instance of this. So when you check this from the get private client async 2, we want to create an instance of this client factory to have an instance of an HTTP client. Now when we have that, we're going to retrieve a token from the cookie. And in case it is null, it means you want to return this default client, which is the client created over here. Then in case it isn't, then we have the token at hand. We create new client and then append this header to this new client and return it. Maybe you can also, the client that we have created over here, you can also append the header to this client, which will also work. After we are done creating this, we need to go in and register this. So let's go and register this client helper. Now we're going to create a main one. That is a way of making the API call. So we have a module created already. So let's go and create that interface as well. Now you can see from the helpers, we are creating interface implementation. The reason why we are doing that is we could have created only a single class to handle that. But in case in the near future we want to implement testing to this, then we can work with the sense we are having an interface with the implementation being bound together. It will work. So that's the reason why we want to do that. Now let's create our API call helper, the same folder. So I'm actually giving the name so that it becomes clear and readable to you. I'm not giving, well, I don't know how you feel about my namings. I want to make it simple for you to at least so that when you read, you can understand. So this is an API call helper. It's helping in making an API call. Sounds simple, right? But you can change it to any name at all, which is meaningful to the context that you're working on. Great. So this is an interface. Now let's go and implement or create our interface that we want here. These are the three interfaces that we need to help us or support an API call. All the time, we want to return a HTTP response message so we can read our content from it. And then here we're going to provide a T model to this because here we created as dynamic and we must actually provide a T model so we can cast it to that dynamic property that we issued. When you check our API call model that we created earlier on, we specify dynamic property here. We're going to hold dynamic models. Okay, then in here we're having a response. That's get service response. Now we're having two responses. We're having service response and our login response. So we want to pass it on any of them to read that from this content. Then we're going to get a specific response as service response in case connection could not be established to the API. We want to get this. We are creating them here so we don't need to repeat ourselves all the time. Okay, we want to skip that. Let's go implement this. All right, so this is what we are doing here. Now, when we check this, this model comes in with an API call type. Now, when we check our API call model, where is it? If we check our API call, we see it has a type. Now this type is going to either be get, update, delete, or put, right? So when you check from our constant, we specify the type in there. So check here. We have an API client type. No, not about this one. API call type. We haven't get, post, delete, and update. And we see based on this or based on each, we're going to have a different call. So that's why we are switching them in our helper that we created. I can't even find the helper. That's an API helper, this one. So in case it is post, the type that we're going to come, we are switching. In case it is post, we want to make it a post call. In case it is update, do same, that is put. In case it is delete, do that. In case it is get. Now with get, we may have get or get by ID. By simply we are having get here. So we need to check. In case the ID is not null, it means we are making a call to get by ID. But in case it is not, it means we're making a call to get, meaning you're going to get everything. So we're going to use this ternary operator here to check. In case it isn't null, then we want to assign it. In case it isn't, it is null, then replace it with null. And that's what we are having over here. So the route will be here. And in case this is null, here is going to be empty. So nothing will be appended. And we're going to make a call to that endpoint. Great. But in case there's try error, then we're going to catch it and return null. So instead of an HTTP response message, it's going to be null. And we can go ahead and check it in our service that we're going to be using this helper. Okay. Now let's go and handle this connection error. So when your server is not working, when the server is down, a call won't be made. So you cannot have access to this response status code to check whether it was accessed or not. So in this case, we're going to try that. We're going to handle a try catch. And in case we catch it, it means when a connection could not be established, then we want to return this. Now let's also get a service here. Now the service is going to come from this. So we see this returning HTTP response message. So based on the context that we want, the T response, we want to convert this to that response. So let's do that here. So the T response that I have provided here, this could be a list, enumerable of a model, or it could be just a service response or login response. Okay, so in order to get rid of this, maybe we can do something like, then at the end, return that. Okay, so with this service that we have created as helper, let's go in and register this as well, so we do not forget. So with all these helpers being put in place, let's go and handle our category and our product services. So with this interface, we can go to our API and then grab the service interfaces and paste it here. Now let's go and implement this. So we are going to implement the interfaces that we created for our add product or add category, delete category, get all, get by ID, and also delete. And in that we need to implement our client because our client is going to give us access to public and private. We're also going to have an API call helper who is going to give us access to making a client to a controller call, right? That's an API call. So once we have these two guys over here, let's go and start implementing our services. So I need to check now for add. Now add is, this should be private. Why am I saying it should be private? Because only administrator or authorized user can do it. You cannot go in there and in a service, you can just go in as a normal user to delete category or to add category. No, this is protected. So only get all and I get by ID will become and also get product by category will become open to public. So these three are what? Private. So let me just, we can group them by private and public. So everyone can have access to this endpoint. I hope it's clear. Now let's go and implement our add category. So when you check our add async method, this is what we are implementing. Now we're creating a private client. After that, you want to populate our API call model, whereby we specify our route, because this is going to be add, right? So it's post. So under category, we're going to add, which is going to access to category / add. Then we have our type, which is going to be the post. We have our client, and ID is not, because we're not going to make delete or get by ID. So set the ID as null. And I provide a model, because it's going to be a post, you must provide model. And now this model here is coming from create category. So with this create category, we must also provide it over here as a type, which is going to be typecasted to this model that we're going to have, because this model is dynamic. We need to typecast it so we can have access to this instance. Great. All right, after that, we're going to make a call, and now here with the response, we're going to check in case it is null. Remember that we introduced try catch in case it catches an issue, failing to connect to an API, then you're going to return this connection error. In case it isn't, then I want to read the response, and I convert this response as a service response, and I'll return to the user, because this method is returning service response. Okay. Now this approach that we are using, we're going to do the same thing to all the endpoints that we have in here. So when you look at this, we can go ahead and ungrab this. From the delete async, let's make a copy of this and let's paste it. Okay, now you see from the delete async, we are providing an ID. We are not having model as this. The add async, that's where you provide a model. So it means here we're going to have an issue with the delete. In order to solve that, we need to create a dummy model which will be used against this, and we're going to specify the ID. Let's see how you're going to work with that. So from the delete, you create a private async. We populate our API call. So instead of add, that will be delete. API call type is delete. Then we have our client as private. Now instead of the ID, you're going to say there's an ID. Now here, this is good and now this is string. So this one is impossible. So instead of converting this, let's clear this. And now with this model, we don't have any model here. So it is going to be now, right? But with this, are you going to maintain this create category model? No. So let's go to our models. And now where we have an API call, let's also add a dummy one. And that is this, just dummy class. Let's grab the name. Let's go back to our service and then let's replace this here. And that is all. We are good. We are going to return service response. So we have the response type returned as it makes success. Now with the ID, how do you work with the ID? After we are done with this, we can go ahead, grab the API call. Then we're going to say toString and let's specify the ID that is coming in. We're going to set it to the ID over here. And boom, that is it. For update, let's grab this. And lastly, okay, we have get product by category too. So we can do same with this type delete. So let's Get this? Now with this get all is saying this is going to be public, so it's not going to be private because an authenticated user can even get access to this client and make a call, because that's where you're going to make a call to get product and categories and display them in the UI. Then with the return type, you can see that here we want to return enumerable of category. So we can grab this enumerable and pass it on here. And now with this, you can see here we are not. So instead of returning this, we can throw this. We can either return null, because in case connection could not be made, we can throw this exception. So maybe we can say that, let's grab this. Or maybe if we don't want to throw this exception, that's going to get. So in case you could not, we want to return just an empty array. Okay, and we are good. Get by ID. Let's grab same here. So it's going to get category. So it should take off the enumerable. And that is the same thing as get. We need to provide an ID. There's a guild, so we need to do same as we did here. We can grab this. And lastly, want to check this get product by ID. It is the same thing. So we can grab this. Saying this is an enumerable, we need to grab this one. Okay, so that is what we're doing. So we are getting product by category, and here we specify our client, we populate our models, we specify our ID, then we're going to make a call, and I'm going to check the response, and now read it according to what we want to return up here. We're doing the same thing to get by ID too, because see, we're having the same thing, and we pass on the model once we have populated that in here. You read the response, which in the term of what get single category. The same thing applies to get category. We're doing same over here. And now when we check this update, is just an update which is put over here, and that's what we're going to be using for this API call type. We specify our update model, then we're going to read our response. And we did the same thing to the delete and also the add. All right, so that is a way to handle this category service. Now we're going to do the same thing to handle our product service. So I think we can make a copy of this and edit it. What do you think? Yeah, so let's see how we can work with our product service as well. So with here, let's make a copy of this. You want to add product, you want to get product, you want to do the same thing as we've done here. Okay, so in our category service, let's make a copy and now do that edit. So let's go and implement this service that we have created. So we can just copy and paste what we have in the category over here. Let's do that. That is it. So you see that copy and paste is quite simple and interesting. Yes. So we are updating it and we are specifying the same thing as we did in the category. So I need not to explain this again because I've done it already, isn't it? We provide all the properties to the models and make an API call with a specific model that you want to pass it on to this. So we can typecast all this and return the content as you read based on the model that you want to return. Okay. So that is this one. Now, once we have a service created for both category and product, let's go and register them. All right, so stay tuned for the next video. So after this, we need to also create our authentication service, which comprises of the interface and an implementation. So let's do that. So in that, we are having three interfaces in this interface: create user, login user, and a refresh token. That is to revive the token which has expired. Let's create implementation for this. Now, instead of wasting time to type this, you can go to any of the services, product, service, or category. You can go and grab the post because it is going to be a post. If you want to add user, and this should be a private. Let's also handle the login. So let's grab this. So here we are returning login response. So instead of returning this, which is service response, we're going to say new login response. You want to check only the message, and I'll pass it down this connection dot message. And now let's go to the revive token, which will be HTTP GET. So let's go to category service. Let's see get by ID. Now this will be public client, and in here we are having authentication. And this is revive. It is type of get. This is a client, and now that is an ID. So here we can pass the ID here to this. This is already string, so we can go ahead and say ID is this refresh token. But maybe you know our refresh token may contain / and / and all the special characters. So let's make sure we encode that so we can remove them. And when we get to the endpoint, then we add them together. So let's use HTTP utility. That we can talk about URL encode. This is come from system.web. Okay, so at the end, we make a call to this, which should be an async, and we want to return login response. Okay. Now, bear in mind, once you're doing this, let's grab this. Let's go to our controller. That's our API endpoint. And let's make some corrections. Now, let's go to the controller. Authentication controller. You can see from here, refresh token, we're going to make a call to this. And when we have this, before we pass on to this service, we want to decode this first. Good. So that is in and out. Let's save this. Let's make it sleep. Yeah, you should rest because you're not working on it. All right, so we also have authentication service also created. Now let's go and register this also. So now that we are done with this, we are not done with our service, right? Our library, we are done. So let's go to the client because we haven't done anything to the client. And now it is the turn of the client. That's the Blazor WebAssembly. So let's work on that. Now that's what we need to do. We need to create a custom auth provider because you want to handle authentication to the client. Now we know that the user is going to make a request for login and register to an endpoint as an API to return a JWT which contains all the claims. And in that we need to read the claims and add it to the auth state so we can authenticate and authorize the user while the user uses the component. So we need to create this auth state and then. So let's do that. Now in the WASM, let me minimize the client. Let's create a folder as maybe authentication, and I'll start creating these classes. Okay, so when you check our custom auth provider, that is what we're doing. We create an anonymous user, which is actually the default user who is not authenticated. Now, when we call this method, which is going to be get called when the page is reloaded and we're authorizing it. Now we want to get the JWT token from the cookie. When we have it, we want to get claims from the token, which actually contains the claims. When we have it, you want to pass the claims to this authentication state and get this user authenticated. In case we do not make success in any of the steps that I have mentioned, we are going to return anonymous. It means that return it and untell the system that the user is not authenticated. It is anonymous. Now here, when we call this method, it means you want to notify the state change and then call this method, which is going to do what I've spoken of. Okay, now we're going to get claims. How do we get claims? JWT that we created contains claims. We want to read it and now get only the claims because that is what we need for now. And we do and return it over here. So that's very simple custom auth provider that we have created. Let's go and register this in the program file. And also when we check here, we need to specify the base address of our endpoint. We have installed a new package that is known as Microsoft extension package, right? So let's configure that. And now with this base address, we need to locate the address of the API. So let's go and check. So we go to your service API. You go to the properties, that for presentation, or the host, properties, launch settings, and from the HTTPS, that is the address. Let's grab this. Let's minimize it, paste it here. Let's add our route API, save it. After saving, make sure with the Blazor, you go to properties also, line settings, check for HTTPS. That is a port, so grab this. Let's go to the API, then go to program.ts file. You see we are adding course, so make sure you add this course 7170. Great. Now we can minimize it to sleep. Okay, so once you've done these changes, the next class that we're going to create is to handle our refresh token. So let's go to the sim authentication, add a class to this. You know, before we can call a private endpoint, we must make sure the method that we are passed on is post, put, that's for update, and delete. So these are the three methods that we need. So we are going to check in case the request that is being sent and then the response that we are getting is unauthorized, and the method is post, delete, or what's the other one? Put. It means token has expired. We need to think about this one before we implement it. You see? Okay, so let's do that. So when you have a look at what we have created, or the class that we have created, you can see that we are injecting this token service, authentication service, and also the client helper, which returns the public and private client. Now, you can see from here, we want to check in case the request that was sent and we got this unauthorized contains a method that's equal to post, put, or delete. That is, these methods are reserved for admins or authorized with role. So let's say an admin. So when we check and the method is post or put or delete and it is unauthorized, that is where we are checking it here. In case it is not unauthorized, you want to return it, meaning we don't know the results. We don't want to handle that issue here. We want to handle the issue only when the status code is unauthorized 401. Then we want to get a refresh token. After getting it, you want to make an API call. So here we're passing the refresh token to this service, which will make a call to the API, returns the response, and now here we want to convert it to form a one string. So you're going to have the token and a refresh token. You want to form it, so token formation happens here. After that, you want to remove what we have already in the cookie, and now set a new one. After that, you want to return this login response. When we come here, in case this response is null, the reason why I made it like you see, in case this is not successful, we're going to return null here. You can also handle try and catch block in case it makes an API call there's an issue, but where it has been handled, or it will be handled in the service. And in here, we make the call. We're going to return a response of what? Login response, which is a response model. We want to check in case it is null. In case it isn't, we want to go in and get pirate client. Why do I call this? Because when I call this pirate client, it's going to get to the cookie and then grab the token, take the JWT and add it to this header. So after it has been added to the header, we want to make a send again. So this request, you want to record it. Now, when recording this request, it's going to use a client which has a new header. You see? Now, after doing that, you see from here, we set the cookie. So the new token with the refresh token will be set over. Then we go here and then grab only the token, leave the cookie, the refresh token there, and I'll add the JWT to the header, and I'll make a call. So this is what we are doing to make sure this works. Right, so once we have this created, we need to go and register that and append this to an HTTP client that we created. So let's save this. Let's go to the program and undo that. After registering this, we need to also add cascading authentication service and authorization call. Cascading auth service gives you the ability to get rid of the cascading authentication state component, and that is what you're supposed to add to the app.razor. So we can decide to add a service or add a component. I believe the service is the new one, so let's go and add a service. Now, once you're done adding these services, the next thing to do here is we're going to create our login and register component. Let's say a login and a logout component. So in here, let's handle the login logics. So before we can continue from here, we need to inject all our services. So for that, for global state use, let's inject them in our import.razor file. That is where we can make this globally. So let's create them here. So once you have the category, product, authentication service, and token service, and also the nav manager injected, let's go and use it in our login. So it tells you that there's an issue here from our service interface. I think I made a mistake. Let's go and check if actually there's an error that we made from our login. Oh, okay. So I believe we did this change right. So that is login user. Okay. That is login user. So that means this should also change. So login, change the interface. Now this problem will be solved in no time. Good. So here we need to call our authentication state provider, but before we can do that, we need to inject the authentication state provider in this import.razor file. So as you can see from here, when the button is clicked to log in, we make sure we set this messages and alert type as empty. We want to make a service call. If it is access, then you want to get a cookie over here. You want to set a token to the cookie, right? After that, you want to call the custom auth state method, so we can retrieve the cookie, extract or read the claims, and now pass it on to the authentication state. That's what we are doing. But before we can do that, we need to inject this authentication state. So let's do that. So as you can see from here, we are typecasting this custom auth state to this authentication state. And in that, you want to call this method that we created, notify auth state change. After we are done authenticating the user, we want to navigate to the home page and now force reload. So when you force reload, that is where all the claims identity that we have created is going to take in place. Okay, so we can now have an authenticated user successfully. Let's go and now handle our logout. So in case the user wants to log out, what do? Let's put also in the same folder. So that's a logout component. So with our logout component, we don't need to code anything here as a UI. When the page reloads, we want to remove the cookie, the token from the cookie, and after that, we want to navigate to the home page and I reload it. As soon as we do that, it will just authenticate again and check the token. If it is not there, it's going to return anonymous, and it means the user is now gone. Okay. Now let's see from our login component again. Let's specify the route and then build our UI. So for simple UI for login, I have one predefined already. I'll just grab them and paste it. It's quite simple. All that we need here is username and password. So that's quite simple. I built this. Let me show you. And here we are using the package that we installed. So when you take a look here, we have our div container as fluid. We have a margin and padding as 5.5. That's the bootstrap classes. Okay, that's the row, and we have a column. You can see here we have an edit form. That is the most important thing. We have our model as login, which corresponds with the login that we have over here. Then we have in this data data to enforce our validation rules, and in case it is button is clicked and everything is valid, we want to call this. That's what we have also implemented. You see that? Then we are looking through this to check and display the alert. So we are using a bootstrap class of alert. Alert, we can make it as danger, success, info, and that is exactly what we're doing here. So in case it's not successful, that is danger. But in case it's successful, we want to reload the page, so we don't need to show any information over there. Then we are having our form, can you log in? So this is going to be our fitting test. And yeah, this is coming from a package that we installed, Netcode-Hub validation component. So let's close this and open it again. Okay, so this should come from, let's check if we can find the namespace, the using statement, and include it in our project. So that package should come from this netcode-hub.packages.component.validations.uninput. So when we save this, I think this should be okay. From our login components, yeah, it should be okay. All right, so and in there we have our floating text again. The type here is going to be password. Type is password. This type is test. So you can specify the type over here. Since this is going to be an email, okay, so the type could be an email, or we can leave it like that. And or we can say this type is test. You can also specify the type over there. Okay, then we need a button to submit to this form, that is login. So if I click on this, this is what's going to get fired. All right, so we are done with our simple login component. We're also done with our logout. Now let's see how we're going to work. So when you go to app.razor, instead of this route view, you want to make it as authorized route view. Let's rebuild this project. So you can see that build succeeded, we have to succeeded, but we are still having this issue. Never mind, that is the work of Visual Studio. So let's close all this. So to build our UI, this is e-commerce, so we must have a stunning and nice UI for this. So I was looking through how we can do this, and I came across a nice CSS template for e-commerce. So I decided to try that, and boom, it's amazing. So we're going to be using that template, okay? It's free, so we can grab it and we can do it. But all that we need here, it is the interface, the front page. That's all we need. For the back end, we need to build it ourselves, a component and all those stuff. We need to do it. So let's see. And that is this site. It is www.free-css.com, and on the template dash categories and search for e-commerce. This template, e-flyer. So I'm going to add this. I'll put this link here. I'll put this link in the video description, so you can click on this link and grab it. Actually, it is free. It is free. Using an HTML5 design is responsive with 3 columns, as you can see from here. But with these 3 columns, we can add more. We can add more. And if you want to integrate a dark or light theme too, it's possible. You can do that. So that is download it. So I have downloaded it, and I have the zip file. Let me open mine. Let me see. So I open it into Sublime Text Editor. I open the whole folder, as you can see, a flyer free website template from free-css.com. That is the site. Now in here we have these 4 components. No, they are not 4 components. They are 4 HTML files. Okay, they are components when they get into the Blazor world, but they are HTML files. So here we want to focus on the index. Electronic, fashion, and jewelry. These are the maybe you can add them as categories. So here we have this JS files and the CSS files. We have the font and the images. So we're going to copy all this into our www folder. But before that, check here. If you open this one, you can see we are having all these references. So this link is what we need. So let's make sure we grab this. Now this has been, if you see, it is tweak for older IEs, but we are not focused on that. You want to grab the current ones. Okay, so here these are all the static files, and they are making a reference to the CSS folder. When you open it, you can see we have a bootstrap, you have style.css, then we have this jQuery CSS file. So if I open this CSS, we have them here. Let's grab them, and we need to also grab this carousel theme default, so we can switch dark and light, and you have this fancy box. It also implementing font awesome CSS. So let's grab all this. We can also install some of them, like the OL and these themes. They are there. You can also add them as a current library, but maybe we need to grab. So let's grab this one. Then we go to our solution in a www root folder. From the index, let's add it here. Make sure you terminate them well. So after we are done adding this, we can go to, because it's using font awesome, so you can just right click on www, go to add and add client-side library. You can add all these libraries in there. So search for font awesome. So you can see we have font awesome here. That is the current version is 6.7.1. So get this installed, okay, and add it. So for me, I have already installed that. So I have the files in the folder nicely. I'll just grab this and to mine, I'll paste it here. So when you are done installing this, you must have a folder named at font awesome, as you can see from here, and you need to add the CS file here. Okay, so how are you going to do it? There's a file in there. When you check here, font awesome css all.min.js, you want to add a minified version, so you can go up and add it. I think I have streamlined this, so you can remove all the CSS files in it. So I've removed them and I have a simple one which is more readable, and I have the font awesome also added, which is open the CSS folder and a file of all.minified version.css. Okay, I have this. The next thing we're going to do here is when you check the file again, we have this font that is using. Where's the font? There's a pop-in, so Google APIs, and then we have, so maybe we can grab this font and also attach it. This one also, you can also attach it, but you know this is going through this link, so you must make sure you are online. If you want to work offline, then I think it's not a good idea to add this unless you are online before it can work. So we can still grab this. Now let's go and paste it. I think should be here. Now let's paste it down. Okay, now the next thing that we need to do is quite simple. We also need to add the Blazor type. You know, we installed a Crescenti package, so it also has Blazor with CSS. We need to also add that. So this is from a package, Blazor type head.css and the JS file. And also, if we check, we added we need to add JS file. So let's go and check from this page, the file, go to down, and we must have the JS file. So let's grab these files. Then here, let's also paste this. So we're having jQuery. It is coming from the JS folder. All of these are coming from the JS folder, and this for the sidebar over there. So we have this. Okay. Now, you know, we installed a package from one of my packages, which is the cookie section. So we need to also add a script. So add the script as well. That is from the cookie, from the package that we installed. So these three are coming from the packages that we installed. The rest are coming from the file, the template that we downloaded. Okay, so once you have this, let's check for last one. You can see that it is saying that we should add this script .NET. So grab this, go to .NET here, add this script. Okay, this is going to help you open the sidebar off and on. So you must make sure you add that, else it's not going to show. It's going to hide it, and now it's going to show it. Now we are going to create small components and extract the CSS and this HTML file that we have created. This element, we want to extract them so we can set them pieces to our application to make it work. And that is not easy. It takes much time to do that. Okay, so let's first of all, let's talk about our navbar. So we want to have a simple navbar from what has been. Actually, we need to run this. I hope you've run the CSS template so you know what you're talking about, right? But I haven't run it for you to see. So maybe let's see if, let me run it here, then you check it out. All right, so I think that is it. This one, you can see that is nice, isn't it? So we can maybe do this, and we can extend this. Instead of having 3 columns, you can have like 4 columns or 5 columns. Any number of columns that you want, you can modify this to suit it. But that's a lot. Check it out. That's a lot. Maybe we can just use only one over here and discard the rest. And that's going to be for our UI. And we can remove these ones because this has a sidebar already. So we can implement our categories here and do some slight modifications. And we can make this to be static for all the components. So we can have like a master page, and we can push this a little bit on top and remove this name from there because it's of no use. All right, so we have a slide, and this is a slideshow which has our navigations. So we can leave it there, and I'll add a few things up with it. So we can maintain the image, this beautiful girl turning her head like that with a holding this small bag here tells you that yes, you're going to shop, so we can maintain it, right? Then we can also integrate, remove this default one, integrate this Crescenti type ahead search box, so we can search it. For now, we're not doing localization, so we're going to scrap off this, maintain the carts, and maintain this changes, maybe account, or maybe if the person's authenticated, the email address. Well, there's a lot of work that we need to do. Let's get started. So I'm going to minimize this. Let's go and create our navbar. This first thing that you want to do, we're going to be working along with this. You want to handle separate only this one. You can find this in the index, so start searching for that. Okay, so let's have our navbar created. It's a component that we need to create. Let's do that. So we can do that in the layout. Now in our navbar, this is the container, so we want to extract only this: home, about us, new releases, today's deal, and customer service. If you are saying, hey, where is it, Netcode, where is it? Yeah, it's there. Open your eyes well to see it. Go to the index tab and the index file and check it out. Go top. You're gonna find it in there. So from here, that is this one. So we are extracting all this, right? You want to grab this and extract it. There's an image, you want to discard it. So make sure you pick according to, you see from the container, you grab only this. So don't type, grab it because you have the file. Okay, so once you're done, we need to also add another component. Now what will be the next component for us? Because you want to make sure these are the master pages. Let's go and grab our header. So let's create a header component. And on this header component, you want to use this, you want to maintain this. So let's call this as header. So we have this already created. Now we want to have this. So let's do that. And you know where this is found. When you go to the next one, search this one. So starting from here, that is a header section. So grabbing it, you know, it is good to use Sublime, so you can just shrink it and open it, expand, and you can get it. You know what I mean? So grab this. Okay, now let's go and create a component for that. So just create a component as header.razor or any component name at all that you feel like, hey, let me change this to this name. I like this name so much. You can just do that. Now paste this. Now here I have added few things here. I've added some Blazor code, syntax, and etc. Let's go through and see. Now initially, this is what we're doing. You can see we are using this Crescenti's namespace from here, and we are using from the component. So instead of maintaining this input tag, which is coming from this one, which is coming from, where is it? Which is coming from this one. You want to remove this and integrate the Crescenti's own. So there's another variant button. So I want to remove all this. And here we are integrating Blazor type head. So that is a component from Crescenti. And in here it's having a placeholder, search for product. It's having a search method that we need to define. And it's having a bind value, the selected product. So we're going to integrate that. In here, it has a selected template whereby it specifies the context.name. So there's going to be a get product. You want to search to the product name. And in case we find it, you want to display the product name as well. Then in case nothing is found, we want to display this. So it's a nice package that you can customize to suit what you want. Good. So after you are done, maybe you're saying, okay, if you want me to break this so you can see it well, I can do it. but maybe because it's there already, so I'm thinking of, you don't need to type it again, but still if you want to type it, I think it's here. Maybe this mine is quite a little bit different because I can see I have added categories and I've edited some things in it. So categories no more, I've added it here. Then from our HR, there's a line that I have added. Now there's a nice line over here. So maybe you can also add this line to yours. You know, for design, you can design your own thing how you want it. And this I want mine too. And in that you're having another line. So the same line that I copied, I have the same line here. Let me also break this down. So from this, from this HR, I can break it down here. Okay. So that is this one. Then we are having a div class. So before that, we are having a component. That's a category component. Now, what is this component for? You know, when you check this, the UI, you can see we're having all this. I want to create a simple component to handle all this. I don't want to include them here so that they become long. So that's why I created this category component. It is not yet created, so let's go and create it. Then we come back again and check what is in. So let's add this component as category component. And now when we come here, we can go to our category components. That is coming from here. If you open it, you're having this one. That's my sidebar, this. So this is coming from the page, so you can grab only this one. You see? So you grab only this. And we come to the page and paste it here. But you know, we want to make a service call because you have a category created already. So instead of pasting them manually or hard coded, we're going to call a service and I'll loop through the service and I'll put them there. Let's see how to work with that. So in our code section, quite simple. We call enumerable of what get category. And now after we have these categories, when the page is loaded, we want to call this service. Now we have these categories. So it's a matter of looping through it and then displaying it one after the another. This is very simple. So you can see that from here, we are checking if category.any. We want to loop through and now we are grabbing only one of them. You can see only one. And now from the href, it means we're making a reference to another component. Because if I click on category, I need to get all products related to that category. So we pass in the category ID to that component. This component is not yet created. So we need to create a component and name the route as main, product, and category. Then we need to consume a parameter, incoming parameter of category ID. And have this, there is an icon. So you can see from this icon, it's coming from font awesome archive. You can change the icons if you want. And here we are having the category name. So this is going to display the list of category as you can see from here. We are having a line over there and a line over here. So line on top, line beneath, and on top you have category also added. So when you check this from the header, there is a line that we are adding. After the line, we add this category test. After this test, we also add another line before our list of components come. So this is a component list that is coming. After that, you're having this is also a line. So okay, so this is a line. This is not a line. This is a button to click. When you check this is what I'm talking about. So click on this to close it, and now click on it to open. So close it and now open that. You see it? So that is what we have in here. There is to close the button. You see this? Good. And now we have this to open. This to open. It's an icon that has been added. That is the white one. This one. Okay. Then we have a category component, which is in the form of anchor list, which is going to be displayed in there. Then when we come to, we have a Blazor type ahead over here. Then I think it is clear now. Horizontal line, I've shown it already, isn't it? Okay, and that is a div also over here. Now when you come to the next one, you see all these, we did not touch them. They are default. I only added the category component. That's what we created together. And also we added this and added a line, 2 lines. So I didn't do anything different. Okay, the same thing that we copied. Okay, now and I added this Blazor type ahead. Now check here. When you come to the header box, it's the same thing. From the login menu, it's the same thing. And now when you come here, we want to use an authorized view. And here, I think we need to build this or close and open it again. We want to get the user's email and then display. So when you check this UI, the one that you copied, there's this one. You see, you have the cat. So instead of this, you want to display the name or account. So check from here, you copy this. Now from here, you can see we are having this cat and cat. And this FA user. So you want to display the account or the name. So here's what we are editing. Now check it out. From here, you can see we are editing this FA user. And then we're using this authorized view. And in there we can get the claims from it as soon as it is authenticated. And then get a type equal to email. Grab its value. And that is all. Let me put this in the next line so you can see everything well. This can come in between. That's great. But in case user is not authenticated, we want to return this, display this account. You see that? Because when you check here, we are having the same thing here as cat. So we want to have an account in case you are not authenticated. But as soon as you're authenticated, then display your email here. Good. So we can decide to use this footer. We can decide to change this footer. Okay. How do we do this? Let's go and grab the footer from here. So check from the same page, and you can see down here we are having this footer. Go down, 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 down. And that is a footer, isn't it? This is a footer section. So you can just grab this. We're having this copyright as well. So if you want to add that one too, you can grab it. And from here, 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 you can grab this. Let's go and create a footer component. And in here, from our layout, let's add a new component. Let's say this is footer component. Let's paste this. So we're going to be changing all this, okay? In case you have some icons that you want to be using, like Facebook, etc., and all these styles, we can add it and add a help lines, a number line. Well, what I'm going to change here, it is only this. All right, reserve, designed by Bootstrap, a free HTML template, right? So maybe you can remove this in case you want to leave it there. You can remove it. So I'm going to say integrated by Netcode-Hub. I think I integrated in Blazor. Okay, so I can remove all this from here. Okay, then let's save this. You must make sure and find out to see where this component belongs. You see from here, it is not in this div element. It is separated, right? So let's go and create and modify our main layout. So from our main layout, that is over here, we have all this. We can copy this, or we can comment this, and okay. And here, let's have our own main layout. So maybe we can start with what should we even start with? Let's have our div class. Now this class is going to use banner bg. This banner bg is coming from the template that we created, and now here we need to use our nav bar. Then we can break this, and we can also add our header. After adding our header, we can add our body. Then we close the div, and down here we can add our footer component. I needed to restart this the whole application again. Yes. Okay, so I have them, and that is a Blazor type ahead. As you can see, we've gone through this already, and the context not giving us any issue again. Now let's go and see. From here we need to have an authorized view, and here we're going to get the claims. We want to specify only the email value and then display it over there. In case you are not authenticated, then currently display the account. So we're going to have an account. In case you are authenticated, then your email will be replaced with this. Then we go with the drop down. So this drop down, where from this, if we check our this, we have a drop down here. So we are moving this drop down from here up to this, or we are using the same this drop down. So we can use even this drop down over here, and now we can change this to the identity. So that as soon as I click on it, I can have login, log out, and register. And in that, if you're authenticated, then you don't need to see register or login again. If you're authenticated, you must see logout, but if you are not authenticated, that is where you must see login and register. So we can achieve that by using this authorized component. So in here, we are using this authorized view. And in case you're authorized, see logout, then which is navigating to the component that we created route. Then we are having this in case you are not authenticated, then current login and now register. We have created this login, but we haven't created the register yet. We'll do that soon. When you come down here, we need to get product. So let's make sure we include the namespaces or the using statement. Gets products. It's coming from this models. So in order to make this work for another component, I think let's move all this using to import file. Let's save. Now go back. So from here, it's going to be soft. Don't worry. Now when I come here, we're having this get products. But I want to get our product. And here I want to get selected product. This is for the search. So if I click on search, we have the list of product over here and selected product. And the reason why I made this is because as soon as I get the value of the search, this selected changes. We want to loop call an API so we can get or we can sort what has been the filter that's coming in. We can sort it and now display. So from this get section, you can see we are set. As soon as it gets set, we want to call this method like on selected product change. So call the function when value changes. And now there's a function. You can see we want to navigate to this search result, which is going to be a component that you're going to create. And I'll pass on this as a parameter, which is a selected product name. You want to grab the name. Okay. Now, when the page initializes, you want to get all products because that's what you're going to display when the person is searching. We can pop the selected product out. Now here, that is for search product, and there's going to be the method that we need to provide to the template search product. So this is going to, it's a Blazor search method, return tags from results, and here product.where name, we want to search by name or so search by name or search by description. So in case they do contain the search text here, excluding ignoring case, then convert all of these products into list and then get them displayed. So user can select. As soon as user select, it's going to be directed to this component search results and then pass the selected name. Are you good? Great. Now let's see from our main layout what we needed to do. So here you can see our footer component is working. We have our header and our navbar. Our body tag is over here. So all these are going to be a master page. Now this page is going to change, keep changing. So these are going to remain their static pages. Okay. So once we're done with this, what is the next thing that we need to do? We need to go in and create our home, an item list, and a lot, because we need to loop through, call the product service, get a product, and then loop through them, as you can see from here. So let's see the next thing to talk about. So let's see the next one. Now we want to modify this. So you can see this, get started with this. You want to change this one, modify it to suit what we want. So let's go and create a component for that. And let's go to, and this should come in our pages. So maybe we can just remove this counter. And this is going to be displayed in the home. So I'm going to say home banner. Well, you can give it a name at all that you want. Now go to the source. And you can find them here. Let's see where we can locate this. Quite long. But check. You want to see where we have the list, the favorite and stuffs. Yeah, so this one. So that is a banner here, the banner section. So grab this. And let's go and paste it. So when you check here, we need to make some modifications here because you might not like all the text that we see. So this is what I have done. I have made some slight modification to this, to the CSS and so forth. So you can see here, get started. Your number one number one shopping place. You see that? So that's what I've done. I think, let me break this. And okay, so I think this is clear now. And also break this. This can be in the middle. And that is a closing, and you have this one. So your number one shopping place. Aside from that, we have the next carousel item. So I'm having 3. You can add more. The next one here, and I'm giving it a border radius, so I can beautify it a little bit more than what you see in there. So 30% discount, and every Friday having the test dark, and I have the BG light. Okay, so I have the next carousel item, which is gets, and there's a border radius 15 pixels, and I'm having notifications, subscribe to a newsletter, and I'm breaking it. After that, this is the default one, so you're gonna have to push back and front and etc. So that's the ending. So we can create this. So once you're done, we go to our home page. Now we have 2 components created well. So in this home component, we can remove this. We can add this home banner. That is the first one. So it get displayed. Then the second one here that we need to create is our latest item. So you want to have one section of this, and I'll name it as latest item, so we can display them down here. That is per my view, but you can modify this. Okay, so let's go and locate where we have this man and woman fashion, grab this context, this section, and I create a component and I pasted it in there. So you can see, working with template is not easy. You need to take it step by step. You can do all things once, step by step. Okay, so let's see the next one. Where is it? Now we can pick one of them. So that's the fashion style. Let's grab this. So grab this one and let's go. So in that component, let's also use this weather forecast. We can make it as latest product components. Oh, it's component. Let's make it as one component. And in here, let's paste this. So when you have a look, you take a look of it, you can see it's a repetition. We're having this carousel inner. Now from this inner, you can see we're having this navigation buttons. Now if you open this inner, we have this carousel item. This mark as active. This is the second one, third one, because we have 3 items here. And that is what, when you open this, check it out. Because this first one, you can have, it has 3, then you have second one, 3. You can see the same thing. So we can grab one and display in a group of 3. It means we need to group this product. We need to group them and display them. But here I want to make it 4, not 3. So I came by have getting this code beneath to make sure I do the grouping nicely. And after doing the grouping, I make sure I display the grouping as well. So that is my code to display. I get the whole product, and here I get the product groupings. So you can see from here we get a product, and with the product we want to take only what here we want to take only which hasn't or which haven't lasted for about 7 days a week. So 7 days, that's a week, right? So you want to get products whereby the user added or the admin added within 7 days, because we want to, this is our latest product. So we don't want to, we want at least for 7 days their latest. Apart from 7 days, their old product. that is to me, right? So I want to get a 7 days and compare. So it means I'm going to search for product created date, and that's where I can pinpoint and I'll extract them. If I do that, I'm going to group them by index and products. Then I'm going to divide by 4, because I want to have 4 products in each. If you want to have 5, 6, 7, or 3 or 2, then it's better that you change this number. And after that, you want to select them, each group of 4 members, to a list, so you can have a group key and members. So key 1 with members of 4, key 2 members 4, and so forth. Now when you come here, we need to override this. So I'm going to clear this again, because although we have added, but I want to modify this to make it simple. And in there, what are we going to do? Let me just grab what I have over here. So on top here, we are doing quite few things in here to grab it. Now if we check, it is the same fashion section that we copied, and it's the same thing. I did not change the UI. What I did was added C# code. So you can see from the product group, we are saying if there's any, we want to set this as an active. So active, we want to set only the first one as an active. In that, we need to implement our own logic to handle that. So I'm having a serial number of 1. In case the number is equal to 1, that is on the first loop, I want to set it active. The next loop, it won't be 1, it will be 2, because I am plus in it. You see, I am adding it. I'm adding plus 1. So it won't be 1. It keeps increasing as far as the number of here keeps growing. And in there, I took one of the elements and the div, and you can see I'm looping through this. So I'm having a for each loop for the grouping, and within each group, I have a list of items. I'm using the same for each group again in each group. So group in the product group, and now product in each group. I hope this is clear. I'm having a title of latest product for each of the row product. And that's what I have. I have the product image that we created earlier on, and I have just the price. And in case it is new, by all means, since you are grabbing all the new ones, I need not to check it. I can straight ahead and say, yeah, it is new. Then I have a button, almighty button of add to cart. Would you want to add to cart? Although we haven't implemented that, we're going to do that later on. And I have a see more. So maybe see more is where you can decide to display more pictures of that specific product, and also add a display product description. That is when the user clicks on more, you can do that. Okay, then when you come down here, we are checking if product.any before we display, because you don't want to display these navigation buttons, that's the left and right, while there's no latest product. You want to hide them. So to hide them, we use this to see. So in case product it has something, that is only when display this. You can go beyond and even check if the product count, the grouping count is 1, then we are not navigating to any place, so do not show this. You can add more stuff to this. Okay, so that's what we are doing over here to get our latest product in place. As you can see from here, we want to get this down there. Okay. So the next thing that we are doing here is we want to have our search results. In case I click on this, passing data, and at the end of the day, I click on search, and it gets to the main page. You can see we must have a component that can retrieve this parameter, go through the database, make a search out of it, and I return. We can handle the search by implementing the server side searching, or you can client side. But while we have a product already here, so we can do the client side searching. But when you have a large volume of data, I think you can search it through the API, because maybe it depends on how fast, how powerful the machine, the client browser, the browser machine, the client machine is. So you must think about all this. But for now, client side is okay for this. So let's implement a client side search. So in that, we go to our page in here. Now for that, we need to create our own component. So from the pages, let's add a component here. Now the name of this component will be search results component. Now within our search result component, I'm having a code down here to make sure we implement the search. Now what we're doing here is we're going to get a filter as a parameter, which is going to pass on from one component to the another. When we receive this parameter, we have a search product. So when the page is parameter set, the set, we want to check if the filter coming in is not null. If it is, then navigate to the home. It tells me that user did not provide any value, so I don't want to continue with the search. Quit it and I return home. But in case it is, then go to the service and get our product. In case there's any product in there, then go and search. So split it. You want to split it, the word. In case if you are providing product, maybe 2 words together, you want to split it and search individual words. So that's what I'm doing here, search individual words. So that's the reason why I'm looking through where, and I'm saying if any of them don't contain this word, and then we are ignoring case, so that if it is uppercase or lowercase, it's still going to work. After the end of the day, I'm going to return them as list, and I return. So this here is return a list of search words, as you can see from here. Okay, and in that that's going to be the search product. So this is list. Now here I want to loop through this list, and I display the list of products which have been sorted over here. You see, this is quite simple. So you have to do that. It's still, we are using this for loop. That's a for each loop. Okay, so for each loop will help us to loop through. And I just copied one of the, as you can see from here, one of the elements in the carousel, and I just added this. So we are looping through this, and in that we are displaying this item. That's quite simple. And here you add the product price, and here with the new tag, in case the new tag product is new, the date here is with 7 days old. Then from between the day created up to 7 days, if that product date is found within, then it is new. If so, then add this new tag. Now I added this new tag as a badge. When you check Bootstrap docs, you're going to have badge in there. Round 1, you can have success, danger, alert. What is an alert? Lights and dark. So I chose success, and this is a font size of 2, and I have a new tag. And now here I added an ID so that I can push this to maybe right corner, okay, of the div element, this div element. Okay, and in that that's so the rest are default, and I still added this add to cart button, then see more, which are yet implemented by you. Okay, all right, so we are good with this. We need to implement the route. For the route, it should be at page, then we're going to say this is search result. Now this is coming in with filter, and this filter here is what we are specified. No matter if it starts with capital or lower, it's still going to work. You're going to ignore that case. Okay. Now when you go to the category, you can see that we check here from category component, we are navigating to this main product and category. So we need to create this, and I pass on an ID to this. So let's grab this, and now let's say we need to create a component, and what will be the name of this component? And we want to say this is main page. Okay, so we have already created a latest product, and now with the latest product, where do you think we should put our latest product? We can put this, I think, in the home page, because when the page loads, you want to see the banner, and so you want to see the latest product beneath. So here, let's also add our latest product component. Okay, now let's go and look at the main page, how this should work. Now this main page is going to accept a parameter, so let's put that in this component. So add result component, and it is main page. Well, I can add component. Now this main page component, what am I doing here is when parameter changes, because we're going to accept a parameter here as a category ID in the form of string. Now we need to get selected category so we can display the category name as result for this category selected. Now we're having this product by category. So in here, this is what we're doing. You can see from this, when the page is loaded, it's the same thing. We are checking if category is null, then kindly go home. If not, then get category by ID, pass on this category ID. There's going to be string. By saying this takes in a guild, we must pass it from guild. So because we have guild.pass, we got to do the same thing over here, and I'm getting product by category. So we have all these services created already. So we just consume them, and after consuming, what do? Just go and vomit them out. So how do you vomit? It's quite simple. Let's specify our page route first. So this is our page route to the main product category. Then I'm going to move this to the import because that is where it's supposed to be for global usage. And the main page, I think I should have simple UI to represent it. So you can see I'm checking if selected category is not equal to null as well as product category. Then I want to the same thing. So I copied also one from the carousel and I implemented that. And I added the same div new tag, display the price, the name, the image, and see more with the add to cart button. Check it out. Add to cart button. You have it here. Okay. Now the next thing is you have in case product is not found. I want to display something like, hey, product not found. This is what I'm displaying. Then check here. From this section, we are getting this. So as we call this service, we can have access to selected category. Because as soon as I provide the ID, I can go ahead and get this category by ID and I get the name. And if I get a name, I am displaying the name over there. You see it? So that's the reason why I need to check if it is not equal to null. Because if I don't check it, there's going to be an issue because when the page is rendering and now this is not found, hey, I'm going to have issue here. And for a good client, it should resist even, or it should be able to stand with no issues even when it could not connect to the API. And that is what our system is going to do. We're making it as a resistant. Even if you couldn't communicate with an API, you're not going to see error in it. No, it's going to withstand. Okay. So let's save this. So I think this is a waited time for us to launch this and see the beautiful work that we've done, amazing work that we have done. Okay, so first of all, we need to build this. Whilst we are building, let's make sure we have our API also ready. So that's an API. Let's also make sure this is working. Okay. I think that is all, no issue again with this. Let's save the API. And now let's also build the API. So our API is ready for succeeded. Now let's run our API, which of course we know it is working 100%. It is working. Now after this gets run, we want to focus on the clients and see how the view is going to look like. And yeah, of course, our endpoint is ready. Now let's run our client 2 and check it out. So instead of setting up the client library, no, we want to set up the Blazor was in my startup. Take notes, set a startup project, and now give it a run. Again, let's check if our JS and other files have been integrated. So there's an issue. We have kind of issues that we need to solve. Okay, so all these files are not found. All these files are not found. Oh, okay. They're not found. Yes, I know they will not be found. You know the reason why? Let's go to check it here from our www folder. CSS, we don't have these files. JS, we don't have these files. We have only font awesome. We got it. So that's the reason why we are not getting that. You can see since we had the font awesome working, this is working. This is an icon cat is working. You see? So quickly, let's go and add that. We can get them from the same files, the source folder. So from this JS, you see, don't worry, just grab everything like this, copy this folder. So, and then let's go and paste it there. So once I have it copied, let's go to our www and I'll drop it. Now we have it, the JS over here. Not only that, when we check it, you can see we have a CSS. So with the CSS, that is mine. Let's go and grab all like this. And let's go to the CSS and I'll paste the CSS files in here. You see? Not only that, we have images. We are going to be using these images soon, because when you go back, you see we are having these images here. We are going to be using these images, but for now, let's grab these images and also drop it. So it is now dropped. Now you can see from here, I have all the images here. Although we are going to be adding them again, but you see, let's see the default images that it's using. Then later on we can get rid of that. I believe you have your own personal image that you want to add, isn't it? This for just a demo purpose. Okay, good. So now let's go ahead and let's rerun this again and check how beautiful our app is going to be. It's now loading again. Now let's wait. Check it out. Let me maximize it so you can see everything. It's still loading. We're also waiting patiently for it. Oh, that's great. Amazing. You see that? Okay, but we're having an issue. We're having an issue. So if I click on this, I have this categories. I have my version 1.1. Did you see this version? I didn't show you, right? But I hope you saw this. So I added the version to this. And there's a photo that we did, but we're having an issue here. What kind of issue is that? If I click on this too, it's hidden. Now check it. You can see I have an account. I click on it and log in and register. There's my card, and now here it is a search product. I pass in something like that and nothing is found. Oh, amazing. Great. Now check it out. Get 30%, but this is not working because this should have been bigger, but it is small. It means we need to, there's something is getting up here. We need to check this. Let's face that. Let's go to, and this is coming from the home banner. 30% discount, 30%. Where is it? This one. So we have our test, danger, get 30%, danger here. Span. Font size is 2. Test danger. Font size is 2. It's an H1 element. So it's an H1. Test danger. Font size is 2. And I think this should work, right? Okay. So one thing that we need to do from the app settings, our new tag that we add the badge, we need to also add the CSS to our app.css. So that's a new tag, I believe you've remembered, so we can push it to the right. Then when we go to our index.html, let's go and check it out. That is coming from our www root folder from our index. I think we're having this bootstrap again. Let's comment this because you're having another bootstrap here. This is bootstrap. So let's comment this. Okay, so we have a bootstrap, CSS. Then this also is coming from our distribution of bootstrap. Okay, so this, I think let's comment one because we're having two bootstraps files. And we can get the bootstrap over here. Okay. Now, when we reload this, let's see what it's saying. You see, we saw some error down there. Let's wait for this to run and let's check out the error and fix that. Now, let's go to an inspect element from our console. Now let's see this where it's coming from. Now from here we have this 404 coming from this category single. It's not working. API, we couldn't get anything from the API. Then it is saying this does not contain anything from here. Yes. So that is coming from, let's find out and see where this is coming from. Okay, so we can get this from let's see, from this. I think when we go to our custom states, we need to sound it with try catch block here, because evidently when the app runs and we are not authenticated, you're not going to see that. So let's see try, then we can have our catch. And now with this catch, you want to return anonymous to stop that. And also when we go to our HTTP client, check it out from our client library, our helper HTTP client, where we are getting private clients. You see we get this token from this token service. Now this token service could return null. So in case it is null, then we want to do this. That means we need to check our token service to see if there's no exception there. So this is our token service where we get this token from here. So we haven't returned null. Great. I think let's rerun this again. Check it out. We need to feed the API with some test data. So from here, we have in our category. So with category, let's see if we have some categories here. All right, so we have 3 categories. And I think from these categories, when a call is made, we should get it. So let's go and start from there, from our component, category component. That is where we're making a service call, right? Now this service call, let's put breakpoint here. Let's go to category service from our client library. Then category service, we have this. And here we want to get this category. So get category, get all. This will be called. Let's go and check it again. So if I reload this page, that endpoint must be hit. And when it hits, we need to check that. Okay, so this is hit. Let's step over again. Then here we get our public client. So we have it, which takes in 7025/API as our API endpoint. Let's see from here, 7025 API, and that's it. So we must have category and then all. Let's continue on and see category and all. So we make a call. Now let's see from here. Okay, so let's see the response. We have not found. Let's go and see. Okay, so this is getting single, but you're not getting single. You want to get all, right? So you're getting category and now single. Meanwhile, we need category and now all. It means there's an issue here. So get category dot get all. That is the issue. It means for product, we need to also do same. You get it? So for product, we have get all, and that is get all. Because get single and get all, the route are quite different. So let's reload them again. Again, it's hits. Let's see. Now we get it. We get a client. We're making a call, and let's check. Oh, let's go and check. Okay, what's the result? What is this code here? Oh, 200. We have them. You see? So continue on, and now we have it. So click on this, and we have the categories. You see that? That's amazing. Now here we can decide to also log in. And I think I have the category over there. And if I click on the, now we are not having any product. So we're going to create product soon. First, let's go and log in and check it out. So I click on this, go to login, and you see we have this here. Do you have any user? You sure? Let's use the API to access it and see. So from an API, we go to an authentication, and from login, let's check from Do I have admin at admin? Because that is what I usually do. Admin at admin. Then for the password, do you remember my common password that I use? That is an admin at 123. I like this password a lot. Now when we log in, we must get a token. Oh yes, we have a token, a refresh token. Now let's pass it on here. So admin at admin.com. And the password is admin at 123. Now, when we click on this, we want to check if the token will be set to the cookie. So from this application, cookie, open it, and there is our endpoint 7170. Now we have nothing over here. Click on execute, and let's wait and see. Oh, we have the cookie here. You see that? And as soon as it does, it's going to refresh itself. We see the token is here in the cookie. Great. Now let's see as it reloads. Let's see whether it's going to have my email displayed on the home page, or it's going to still remain as an account. If it remains as an account, it means there's an issue. Okay, breakpoint is set. I forgot. Okay, so we want to continue with this. That's clear now, so keep going. And okay, let's see. I am logged in, but I do not see my login here, right? I don't see. It seems I'm not logging. You have the token over there. Okay, so let's go and put breakpoint to a custom auth state over here. Let's reload. This must get hit. That is it. Step in, get the token, and let's see. Yeah, so we have the token here. Oh, do you see it? Now let's go and check tokens. So let's get claims. 7 claims. Okay. Now if claims dot not any, it's going to jump to the next one. Let's get our principal. We got it. And here we have our. So let's see. Is authenticated is false. Oh, I think the problem is coming from here. We need to form our claims identity. We need to specify the authentication type. Check it out from here. It should come from, I think, this side. This is JWT auths. That is where the problem is. I think we got it. Let's do this again. Let me stop this and run it again. So we are once again hit. Let's step over. Now we know that this place is good. Sets. Get our claims. Now we have our principal. Now we're going to check resets. Okay, so authorizing. Do you see that? Okay. Now let's check our claims. If possible, we can see. Yeah, it's authenticated. Is set to true. Amazing. Click on continue, and I can see admin at admin.com. So I'm logged in. I can also log out. Now check it out. After logging out, the page has to get reloaded, and after reloaded, check it out. I'm out. Let's do it again. We are in. You see that? We are in. Now we have one thing left. If I click on this fashion, it has to send me to a page. Main, product, category, and on the ID. But I have product not found, and I have this issue. Why? When it's check from this controller, I'm having this issue from here, and it is saying that API call line 36. API call helper line 36. You see that? Let's go and check it. API helper line 36 is coming from here. This response. So that place, let's go to the main. That is coming from the main component. Now here, when the page is set, we call this service, category service, and get by ID. They are not found. So this service, it means we need to handle that. We can handle this service over here. So instead of getting this selected category, we can decide to set it as null. If we can do that, then we should handle it from the category service. Let's first point out and see which one is causing the problem. This is hits. Okay, so the first one is causing the problem. I'll learn both are causing the same problem. So category service, let's go and see from category service. Get category by ID. And we have it over here, get category by ID. This, we call this, and there's going to be an issue. So they're saying that return null. Oh, okay. Return null. So this null, when it returns it, and we want to assign this null, let's put a breakpoint here, and let's do it again. Point is hit. Check it again from here. Then step over. So we're going to make a call, and now make a call to this. And okay, what's the response here? Results here is going to be 404, not found. Okay, not found. So here, if it is return result equal to null, result is not null, it is not found, but this will not work. You see that? So it tells you that we need to modify that code well, because we're having not found as well. So we can say that if results dot status code is equal to status code dot not found, then we want to return null. You see? Then if it is null 2, you want to return null, or do this. Now we need to grab same from get by ID. Then let's see from here. This can also return not found. So we need to also maintain the same thing. Issue solved now. We can need to replicate same thing in the product, because when it's time for product, we're going to have the same issue. So if it's not null, we want to return empty array, get product by ID. If this is not also found, then let's also return same empty array. But this won't be array because this is just a single one. So category service, it means when you go to the list, saying now you want to return this. Close it. So maybe we can check if only maybe status code is success. That is where you want to read this, else return now. So we can, because maybe for now we have not found, so we want to return now in case tomorrow we implement bad request. Unless we come here and do the same, so we can encapsulate it once and return it. But for now, this is okay. It's gonna work. Let's see. Okay, so this is working. Click on this, go to fashion, and no product found. Yet we are still having this unhandled exception. We need to check it again from here. Now it is coming from category service line 113. Category service line 113. Okay, so we are here. Okay, so get category. Oh, we need to do same here. I forgot. Okay, so we can do this, or this results. If it is success, that is only when we want to do this. Maybe we can actually do that. Let's say we can say that if results dot a success status code, that is only when we want to do this, right? Let's say return, else return this, else. I think this is better done. And here we're having just a few lines of code, but it's going to work, going to encapsulate everything and work here. So I think maybe this is the good option that we need to use and get rid of all this. So if the result status code is success, then return this. This should be returned, else do same. Nothing get by ID. Now forget all. We need to do same, so we can grab, I think this, get all, and let's have our else, that is list, so let's return this, that is get all. We need to return, we need to do same to product, so we can streamline that. I think this is the right time for us to do that. Get product by ID. Now for get product, get our product. Let's do same. Now let's save and let's see. Okay, now we get a list fashion. Now we are in here, and I think breakpoint is hit now. We don't want to hit breakpoint again. Again, this also hits. Continue on. Now you can see there's no error. We are having no product found. If we go to electronics, we are doing the same thing for jewelry. You see the ID keeps changing. We do the same thing. Now let's go and say let's add product and see whether we're going to have it in the home page. Now this page here. So let's go and do that from the UI. So we have category already. When you check from our category, get all, we have this fashion. So let's grab this ID. Then let's go to product and add. We need category ID. And I say this is product 1. This is the price that we want. Quantity. Let's save this and see. Now this has added. So let's say product 2. Execute. Product 3. Execute. 4. Gone. And the last one 5. Gone. Now if I copy another category ID, that is for electronics, let's grab this ID and update. Let's add a different product 6, add it, and now maybe 8, 9, last one 10. So when you go to, oh okay, so product field is required. I think there's an issue here. Let's go and grab the ID. Well, okay, I think the D is only 1, but we made it 2. The D is 1. Okay, so it means you have to add 9 again. You have to add 8. Then you have to add 7. Okay, so when we go to product, get all, we must have at least 10 products. We have them here, right? Now when we go to get product by category, and categories, get product by category. So let's grab one of the categories. Let's say for fashion, let's grab this. Let's go to get product by category. Pass in the category over here. Click on execute. Okay, so we are having the cycle was detected. So we need to add this. Let's configure this in the API. So in our API, we're going to add that to the controller service. Where is it? Where is our controller? So here, so add JSON options. You need to specify an option in here, and this option should come with. So add JSON options and remove this. So an option should come with JSON initializer options. Then you want to use reference handler dot ignore cycle. So you need to add this. You can remove all this, and I think we can add this as name using statement. Okay. So this, I think this is solved. Now if I run this again, that's an API. The UI has no issue. It's just the API. So let's run the API again, and this will work. After that, the UI is going to consume it, since you're going to have a beautiful app. Let's go and cross check. We still have the, let's go and get all the categories. Let's pick fashion ID. Last one, by category ID, paste it on, execute, and we must have our products. You can see we have all these products that is working. Now our UI must work. Have a look. Click on this. Let's refresh our app. And the next thing that we're doing is fashion. I think we're supposed to display the product here, but we are not. If I click on fashion, no product, electronics, no product, jewelry, no product, this shouldn't happen. The call should be made. So from our network tab, if I click on fashion, we're having 404. Let's find out. 404. Okay. See fashion, network tab, single. Okay, we are getting our single. API category single. No, this should get up by ID. So that's what the problem is. We must also check that. So it gets past the ID, and now here it is get, and we're getting our product. So that should be get. Okay, so it means let's find out and see how we should work with that. We created controller, I think so. Let's check our controller first from an API. Now in our API, we go to category controller, and I created this products by category. So it means we need to go to our constant. This is our API. Let's minimize that. Let's go to our helper folder where we have our constant, and from the category we need to add one here, category, then product by category. So we can say get products by category. So once you have this, let's copy this. Let's go to category service, and instead of get all, it should be get products by category. Now let's run this again. Okay, so it's ready again. Now if I click on fashion, we are still getting no product. And if I check from here, on the network tab, we're still getting the same single, which shouldn't be single. Okay, so let's go to the main component, category service, and we are getting get product by category. That is gets. We have an ID to string over here. Okay, this is our product. Put breakpoint. let's go to the main component. So here, get products by, we want to get this category before we get this. Now, when getting to this, giving us issues, so get by ID and single, and we are not specifying the ID there. Category service, get by ID here, put breakpoints. We have the ID down. Okay, let's go and make, let's refresh this page. That is the main component. Now that is hit, so we check, we get public clients, then, so get by ID, we provide an ID. There is the ID. Then we check from the status, and that is 404 not found. Let's check from here. Okay, so we're getting the single, but we are not providing the ID to it. We're not providing the ID to it. So let's see how, let's check our PI call helper. So if it is get, ID is, if it's not equal to null, then we do this. So I was trying to check it from here, and I realized that it is coming from this. From here to this and to that. Now, when you check our API here, we are setting the ID, but check it out. ID is not found here. The reason why is coming from this. We're saying ID.toString, and this is void. We are not setting up to anyone. So this should have been the right way to do it. ID is equal to ID.toString. Oh, you forgot. So I think now let's reload it, and now this should work now. So we go in there again, and now we click on fashion, and let's see from this is hit. Continue on from here, and this also hits. We can just go up and check it from here and from here. Let's check whether we have some product and result. Okay. So we want to, now what is the results here? Let's see from this result. It's 200, so that's fine. We have it. Now this is going to skip this, so we know. Then we have this here. Great. We did not add any image, but you see we are now having these images, the products here, right? So that's the product that we added from product 5 up to, back. See our product 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are we having that? Let's check for only electronics. We have from 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now for jewelry, we have none. That is none for this. To confirm for this, let's go and check from this. How many do we have? We have product ID, product 1, product 2, product 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, then we also have product 1 again. Yeah, so it is the same thing because we have product 1 and 4. So we have added multiple products. I remember that I've added some previously, and we're having another one over there. Okay, so we have all these products over here and that fashion, and you can see our categories and the products are working. Okay, so fashion. So breakpoint is hit. There's no breakpoint here, but it keeps telling me there's breakpoints. Okay, we have them. So you can see now this is working. Now search for this. If I click on product, see what happens. Because I have all list of products from product 1, 2, 3. I click on any of them to navigate me to the search result, and I'm going to have access to that product. I'm having the search result here. If I click on fashion, I'm going to have this breakpoint hit again. Continue, and I'm having fashion product. Electronic, and I should have electronic product. Continue, check it out. Yes, so we have it. So we've been able to create a category, our component, our authentication. So all we have left is our cart service and administrative work, right? How to add and update. All right, so I believe you've come so far. Let's take a break and hopefully we're going to continue on next time. So stay tuned for the next video. Hey guys, welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel. This is a project that we started, e-commerce with a backend of Web API and a front end using Blazor standalone with .NET 9. So we have started or made 2 videos on the client. We are done with an API. So we are building the client, and this is the 3rd video of building the client. So in this video, we're going to look at how we can connect our administration sessions and also how we can work with carts and all sorts. So let's see. Now in our API creation, we forgot to register our services. I don't know whether you did it or you did not. Well, if you do not have any idea of this, it means that you haven't watched the previous video. I think they are very important for you to hop into this level and get the better understanding. So I think you have to check that if you haven't done so before you jump right into this. Now let's quickly go to our infrastructure, and in there, that is where we created our cart interface with implementation, and that is where we're going to save our archive. That is when a payment is made to the Stripe account, and when it returns, you want to call this from the client, from the UI, to save the record or the product or the cart details which was paid for. So you want to do that, and we created an interface and implementation, but we did not register that. So let's quickly go in there and undo that. So make sure you open your solution, and in there we go into our infrastructure project, and in our service container, that is how we're going to do that. So now that we are done with this, we also created a payment interface and implementation, which is going to give us access to all the payment system or application support. And in that, we did not also register that. So we need to do this with a cart service in the application layer. So let's go to application with our service container and undo these registrations. After we are done with this, the next thing that we're going to do here is within our archive model, user ID is a string, but in that, when creating that DTO and the model itself, we made it as GUID, which shouldn't be so. So let's go and modify that. We first have to tackle the model itself from the domain, then we tackle the DTO from the application layer. So let's do it. So now that we are done updating this, we need to update add migration, because you know that once you are done with this, the change is going to affect our database. So we need to perform migration. Let's go and build this project and add migration. So now that it is succeeded, as you can see from here, we click on Package Manager Console and add migration to this. Make sure you have your default project set as infrastructure. Great. Okay, so we are having an issue here. Cannot insert duplicate key row in object of this ASP.NET row. We have this table already existing, so that's the reason why we are having all this issue, right? And that's what we need to do. We can start this afresh. So all this we can Let's delete the migration folder. So that's our migration. We want to get rid of this. Once this is done, we need to also delete our database so we can perform new migration and now get this into effect. And that is my eCommerce AppDB. That's the database here. So close existing connections and I click on OK to get it deleted. Now let's go and do it same. So we're going to say that let's clear and add migration. There's going to be the first one. And now let's go in and update it. So that is also done. Now we can go back to our SQL Server Object Explorer. Now we are not having any app eCommerce DB. Now let's go and refresh our database and see we have it over here. So we have everything with the new tables created. Great. The next thing that we're going to do here is when we check our Stripe payment service that we created, which is found in infrastructure, it needs to provide, or we need to provide it with some parameters, which are the cancel and also success URLs. Now with this, when in case operation is successful, then it's going to direct it to the success URL. In case it failed or it's being cancelled, then it does same. Now in that, we're going to create a component in our client. That is where we're going to redirect this into our client. So in case user cancels the request to make payment, we can display something like payment cancelled. Or if in case it is successful, then we do same. So in that, we need to update these parameters in there. Now go to your infrastructure and now check your Stripe service that we created under services, Stripe payment service, and let's update this. So instead of using 7025, which is the API's address port, we're going to be using 71, which is for our, I think our client. So our client is running on 7172, I think so. Yeah, so I think it's 7170, 7170, 7170. Now this should be dynamic. So go to your client section, go to your properties folder, and then click on line settings, and now grab the address that you see and now paste it on here. So this should be like this. Now we're going to create a component in our client and I'll name it as payment success and also payment cancelled. And then we're going to display respective information if it's successful or not. And here it is redirecting to our Blazor application. That's our client application. Okay. Now aside from this, we need to also update our payment method types. In our previous video, we made it as USD, but that shouldn't be so. There's the type. So here we're going to look for card since you want to make a card payment. So we need to pass in a card instead of the USD. So these are the modifications that we need to do in our client for it to work. You know, with our card service, you are not implementing or we are not wiring the API much. We want to handle that in the client and we call the API when we are done or you want to make payment. That's amazing. Okay, so let's save this. We can close all these tabs here. Then we can make sure we rebuild this project to make sure everything works before we can open our client and also tackle that. Oh, okay. So you see we have what succeeded. It means that this is set. I can just minimize this or close it in case I want my system to be faster. In that, I'll close it. When we need it, we'll go and open it again. So don't worry. So I've closed that and I'm going to open my front end. So that's a demo e-commerce front end. So open yours. I don't know the name that you gave to the solution, but make sure you have it open because we're going to work on the client. So it is successfully open. Now we have multiple tabs open. We're going to close all. Now the first thing that we need to do here is to install some packages. We're going to be assisted by some packages. Now I did not integrate any third-party packages except my own package, aside from the Crescenti package for Blazor Type Ahead. Okay, maybe you can decide to improve this using Syncfusion packages, using DevExpress or other packages. You can do that. But let's make it in a basic form so that every developer can understand that. Okay, and these are free packages that we are using. So we need to install my data grid package that I have created. It actually is just a table element, and also we have a modal, which is a div, and also we have a toast. So these are the 3 packages that we're going to install in this. So let's do that. So right click on solution and now go to dependencies and click on manage NuGet packages. Now that we are done installing these packages, that is our toast model, and also for not this one, we've done this already, isn't it? That's a data grid. You know, these packages are supported with some JavaScript files, so we need to go to our index.html file and now make references in there. Let's do that. So these are the packages that we need for our script, for our data grid, and also we need for our model. So after we are done with this, now it is the time for us to create our cat DTO. So these are the models that we're going to be using in our client. As earlier on, maybe you can decide to add a simple project and then add those commonly used models or DTOs in that, and now share it with an API and also the client. But well, we want to create a separate project, so we don't want to be doing that. But well, you can also do it. Since you are not doing that, it means you need to code this again. Yes, we need to write it again. So let's go and do that. And we're going to do that in our client library that we added to support this Blazor application, in that you created a folder known as models. These models actually contain our DTOs. That's what we're going to be using to transfer data from our client to the API. So in that, let's create a folder and name it as cat, and I'll start creating our DTOs. So when you check here, you can see that here we are having product ID and we are having quantity. The same thing applies to this. We are having product ID. We are also having the same quantity. So instead of repeating the same thing, we can get rid of this. After getting rid of that, let's inherit from this. That is inheritance. So we are inheriting the members from here, and then we are adding extra ones there. That is good programming practice. So let's keep that. Okay, so maybe you might be asking, why are we creating these DTOs? Well, the reason why we are creating these DTOs is, you see, when you check, for instance, the process card. Now you can change the name. Don't worry about the name if it sounds weird to you. Now this is what we're going to be using to save products added to cart to the cookie storage, or in case you want to use local storage too. That's a browser storage. You can do that. And aside from that, we need a product ID and a quantity the user wants to buy. Then checkout is what we're going to be using to send the list of products selected to the cart and also the payment method user selected. For now, when building the API, we integrated only one payment method, that is using credit card. Using card. In case you have a PayPal, in case you have maybe payment on delivery, you see that things, so you can add them so that when the user selects each of them based on the ID, you can check it and now swap the implementations and do some magic with it. Then here we're going to save this. when after payment is made, we need to send this cart history. And now in that cart history, we're going to save it here with the archive. This is going to contain all carts which have been paid for, not unpaid one, paid for, successfully paid. So that's the reason why we are creating these three models here. So let's put them in each file. So now that we are done with this, the next thing that we're going to do here is, in the previous video, we created an interface as a helper, which returns an HTTP client. Now in that, we are returning a public client and also a private client. Now with the private client, we need to get a token from the cookie, append it to the header, that's an authorization header, before we return an instance of a client. But in that, how we did it, we need to modify it so it can work well. So let's do that. Now in our client library, in our helper folder, you will see that we are not tackling the interface, rather the implementation. So check for HTTP client helper. And in here, instead of creating a new client here, we don't want to do that. We have created one already here with this. So let's grab this one and now assign it with a header. Let's remove this one, the new one created, and now let's return this client. Good. So we create a client. If the token is null, return this client. This client is going to be empty because it's now created. In case it is there, token is there, then the same client created, make sure you add the authorization header and I return. So this is a very simple one, isn't it? Let's save this. After doing this, the next thing we're going to do here is we created our constant class which handles all our constant methods and also variables. So let's go and update it. Since we want to integrate or we want to add cart, let's go and add that session as well. So it is found in the same folder as helper folder, because we have constant and we created a product category, authentication, API call type, cookie, and also API client. Now let's modify this and add few. So if you are asking yourself, why are we creating this method or these static classes, then let me explain it to you. Now with payment, we have created our payment controller already in our API development, which returns our payment method. And in the controller name is payment, and now the route here, it is what? The method. So we combine them and have a controller / our route, which get access to the specific endpoint, which is get. And they want to get all payments. So this is going to be used to display all payments to the user. Now, when it comes to the carts, you can see we have a checkout, and which is a cart controller, endpoint, which has a route of what checkout. Then from save cart is the same cart controller with an endpoint route of what save checkout. Now, with a cart name, this name as my cart, that is what we're going to be using as a key to save the cart selected or added or created by the user in the cookie storage. So since we have installed a cookie storage package, we want to use that to handle all the tokens or the cart service. So we give it a name here. You can change the name, you can change the checkout, you can change the save cart, you can change the controller name and the endpoint or the route. You can modify this, okay? But in this tutorial or in this project, that is how we're doing it. Okay. Once you're done with this, we need to create our cart service, which comprises of the interface and the implementation. Now, the reason why in the client you're also creating the cart services, maybe in the near future, if you want to create tests, unit test, then we can mock it and now work with this. I've already made a video on how to test Blazor application. So if you want to check it out, maybe I'll put the link in the video description if you want to look at how you can do this test, unit test in your Blazor application. So let's go and do that. And we are doing the same thing, or we are doing it at the same place. When you check our services folder, we have an interface and implementation. Let's go and add this cart service and its implementation in there. So we need two interfaces to handle our service. We need our save checkout history. That is after this checkout is successfully implemented or executed. That's what we call this. I think in the order of execution, this should be the first one. So we check out after it makes access. We want to save the checkout here to the history, and we do that. Let's go implement this. So when you look at our checkout service, it is what we are doing for the implementation. Before a client can check out, the client must be authenticated. Although when a client is adding product to cart, either the client is authenticated or not, we don't care about that. But as soon as the client wants to make checkout, want to pay, that is where he needs to be authenticated. So in that, we create a private which takes in the token or the JWT token of the client and attach to the header. Then we're going to make a post request. Now in that we have a route, which is an API, that's a controller name with a route, a specific endpoint. We have our client as private client. Then we do not have an ID because this is a post request. Then there's a model. In our model, we need to typecast it. And what is the type here? It is checkout. So we do that, and you pass in this object that we have created. We want to check in case the process could not be performed at all. We want to return connection error, but in case it does and it returns a response from the API, which could be bad request, it could be okay, it could be anything, we want to convert that into a service response and now return it to the user. Now let's handle with the save checkout history as well. So it's a matter of grabbing all this. Let's grab this and let's paste it. That is where copy and paste is nice. Let's make it an async. And in here, this is what we're going to be doing. With this, instead of cart or checkout, it is what? Save cart, the same post, the same client, ID is null. And now this is an archive, no more cart. This is the model. Since it's a T model, it can handle enumerable. Then with the typecast, since it's a list, we need to also cast it as a list. So enumerable, let's cast it, passing the model. The same thing, since it returns service response, we can do same here. That's very simple. Okay, so now we are done implementing this. What is the next thing to do? It's about registering the service. Let's go to the program.cs file and register that service. The next thing that we need to do after registering the service here is to create our payment service, which is going to handle or return is a get request, which is going to talk to the API and retrieve all payments that the API supports. So we can let the client choose one. Let's create an interface and also implementation for that. So it seems we did not create this DTO. When it's check here, we are not having that. So that means we need to go and do that. Okay, so let's go and create our implementation for this. So with this, we need to go to, let's get our category service, because it is the same thing that we're going to be doing. So category service, let's locate for get request. So category service, this is post private, this is update. You want to have get all, so you want to grab this. Let's go to our implementation. Let's paste this, change it to an async, and also we need to get an HTTP client, so it means we need to inject it here. We can get same from our cat service. We get a client, which is here is a payment method, and this payment method is not private. We want to get public clients. After that, we want to create a model, which is get all, but it shouldn't be category, rather it is what, payment. Then we have get all, type is get, this is our client. Model, we don't have any model. Then ID is also null. Now when we come here, we need to cast it, so we create a dummy model. We did that in the previous video, then which contains this empty class. See, empty class, and we want to call this, and this should return payment. So it should return a list of this. In case it makes access, you want to return a list of all. You want to return null. It's an empty array. Okay, so that's what we have here. We can also move this to a file. The same thing applies to the interface. Okay, and let's remove all this. So once you are done, we need to go and register this service. Let's go to the program and now do same. Good. So you can see that we have a cat service created, registered, and also we have a payment service also created and registered as well. The next thing that we're going to be doing here is let's do an injection. Let's inject this cart and payment service in our import.razor, so it makes it globally accessible and available everywhere in the component. We can do that from our Blazor application, import.razor file, and let's do the injection. Okay, so these are the injections that we need. You can see from here, we are injecting a browser cookie storage service, and this will give access to use the interface from the application that we installed, the package that we installed. Okay, although we have encapsulated this in the iToken service, but well, this is for token purpose and this is for storage purpose. So here we want to save a cat to the cookie storage, and I want to use the built-in interface from the package that we installed. And also we created the payment method and the cat service, and that is what we have injected the interfaces, and we've created an object out of it respectively. Great. In there we need to use a system json.test, so we can that's system.test.json, so we can serialize and deserialize JSON object to C# and vice versa. We installed my 3 packages, tools, data grid, and a model, and in that we need to also include the injections here, the using statement, so we don't need to referencing this explicitly in each of the component. The next thing is we need to use our model.cat. This is the models that we created. It's referring to folders, right? Model folder and our cat folder. So we can use all the models that we created in this folder. Good. Now the next thing that we need to do here is we need to register our data grid service in here. So let's go to our program, and in here let's add this data grid service. Now virtualization service is coming from the data grid package. As I mentioned earlier on, it is just a bootstrap class with a table element. Now I have added a function where you can virtualize it. In case you want to load data once you scroll up or down, you can do that. I've made a documentation on this, so if you want to know how to use this, I'll link maybe the video in this if you want to implement it. Okay, but we need to also add this service for this table to work, so we have added it here. Now is the time for us to start creating our component, what we have been waiting for. So let's start creating them. Now in there, I need to close all this. Maybe I'll leave the import because at some point, maybe we'll be adding some using statement in there. So let's close all this. We can open the import again from here because it is available here. Okay, so in our pages, let's right click and this, and we're going to create a razor component, and that's going to handle with the cancel payment component. Now this is going to come from the Stripe service. After user cancels the request of making payment, then this page will be called. So let's have that. And now if you check the route, you see that it corresponds with what we specify in our service in an API. So here we have our local host with our port of 7170 / we're going to have a payment cancelled. So this is what we're going to be using when a user cancels request from the Stripe. So we are just building a simple interface or simple UI for this when the user cancels request. We are using container, which are bootstrap classes, bootstrap things, and we want to, the main object that we want to focus here is to display payment cancel. So that's the reason why we have all this container, row, column, large, and etc. Okay, so these are bootstrap things, and to center this in the middle of the page. Yeah. Okay, so that is it for the payment cancel. Now let's grab this and create our next component. That is when maybe our cart component. I think so. Let's handle our cart component, which is very which is broad. So see where I have one. Let's go to our pages, then add our cart component. So let's specify our route for this, which is the page of as my cat. That is what I'm giving to mine. You can change this. Let's go and write a code method which will be needed, and in order to handle this, talking about getting cat from the cookie storage, serializing this cat, and also deserializing it to .NET object, and now looping through this object in the UI and adding cat. Let's do that. Let's do it. Okay. So we're going to be using toast component. That's the reason why we are injecting this toast component, because we have installed the package already. So in here, when you look at the variables that we are creating here, we first create a string which is going to hold the value when you are paying, when you are processing it. Now we need a toast, that's a Netcode-Hub toast, so we can display something to the user while there's a whilst process occurs. Then we have our show payment dialog, which is going to toggle between show and hide between payment dialog. In that you're having a payment method, the service that we created, we're going to be handle that in here. And also get product. So here that is because when you check our process card, it contains the product ID and quantity. Now to display the product details from the cookie service, we need to get the product details, and you want to separate these selected products from the default one. So these are the default ones, and this is what the user has added to cart. You want to get the details here from this process cart. So we're going to loop through this and now get an object out of this selected product so we can display it in the my cart table. Okay, now let's go and continue on. So here what we're going to do here is when the page initializes, by using this lifecycle method of uninitialize async method, you want to get a payment service, you want to get a product, you want to also get the cart in case we do have, or the user has already added cart to the cookie. We want to also do that and get it and now display them to the UI. Let's do it. So in our uninitialized method to this, what we are doing, we get a payment service, we get a product service. No, we get the payment from the payment service, we get the product from the product service. Then we want to get the cookie or the token. Is it a token? No. We want to get a cart from the cookie service. Because so we're having this browser cookie storage service .get. We specify our cart name, and in case it is null, then we want to return. But in case it isn't, that is why we want to visualize it into a list of process cart and I'll store it here. In case we do have any, then continue else return. Create a method here. This private method is going to loop through this cart, because this contains a process cart, which is the ID of the product and the quantity. You want to loop through that and also get the respective product information of each of the objects specified in this my cart. So let's create this private method to handle that. So when you look at this method, there's quite things that we are doing here. We want to check if the selected product has already data in it. Then we want to get them cleared off before we prepare the new one, because we don't want to keep old data and they want to get rid of it, so we can prepare this container to receive a new one. We loop through the cart list, which contains the process cart, which is of the product ID and also the quantity. We loop through for the product in the product list. When we get it, and in case the selected product does not contain or does not contain it, then we want to add it. So we are getting the selected cart, its models or its product model from the product list that we have. And after that, we're going to sort them in ascending order by name so we can display them. Good. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we want to get a product quantity. We want to get the cart item. We want to also get the product total price, and also we want to handle an input change. Let's see how we're going to work with this. So when you look at this place too, this what we are doing, we want to get a product quantity. The reason that we are doing here is, when we are displaying the selected product. Now this selected product contains the product quantity in stock. We don't want to get that one. We want to get the user selected quantity, and we can get it from our process cart. So that's the reason why we get it from here. And in there, we're going to call a method. Now this method, we want to grab its quantity. Now what is this method? The reason why I created this here is we're going to be using it often. That's the reason why I have separated it. That is this get, it returns a process card. In that the card that we have, you're going to get the ID and I return the quantity out of it. So this is going to give you the actual quantity the user wants to buy with. Now let's check from the get product total price. We have the product ID. We want to grab the quantity. We want to grab the product price. And in there, we want to multiply the quantity by the price, because how much the item costs, that is the found in the product. How many does let's say the user want? Then you get it from the quantity. So to get the total price, let's multiply the quantity by the price. You see that? Just simple mathematics. Okay, now here we're going to handle an input change. This is going to happen when a user types in number in an input text box, which actually going to have the type as number. The reason of creating this is, user can defaultly, when you add item to cart, you're going to have a quantity of 1. But in case you want to update, you want to buy 2 pieces, then you go to my cart, and in there we are providing a text box where you can update it. But when you update it, we need to update the system automatically or a real time, so it can reflect the total price and also reflect with the grand total. And then that we want to grab the total, we want to grab that product ID with the value that is as inserted or typed. So in that we want to you pass this method, we want to provide 2 arguments. The first one is a change argument, which is going to contain the number that is going to provide, and also the product ID, which is coming from the looping. In that, you want to grab the new quantity. Since it's an object, we need to move it to a string, and in that, since it's going to be an integer, we need to pass it on to integer. So we're going to have the integer number here. After that, you want to go to the list that we have and I'll search for that product ID that we have and update the quantity to the new one. After that, you want to save this to the cookie storage. So we haven't created this method yet. We're going to do that soon. After saving, you want to get a cart again. Then you want to refresh the whole app, the whole page component, so the current changes can get reflected. That's what we are doing. Now let's go and have implementation for this save cart. And when you look at this, you want to save item to, I want to save cart to the cookie. So in there, you can see we are using the interface that we injected in our import eraser file, and then we are set async, which by setting up item to the cookie. In there, we need the key and now we need the value. Now with the value, since it's supposed to be string, we need to serialize it into string. We have .NET object and we are serializing it to string, so we can save it in there. The number of days we want to last for is 30 days, and then we specify a default path, which is this home. Okay, we want to get the total, we provide a list of products here which contains the cost price of the specific item or product. We want to create a grand total, we initialize it, and now we're going to loop through this product list that we have, and in that we're going to get this grand total. We specify this product total price by this product ID. So this is going to get us the product ID and also the quantity and add it and get a total. So loop through this, what we're going to be calling here, and now we're going to specify this, the total that we're going to get, you want to assign it to this grand total. At the end of the day, we want to return this grand total. So when we are calling this method, we need to provide a selected product. Take note, selected product, not all the products, because all the products is not what user has added to the cart. It is only a subsection of it that is a selected product. So anytime that we're going to call this grand total, we need to pass on the selected product. Okay, now here we want to delete item from cart. In case user goes to the cart and wants to remove an item from the cart, how is he going to do it? We have created this service or this method or function to enable the user delete item from the cart. The user needs to provide an item ID, and in that, since we are having my cart which contains a process cart, we also have a selected product which contains a product or the cart definition. We need to make sure we remove it from both. After that, we need to remove the old one from the cookie and I'll set the new one. After that, I want to show this toast or this message, product being deleted. Okay. Now, what of in case the user goes to the page, my cart, and the user is satisfied with all the products added to cart and now wants to check out? How is it going to be? How is it going to do it? Let's see. The next function here is going to help us achieve that. So when you look at this method, it's a checkout method, and I believe you've read, so you know. And in here, we want to get the user because here, before user can click on checkout, the user must therefore be authenticated. So we want to check if the user is authenticated, then well, we want to proceed by showing payment dialog. This dialog will enable the user to select the payment method. For now, we have only one payment method, that is by card, credit card. So in case you have multiple payment methods, this dialog box will pop up and the user can now select the type that he or she wants. All right, so now in case it couldn't, then you want to navigate to the authentication/login. That's a login component for the user to log in. But in here, we are implementing a manual return URL. Since it's coming from the cart, you want to pass in the cart name so that in the authentication or the login, we can receive this and keep it in a safe place. After you are done logging in, we can go and redirect it back to the same page, so that when the user is in the checkout page or the cart page and needs to log in, after logging in, the user doesn't need to click to my cart again. It will automatically be redirected to cart. That's good, isn't it? In case you have an issue too, then kindly do the same. Okay. Now with this, the next thing we're going to do here is in case a user selects the payment method. Let's assume user is now authenticated. Now the pop-up has shown and the user has selected a payment method. How are we going to handle that? Let's see the next method. All right, so when you look at this, when a payment, this method is being called, you want to check in case payment is null, then we do the right thing, we return. If not, you want to say that this payment we are saying processing, can you wait? We want to populate this checkout model. We pass in the payment method ID, which is already selected from here. We have the cart already at hand. Then in there, we're going to call a service. We're going to return success or response, service response, which contains a boolean and now a message. Now this message, in case it is success, it tends to be the payment link. We want to navigate to that link. But in case it isn't, then it becomes a message and you want to show the message and now return. When this button is clicked, cancel, we want to hide this. So this method is going to be called in the UI. Okay, when the button is clicked, that is where this is going to happen. Good. So now that we are done building our C# functions, let's go and write our UI to call or integrate this in there. So I can close this. Now let's first add our toast component, which is coming from Netcode-Hub. Toast. So that is our beautiful small toast. Now here we create a reference which corresponds with the instance that we injected here. You want to set the position, it could be top, it could be down. You want to have it bottom here. You want to have an icon class. I'm using font awesome. I don't know whether we have this check as a font awesome, so maybe it might not work, but it might also work. So you can refer a correct icon class here. Then persistent, we want to set this to true so we can have a layer of this toast in case we perform multiple functions. Then we have duration, that is 4000 milliseconds, the time that you wait before it gets hidden. We want to make it at 4 seconds for each toast. Good. Now let's create a small CSS. The reason why I'm adding this here is it's only specific to this component. So you know to add it in the general one, like an app.css or creating an extra layer of CSS class attached to this is very small. So I decided to put it down here. So this is going to be the CSS class for our model, which is going to display the pop-up for payment selection. So in the UI tool, this is what we are doing. Let me just minimize them so you can see them well. You see we are creating a div container which has a open and closing. We have a row for bootstrap things. In that you want to make sure that the selected product here we have at least one or more. In case we do, then we want to loop through that. So you can see from here we are creating a div. Now if you look at this, we are creating a div of column LJ12, which is the whole row. Then in that we want to create a div. Now in that we have a BG as warning for just a simple design. We have a card, so that is a card. Then in the card we have this card header. This card header contains my card. Then in the card header we have card body as well. So you can see from here we have card header, we have card body. Now in the card body, that's where we have the stuffs. So check it. Now we have a Netcode-Hub data grid. Now it's a table with a bootstrap CSS. So you can see I'm having this table light, giving the background as light. Now within that component, it has header template and a content template. The header template is where you're going to specify your table rows. That is the header. So you can see we have table row and I have TA table header. You have it image, I have name, price, quantity, total, and I have manage. So that's so user can decide to either delete the cut and it will come from here. this is going to contain the product image, the product name, the price, quantity, and the total price. Now, when you go to the header content template, that's where we are looping through this selected product, which is a list, and I'm displaying this item here, which should synchronize with the header that we have provided earlier on. So if I open that with the content template, you can see we are using for each loop. Now we're looping through for each. Now after looping through it, you want to create a local variable to handle this. Now in that we have a table row. Now in the row, we having a TDs as specified here. Now the number of TDs should also sync with the number of TDs that is specified as a header. We having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we must also have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that each picks 1 respectively. So here we specifying the image, the name, the price. And then the next one here is we are talking about the, if you check this, the input text box. So there's an input. The type here should be number, and that's the user can update it. We want to have the width as 25 as a bootstrap. It's a form control from bootstrap. Then we want to get the value. So you want to set the value to it. So when you run the application and you go to my cart, the default quantity is supposed to be 1, and it should be displayed in there. So we have created this method already. You are aware. Get product quantity. So you pass in this product ID that we have stored locally here, and we're going to get the quantity in this value. Now when the user clicks and decides to change it, this method will be called, and then here we are passing these 2 arguments here. That is the change event ask, and also the product ID, so we can update it. So we also provide an ID, which is an HTML attribute we provided by the product ID, which is the GUID. Good. Now that's going to be the next one. The last one here is going to have the total price. So get total price, we pass in the item with the product ID to get the total price. Now the last one here, that's where we have this should sync with this manage. We have only one icon here, that is for delete cart item. So it's an font awesome trash. So that's a trash bin. Delete item, we have created this method already, and it takes in an item ID, and we do that. It's going to remove and also get save, get it reloaded, so we can have a current one or real time data as well. Great. Now here you can see we're having this grand total. Now that is, so this is happening, the content template is happening within the table. Now after or outside the table, where we have this column, the table card body, we're going to the card footer, which is all found within the card. We want to get the total. So you can see we have there's a grand total. Now grand total, you pass in this selected product. This is a list. Bear in mind that I mentioned this earlier on. So I think this should be get grand total. So it means we need to update that. Quickly, let's go and do that. Get grand total, that is this. We update it. We go back again, and that issue should be solved now. And we have a button as. And also we are having this button, as you can see from this, as what? Checkout. So if I click on this checkout, that's why we're calling this method. And now a form will be opening. User going to select the payment method type. First of all, it should be checked whether it's authenticated or not. In case it isn't, then it's going to perform what we have stated in there. Okay, so that's a simple thing that we are doing in our UI. Then in case there's none, you want to display cart is empty. In case selected product does not have any member, then display this as cart as empty. So that's what we are doing to handle our cart component. So after we are done with this, now we are on the method, or we are on the page whereby the user can click on add to cart. You can see that in our application, we are having the latest component, which is displaying the UI, the home page. After that, we are having the category beside, and that's where the user clicks on category, it navigates to main page. And that's where we get the category by ID and then get our respective product. So within these 2 components, we need to make sure that we implement the same logic in there. You can create a one service to handle the same, but well, I want to implement async disposable according to the component. Although you can also do that in the service, but I want to do it based on each component. So I have created that, or we need to create that according to the components. Okay, but well, if you have a service too, that's amazing, that's fine. So you can also do that. This is also another way. So let's see how we're going to work with that. Now we go to the Solution Explorer. Now in our component here, you can see we're having this latest product. Let's implement this async disposable. And as you can see, we have this the method that we have. I want to move it here because that is the method we're going to get called when the page is dying off. So I want to be the last one. So in here, what are we going to do? We want to add item to the cart. But when the user clicks on add item to cart, what should happen? We need to make sure we implement that. So let's go to the cart component, or maybe the same latest product. And here you can see from our UI that we created, we are having add to cart. This one, this add to cart. So we're going to build this again. We want to add on click event, so and handle that event as well. So let's do that. I believe you've gotten the idea what we're doing, isn't it? So you can see from here, when the button is clicked, we pass in the ID. We want to make sure that we get it from the cart. In case it is there, we don't want to duplicate it because you can add product once and then you can go in and update the quantity. So in case you've added it already, then kindly do this. But in case you haven't, then add it. So when you add this to cart, then here we're going to save it. Now, why are we saving it here? You know, when the page is disposing, that's why we want to call this cookie service. We don't want to be calling cookie service as soon as user adds item to cart, because when user tries to add item, about 5 items to cart simultaneously, click, 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 we have to be calling this service the same thing as well. We don't want to do that. You want to create a container like when you go to mall, you pick a basket, and now when you pick a basket, if you're about to leave the mall, that is where you make payment, isn't it? You send the basket to the counter, whatever, and now you pay. We do the same thing here. We create a basket for the user. When the user is done and now wants to navigate to another component, that is where you want to save this item to the cookie. That is the best way. Yeah, so that is the approach that we are using here to minimize the frequency of recalling this service. Okay, you want it to relax for a while. You don't want to be troubling this interface. Okay. Now, what we've done here, we need to also do same. Now we need to, this is what we need to do. When we check our service that we created for our UI, this is a div, but we are associating on click to it. So it means let's grab this buyer button, go to the app, www.css, go to app.css, and in here let's add this. That is a class. So let's specify cursor as pointer, so that any div which has this, we're gonna have a button click display. Okay, now we can go in and grab same. So what we have here, let's grab this. Now let's go to, so after our latest product, we need to check our main page. That is where it's going to navigate to categories. We have the same thing. So let's make sure we replace this. Then you see, so the reason why I said you can create as a service is to reduce the duplication. Now we need to also go and do and copy the same thing in there. But since you're having it in 2 pages, that's the reason why I did not create service for. Because if you're repeating it twice, it's fine. But in case you're having more than 2, that is where you need to create a service for. Well, you can also do yours in case you want to make a second duplication, then create a service. It's up to you to do what you want to do. So here, let's also copy the same thing, and then we're going to implement it the same way, the same thing, the same approach. Now we need to get a list, so let's have it. Then when we are disposing of, let's do same. Now the good thing about this is when you look at this, this page can last in for about, because all the categories are going to come here. So let's say if the user navigates category 1, maybe electronics category, and I'll add some product in there. Now the user goes to the another one, let's say clothes category, and I add one. The user will also arrive the same place, just that the parameters will keep changing. Since the page is still in existence, we still have this list alive. If so, then we need not to save it all the time. We can wait after user adds everything when navigating backward or going to my cart. That is where we do that magic. Let's copy and paste what we have in our tools component, which is very essential here. Then we need to create a reference. Let's do same. So if you are wondering how come we got this, we did this in the previous video. So if you haven't checked that one out, I think you can check it before you can get into this. Okay, now we have this, so it's also solved, and that's good. We are almost done. Good. What's the next thing that we need to do? Now, do you remember that we introduced manual return URL to our login, but we haven't handled that, or have we done it? I'm not sure. Have you done it? Okay, so if you haven't, then I also haven't done it. So let's do it together. Let's define the same page. I need not to write this again because I have it here. Why should I write or type? Okay, and here we need to specify a route. Now this route is going to be the cookie name. So let's have parameter here. Which is string, and now we're saying this is route. Now let's go and modify after successful login here. So instead of this, let's use ternary operator to check. If route is null, then it means user is fresh user, is now logging in. But in case it isn't, it means the user has now visited the my cart already, and now my cart is throwing back that user to this page. So let's do that. So we have route is equal to null question mark. If yes, then we know what you're doing. Go to this page, but in case it isn't, then navigate to the route. So using the operator is quite simple. We have skipped if else. Okay, so now let's go and create our last component for the day, and that's going to be when the payment is made successful. What are you going to do? Which page do you want to show? Let's go and do that. From our pages, we have a cancelled component already. So let's have success payment component. In here, you want to display something to the user. So let's have our route specified. All right, so when you look at this, you can see here we want to get the authentication state. We want to check whether user authenticated, so we can get the user claims such as the name and the ID and all the properties that we set from our token. Aside from that, you want to check, so you want to execute this only when the user is authenticated. You want to get a cookie or the cat from the cookie service. You want to deserialize it into a list. Then you want to create an archive here as a list. Then you want to pass on to this service. Remember that we created this service, cat service, which takes in a list or an enumerable of this create archive. And after that, you want to remove the cat from the cookie because user has made payment off. So everything is set. So maybe the next thing you can do here is after payment is made, if you want to get, because you know that here, after payment is made, you need to deliver the item. And I believe you can handle that for the delivery service. You can create it and implement it the way that you want to handle that. And also in case there's an error occurred, even after payment is made, error occurred in trying to save item to the history. You know, we have the cat item already in a string, so maybe you can keep this somewhere else and pass it on to the another table so that later on you can visualize it and do it. I think these are some options or some exceptions that you can handle it laterly. All right, so this is what we need to do. Now this is for a success payment. So in case this payment is get called from a Stripe service, then quickly this will get rendered nicely. Great. So now that everything is set and done, we're going to build this project. Then we run this to check our client and also our API as well. So for new check from this, I think cancel that does not exist. We not call this. Let's click on the error list, click on this. Yeah, we have this canceled. And it tells you that we did not implement this cancel, but I think we did down here. Let's see, that is this cancel, that is void. Okay. So this cancel should. Okay, so see where it is. This should be moved out of. Yes, great. So this is going to get executed when the user clicks on cancel and decide not to click on checkout. Okay, so that's what I think. Building this once again, everything should be solved now and it should work now. Let's wait and check it out. So you can see that it is succeeded. So I'm going to run this and also run the API. So let's run both projects so we can test it out. So our app is running, but we are not having the latest product. Let's see, when you go to our API, I think we need to add one property to the product DTO. So that is a get product DTO. When you go to the domain and check the product, we need to add, I think, date created. So we have our product here. We need to add a property here as date created. And I think from there, we can go and add it to our DTO. So let's have this property. It tells you that when we are done, we need to add migration again. So created date, we can set this to datetime.now. Then the same property that we have created, we go to our get in the application layer from our product, get product, then let's add the date here so it can be mapped. Now let's stop this and let's add migration again. So add migration, updates product. Let's make sure we have the infrastructure set as startup. Let's go and update this. and that is done. So our product that we're going to create is going to have a default date of today's date. So let's go and run this again and check it out. All right, so now when you refresh the page, now you can see we are having this latest product here, and we have this carousel so we can move in and out, and as you can see it has a new tag. Great. Now let's see, if I click on add to cart, this item's supposed to be added to cart, but let's see, I click on this, nothing happens. Let's click on category. Let's say I want to get only for electronics. We have this item, click on this, nothing is happening. Let's right click on this, go to inspect element. Let's go and check the cookie, see if it's there. Yes, you can see we have it over here. So my cart, we have my cart. Then as soon as I click on this cart, oh, we did not link that. We did not link it. So if I go for my cart, then this should open, and this should load the cart service from the cookie and now get them displayed. Oh, okay. So now we have this. We've added 2 products. As you can see, we have the product 2 and product 3. These are the prices, total amount, and then this is the grand total. We have checkout button. Now as soon as I click on this, you can see this also updates in real time. The same thing applies to this. Check it out. Because it's updating. I can also reduce the size and it works. Same. Yes. So the minimum is 1 and the maximum is based on the number of products that we have. Although we did not configure that, but we can actually check it to see if the quantity that the person wants to buy is bigger than the product quantity, then we can display something. Okay. So we have this. Now I want us to look at why our toast is not working, because if I click on clothes and I have this product, in case I click on add to cart, the toast must show, but it is not showing. It is not showing. So let's find out and see. So you can see when you come here to check, when we add products, we are not showing the toast. We only show toast when you try to add the product twice. So instead of this, we can show toast like this. So we need to open a bracket. Then let's move this here. So after it has been added, we want to say that. So this is, do we have success? Good. So you don't have product added to cart. Now the same thing applies to when you go to our latest component. We're also doing same here. So this solves the issue. And also when you go to the API, you know, from our constant class that you created, when you check your client library and now your services and helpers. So we have the services. Let's locate our constant file. You can see that from here, getting to the payment, we made it as payment and our method. Payment and method, right? So we need to make sure the route is the same in the API controller. So you have to make sure the controller name is payment and on the method name or the endpoint is method. You have to make sure it is the same. So I have opened the API, and as you can see from here, our payment and this payment and method. So the route is going to be payment/payment-method, which is not good. So let's remove this. So we have payment/method, which is going to suit what we have now. Great. Now let's run this. And also let's rerun our client again. So let's go and try it again and see whether our toast is going to work. Yes, you can see we have it. Product added to cart. This also added. Now click on this and I have product already added to cart. Okay. Now let's click on this. Let's go to clothes. We have this. Now, if I click on this, I have the same thing. So this is also working. Let's click on cart. Okay, so we forgot to link the cart. Let's navigate here to my cart. And now let's check it out. So initially when it loads, we have cart is empty. And here we are having only 2 products here, but we added more than that, isn't it? So let's clear this again. Now let's go and add it. So for the home page, you want to add it, you want to add, we've added 3, want to add 4. Let's navigate. We have 4 products added to cart. Let's go and verify. So I learned we are not getting the cart item because we did not navigate. We passed through here, right? So we need to click on this. So it means we need to, let's link this first. Let's go back to our source. And we can link it from our, I think our home banner. Maybe this our header. And we have our, let's see. Let's see if we can get access to the cart. So that is this cart. And it is navigating to my cart. Okay. So again, we're going to try this to my cart. Added 2, 3, and now 4. Now let's click on this to my cart, and now we have it. You see that? So if I can decide to increase this and also increase the quantity, have the total amount. If I click on this, you will see I'm not logged in, so I need to log in. Let's say I log in after that. Email not found. It means I need to create an account. Let's go and create an account through the API. That's an API. So create account. Now you see the account is successfully created. So now let's go and log in again. And now we are logged in. So you can see it is navigating us back to my cart. You see that? Now we are in here and then we have this. So if I click on checkout, you see I have my admin added. I have this select payment method, which is credit card. So as soon as I click on this, it is now please wait. And as you can see, so here I have no such host is known. That's an error message that I get because I did not provide my key. So let me go offline, provide this key. I think we've learned, I've shown you where to get this key and how to work with it when working with an API. So I'll just go offline, paste it, and I'll come back. All right, so now that we have this, we're going to click on checkout. Now let's log in. And now we are in here. So I'm going to click on checkout again. Then I'm going to select this cart. So as you can see, please wait, you're processing. So after it gets connected to the Stripe account, it has to redirect me to Stripe. So got it. Now let's wait for this to pop up. Then you can see we're going to see the list of our product that we selected and also the cost and now the total amount. So there's the total amount here. It is a 182.52. We selected product 1, product 2, product 3, and 4. These are the prices as you can see from here. Now let's say I want to fill this. If you want to fill this, the default one that we can use here is 4242424242. So give it any dummy CVC. And now click on testing. So you can see there's a card holder name. This is my country, and I click on process. So after, let's say this card is correct, everything's working, even the production level after deduction has been made and payment is done successfully, it's going to redirect to the successful link that we provided when configuring in an API. Let's wait for that. So you can see now it is done. Now check here. So payment success, right? And now here we have payment made successfully. Thank you for shopping with us. So as we get here, a copy of this has been sent to our that's the cart here has been sent to a database. And after that, if I click on my cart again, cart is empty because it has removed it. Let's go to database and now verify if it is actually there or not. So that is it. Let's go to SQL Server Object Explorer. And in our tables, we're going to look up for archive. That is this one. Check out archives. So let's view this table and see what we have in there. So when we check our, let's say from our app, we should get but you can see from here our checkout archives, payment is made, but it's still empty. Maybe let's trace it to the service that we created from the cart service. This way it should work. So maybe from create archive, which should be a list. And here, oh, okay, so I believe you saw this. So this should be this create archive. Now let's run this. And we're not going to the Stripe account to make that payment. Now we want to navigate straight to this and assuming that we've made the payment. And now let's put a breakpoint and see what will happen next. So let's try to add a couple of products to carts. Okay. Now let's navigate to the page as payment success. So payment success. And let's wait and see whether this is going to work. Okay, so a breakpoint is now hit. Okay, so you authenticated and that's fine. We get a cart. Okay, there's an issue here. Okay, cart is null. Continue on. Let's go to cart itself. Okay, it's empty. Let's go home. Add, and then add. Let's go to carts. We have it. Now let's go to payment success. So this shouldn't be the correct route. We are passing backdoor. So you check and see. Now you authenticated. Let's see, is the cart saved? Let's check it out and see. Oh yeah, we have it here. So we now deserialize into a list. Record a service and I remove it. Okay. Now let's check from our table and see. And I can see that we have it. So this is the user ID. That is a quantity. This is a product ID. And that is a cart ID here. The ID that has been stored for. So we have the user ID. You bought this product ID. This is a quantity. And now the date. We have the date here. Okay, so we've seen how to work with this, how to start with the cart service, the component, and now we're able to make payment and also get the history. We are done with our client section. Now in the next video, we're going to look at how we can create a simple edit form so we can add product, we can add category and such. Okay, so let's see in the next video. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, then make sure you do so, and also like this video in case you've learned something in here. Until then, take care and I'll see you again. Hello friends and everyone, welcome back again to Netcode-Hub channel. We started this project a while ago and we are almost done. This is going to be the final video. We've done a lot. We've built the web API, which is working perfectly. We have also looked at how we can integrate a stunning UI for e-commerce using Blazor WebAssembly standalone, which is in .NET 9. And now we have made a couple of things. I believe you've checked the videos and now you've seen what you've done. If you haven't checked any of the videos, well, then you are missing a lot. So do check the video description here. I'll put the playlist link over there and also the videos that you need to watch. Okay. And let's see. So we're going to finalize this with this video. What have we done so far? We've done our API, our authentication, and also our cart service, our product and category service. Aside from that, when it comes to the UI, we've also built same thing to suit the API. That is by building a nice UI integrating a team, CSS team, which is nice, and we did that. We also created a cart service whereby user can add item to carts and a whole lot, and also can make payment using the integration of Stripe account. Now, the last thing that we're going to do here is an administration section. That is where to perform CRUD. Let's say we're going to add product, we're going to add category, then we're going to delete it. And aside from that, well, what left? Yes, we need to also get sales. So maybe how the system is going to work. After a user makes successful purchasing, then the history or the cart will be sent to an archive, and so we want to grab this archive data from database and then display it from the administrator level, and also add category and product. That is what they want to do in this video, and that's going to finalize this. This project is open to modification, so you can add a lot of features here, but at least by doing this, you've seen how you can build something small or even something meaningful, and I believe you're gonna love that. Okay, so let's see. We need to update the web API first, then we tackle the client. So let's do it. The question is, what are we going to do now? We're first going to create our DTO, which is going to handle our get archive, because after product or cart service or cart has been added to the database, if an admin wants to get it, we need to have a model, a DTO specifically, which will handle that. So let's go in there and implement our cart service. Not the cart service, cart DTO. Now this is going to happen in the application because that is where we have all our DTOs. And so let's go and add that. These are the models that we need, or properties that we need in our this DTO. We want to have the product name, so the product the user purchased. We want to grab the name. We want to grab the quantity of that product user selected. So from that, you want to get that user's name, the purchaser, right? You want to get the name and also his email address. So maybe in case you want to send an email or if you want to integrate something special to it, you can also go on with an email. And you want to know the amount paid for this product. We're going to have the quantity ordered. We're going to have the price. So we can multiply this and then get the amount paid for this specific product with its quantity. Maybe later on, we can decide to add the total or the sum, that's the grand total, the gross total, to see whatever thing that the user, whatever amount that the user purchased or paid. You can do that. And you want to get the date this action were performed. So this is the model that we need to create. Now after we are done with this, what is the next thing to do? Let's go and update our product base. Now product base here is going to happen in our DTO. Now this is what we're doing. Since you're using an auto mapper, it maps data, the properties by name. So if two properties here do not have the same name, then it won't match unless we do that manually. Okay, but we don't need to do this manually because we have the names here, just that they are different. So let's modify that and make sure they are the same. Go to solution. Let me show you that. Now go to domain first, where we have our entities. In that, check product. Now with product entity, you can see we are having image here. Now if you're using auto mapper and we create a DTO to handle that, That is from the product base in application product, and I'll check this product base. You will see we want to map this image here, but we made it as base64. So let's move this and make it as image so that both could be the same, and so they can match and when using AutoMapper. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do here is, after we're done with it, we need to update our cart repository so we can add an interface and implementation so we can get archive, and also we can make it a call in our service. Let's do that. So go to solution, and in there you can see that from our domain, that's where we have our interfaces. Let's go to our iCart. Let's add this interface. We have only one interface here, save checkout history. We're going to add another one. So now that we have our get checkout history, let's implement this. So we can do that from the infrastructure layer. And here we having our cart repo. So we need to, not category, rather cart. So I open this cart repo and let's implement it and see how it's going to work. So that is what we are doing. We want to get the list here and our returns it. This is quite simple. Maybe you can decide to pass in or get, you can filter this. But for now, we want to get everything from here and our return to our UI. Now that we are done with this, the next thing that we need to do here is to create our service. We have the cart service created already. So what matters here is to update the cart and consume this interface. Let's do that. So go to solution. And our cart service can happen, or we can find that from our application, from our services. Then let's make sure we have a cart service. There's a cart service, but let's look at the interface and add an interface to that. That's an iCart service. So let's go and implement this. Here we're going to be needing the user. So let's add our interface, that is an iUser management. So that is what we're doing here. You can see we need to return get archive, that's our DTO, and this should be an end list. So that's why we have an enumerable. Now we want to get it from an interface where we specify to get from database. After that, we check if it is null, you need to return. But in case it isn't, we want to group it. But the reason why we're doing that is, a user can buy more than one item. Now, if the user does that, then if you are looping through all this, you're going to have the same product, the same card with the same user ID. So you want to group this card by user ID, so that if the user buys 4 items, it can be grouped with user ID as a key and then the items bought as a value, which is a list. So that is what we're doing here. We group them by an ID. And aside from that, we want to get the products here because you're going to be getting product details. That's what we need in our model. So we need to get the product list. The reason why I'm not doing get product by an ID here is, when we have multiple products here, unless we get or we call this interface all the time, We want to call it at once and now keep it so that we can loop in through here as an whilst this exists in the memory. Aside from that, we want to create that's a list of an archives, and we're going to loop through our key. This key has the key of the user ID and it has the value of the product or the process card. So loop through that, and you want to get this customer details. So we call user management and get by ID. Since we have the key as an ID, user ID, we can pass in user ID to get as the customer details. Aside from that, this is a key with a list of process card as a value. So you want to loop through that. And now here I want to get a key, the product detail for each where we have a product ID. Aside from that, you want to populate it. So we add a new, and since we have the customer details, we have the product details, we can go in and get a quantity, get the amount paid, multiply the quantity by the price, and provide this. After that, I want to return, which is a list. Send this also an enumerable. We can return list, and it's going to work. Okay, so this is the implementation of this service, and that is how it is orchestrating things to make it work. Great. Now that we are done with this, we need to also update our controller so we can have an endpoint for this. So let's quickly do that. So when you look at our endpoint 2, we want to get all archives from the interface or the service interface that we specified. We want to check in case there's any, then return OK with this. But in case we do not have any record in it, then return not found. And that is what we're doing in our controller. So now we are done with our endpoint, which is updating our API. Now is the time for us to hop into our client and also update the client. But before we do that, we need to authorize this first. When you check let's check our endpoint. We have authentication. With authentication here, our first token is going to be it doesn't need to be authorized. Login and create account also same. But when you go to our card service, forget archive, you need to be an admin. So we need to let's add this authorize attribute. And now here we want to add the rows. Now it is only admin who can get it. In case you want to add more, you can go in and add more here. Aside from, so let's grab this key, and from save checkout, you need to also be authorized, right? So you need to be authorized. But for checkout, you need to be also authorized. So you can see from here, but with this, that is not only by admin. So here we can talk about maybe admin can do it, but I'm not sure admin should check out. So this should be user. Okay, now save checkout. This should be admin. This should be user. Because after user has successfully made purchase, that is where this gets called. User does not need to call this. This will be called from the UI automatically using the UI lifecycle method, which is known as the uninitialize. So this will be called automatically, but then the state here should be a user. That is a row. Get account should be done only by the admin, not user. Okay, we still grab this. Then once you're done doing this, we can also update the cart category. For category is only get and get by ID, which is anonymous. Everybody can get it. But for admin, for also update should be admin, and for delete same. Now get product by category. So here is also empty for everyone. Let's check product, and we're going to do same. Now from our payment controller, this method, we're going to call this method. But before we call this method, we get a payment method. So here, user can decide not to log in. But as soon as user click on this, that is where we log in. So we don't need to authenticate this because here it is getting from the database. We are not adding any function to this. We are not sending any post. It's just get. So we don't need to authorize that. Let's go to product controller, and here we do same to our add, update, and then delete. So from that, yes, so that's what we have now. So we have protected our post, delete, and our put endpoint. These are going to perform by an admin, strictly admin. So we need to protect it. So good. We can build this project again and make sure it works. All right, so that is done building. So we can run this to check if our UI or our Swagger is going to work. So we can minimize this and start with our client. So it is working. Now let's try one and see. I'm going to click on add category. Now I'm not having any key added, right? So let's say if I click on, let's say I want to add something like new category, and now watch out. If I click on execute, I get 401. Let me put postman. Let's register this first. Postman is launching. Let's log in. So I have admin at admin.com. Then let's put password admin at 123. That is a password. Now I'm going to execute this so I can have a token. Now watch out. This is my token. So let me grab this token. And then, okay, but before we do that, I want us also check from here so we can verify and see it's working. There's an endpoint, so let's grab this. Let's go to our postman, which is post, and that category add. We go to, since this is post, go to the body, then a JSON. So with this, it should be name. Let's say new category. Click on send. We should have 401. Great. Now let's go to the headers and add authorization. There's authorization. Let's go and grab our token. Now there's an admin token. So let's grab this. Let's go to our postman, and now with this, authorization, and here we say this is bearer space, and now paste this. Let's make send again. Now you can see now it has been added. You see that? Now if I get on get, and let's say or, let's see whether we're going to have it. So all these are categories that we have created. I have created already, and this is a new one that we have added. So it tells you that yes, our token is working and our endpoints are protected. If you do not provide token, no action. Yes. Okay. Now let's stop this. We've tested one endpoint. You can test the rest. Absolutely, they're going to work. Let's close all tabs and let's minimize this and try to open our client. So I have opened the client and you can see it's ready now. I hope you've done yours too. Now, we need to also create a model. So I've made mention of this earlier that you can decide to create a simple model so you can make it as a shared library for both the client and now the API. But we did not do that. So we are creating a different solution for each. And now on the client, we need to also create the same model that we did in the application layer for an API. So let's also do same in here. Now from our clients library, you can see we have our models cut. So let's go and add a class of this. Now with this class, I need not to type it again because you and I have created this already in an API. So we just have to go in there, copy it, and I can paste it here. Quite simple. Yes. Great. So let's see. Now we have this. What's the next thing that we need to do? Now, after we are done creating this get archive, which is going to be a DTO to send data to an API, we need to go in there and update. Do you remember that we did that in an API, changing from base 64 image to just image? We need to also do same here. So let's go and make it uniform. Okay, so after we are done changing this, the next thing that we're gonna do here is to update our constant class. Now this constant class contains some of the constants that we'll be using. Okay, so we have organized all of these in one place so that editing becomes easy for us to do it anytime that you want to do it. So that's a constant file in the helper folder. Let's go and update search. These are the things that we're doing here. We want to get this route which correspond to our endpoint for get archives, and also we want to pass in a row. We don't want to be passing this row manually anywhere. We want to be using this administration.admin row so that in case later on we want to change this here, it becomes easy for us to do it. So now that we are done adding this and updating our constant, let's go and add our cat service. So we first need to add the interface and an implementation. I believe you are well of this. You go to our services and you can see we have an iCat service. So let's add our interface first. So with this, we need not to, because it's going to be a get type, so we need not to be typing this again. You know, this is post. So I think let's check if you have a category service. Then we have get type. We grab everything and come and paste it. So let's grab this get. Let's go back to cat service, and in here, let's paste it because it is the same. And what we need to do here is, instead of getting an archive, getting the public, you need to be private, because you know this is authenticated, is protected. You need to provide the token. So private will give us the token that we need. Let's get that, and this should be an await. So here, once you have this client, we specify the client here exactly. This should be an async, and I believe you are aware of this. And from this, it is not category, it is rather, this is cat, and cat has an endpoint, or known as what? Get archives. The type here, it is get. This is a client, model and ID are null, so you provide a dummy model for this. We're going to typecast it, and then instead of getting get category, it should be an archive. That is all. These are the few changes that we need to do here. Good. Let's save it. The next thing that we're going to do here is we need to go in there and now start creating our component. So let's go to our Blazor. From our authentication, no, we go to our pages. Let's add a folder to this. Let's call this as administration. Now we go back to the import. Let's copy this and paste a copy here. Let's go and change a whole lot. So we don't need authentication service. We don't need token service. So here what we need is authentication service. We don't need that. Then we don't need all of this. We need only card service. We don't need cookie. And let's go and add attribute to this. This attribute should be authorized. And with this authorized, we need to specify the role. So here we can use a constant dot authentication dot admin role. Do we have that? Okay, it shouldn't be authentication, it should be administration dot admin role. So that is the role that we want to use as an admin. So any page component that we're going to create in that folder, the auth state here should be an admin. Good. Now the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to create our admin layout. So we want to have a separate layout for this. So let's go to administration folder. Let's add a component. Call this as admin layout. This layout should inherit from the layout component base. So let's say this is going to inherit from layout component base. After that, let's have our div created. Let's use bg main, and this is one of the classes our template uses. So we need to create a component known as admin navbar. We're going to create that component. Let's have our body. Then maybe we can go ahead and add a footer. So let's go and create this component. So we're having our admin navbar here. So you can see that we are building a simple UI here for the admin. We want to have these as navigation bars on top, where we specify our home, our logout button, product, and our category. So this home here is going to handle with the sales. We're going to have our product to perform product stuff, and also category to also do same. Now logout, what's going to happen. Good. So let's go and start creating our category page. So let's save this and create another component for category. So let's first code our logic, then we build the UI, simple UI to handle that. So that is what we need to do under the category component. Let's go through. We created a property which is going to handle the show and hide of our model for our adding category. Then we're going to be using a Netcode-Hub toast. So we need to also create an instance. We're going to have a list, category list, and also an instance of create category. So we can use that in an edit model. In that we call this, when the page initializes, we want to get the categories from the database, because we want to get all categories which have been saved, and we call a method to handle that. This to add. In case I click on add, we want to show the model. In case I click on cancel, I want to close it. Then delete category, we're going to pass in an ID. So since we have the service here already, call the service, and in case it's accessed, we call this method again. That's the reason why I extracted that into a simple or a separate model, a function, so I can be calling it all the time. After that, we are having show component. Now this show component or show toast is going to show this based on if it is success or error. We're going to show the message. So we create a private, or there's a private function which will be called, I think, twice here: delete and also save. Okay, now after we're done with this, we need to go and build a simple UI. So but we need to use a layout first. So let's have a layout. So admin layout, that is the layout that we created. Now let's go and handle our UI. So first of all, let's add our component, that is our toast. So here we can copy from the previous page that we created, and that create category page, or that is from the UI section. We added this, so we adding the same thing. Okay, now let's build our simple UI to handle the create. Don't worry, let's go through. So first of all, okay, check here. We are creating a div class, which is banner section. Inside that, we are creating a class known as container. If you open the class, we're creating a row. If you open the row, we're creating column LG12 for the entire row. If you open that, we're creating a card which has a padding and a margin of 5 and 2 respectively. If you open that, we're having a card header. Check it out. That is a header, it ends. We're having the title. There's a title here. That's the title. So this title contains a button which has a class of BTN outline success, which is bootstrap staffs. And here we want to click on add category. So if I click on this, I want to show this. I call this method. That's the button name. Aside from having this card title, I'm having the card body. So there's a card body. Now if I open this, there's a card body. So we have an open, then we have the closing. You see? Now after I have this, I am opening this, and I want to loop through and display the category. Since it's going to be a card body, I want to check if category.any. Then I want to call or do this, create a table, and I'm having a class of table. I think it should be one table stripe. Then in that, I am having a specifying the table head. So this is the head. I'm having table row of ID and our name and our action. Now in the table body, I am looping through the categories that we have and now generating the table data respectively. Then I have a button known as delete. And here, if I click on it, call this method and pass in the ID. It's a function. Then, out of in case this is null, that is I'm having this, display this as the center. Now this is our component. So this is coming from here, show dialog. Now we're using this Netcode-Hub model. We call this model dialog. Now with this, when you check our previous component that we created, that is our latest product. I think we added, not this, our main page. Let's see if it's this one. We added a class. I think it's search results. Success payments. I'm not sure with this. Cart component. I believe it's this. Yeah. So instead of this, let's grab this from here. Let's move it because we're going to be using it more than one. let's go to our www.css app.css, and down here let's paste it. Now since you're going to specify the weight dynamically, let's remove that. Okay, let's save it. So if I go to my category page, I'm referencing the class here with the border access. Within the content template, this I want to have, I have the same card with the add category as a header. Then within the body, I'm creating a simple edit form. Now this edit form, if you check it well, it will see it has this float text coming from an input component of one of my packages. And in here, we need to specify a label, then a form control as a class. We add a button, save category, and we also add another button that is cancel. So if I click on cancel, you know what's going to happen. If I click on submit, you know this method is going to be called because we are saying unvalid submit, which will be called. So that is exactly what we're doing here. That's quite simple, and we are done. That is all. So we get a list from database, and we also have a model so we can add category to the table. We're going to be doing same to our product. So let's say from here, we're going to be copying stuff from that category into our product. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and create our product page. So once you have this page created, we need to build the same thing applies to the endpoint. We need to build the code here first. Now we're going to be using a Netcode-Hub file upload. So with this, we need to specify some stuff, requirements that we'll be using in there. So let's start building our code section before we come to the UI. So when you check here, we are not having that component. That is a Netcode-Hub file upload. So we need to install this package first. So let's do that. So let's search for Netcode-Hub. Now, you know, like Netcode-Hub, we want to download this netcode-hub.packages.component.file upload. Let's get this package installed. Once we have this done, we can go ahead to our product page and now use that. So we can go to our category. We're going to be using the same thing, so I need not to type it. So when you check this, it is quite the same thing as we did, just that here we are specifying our required extension for our file upload because we want to make sure we get all the images, and that is exactly what we're doing. Now you see from here we get the product, we also get the category, and we're doing that in an uninitialized missing. That's why we call this. We also call this product. I made this private because you see we are calling it over here 2 times. So we need not to repeat the same line. We can just have a simple method to handle that. Okay. Now with our UI, we need to also build a simple UI for this product. It's quite similar to the category. So let's do that. Before that, we need to also make sure we inherit from this layout because we have a special layout for this. That is an admin layout. So let's go through this code. So it's quite similar to what we have in here. Banner section is the same thing to the category. Container fluid. So in that category, we made it as container, but here since it's going to have a lot, we're going to say container fluid, so it can cover the entire space. Then we have our row in that. Now in the row, we having this column LG12 for the whole row. Then down here, you can see we are having show dialog. In case it is true, we want to display this. But here there's an issue which is saying that okay, so let's see the reason why we're having this. We need to define a method for this. That's the reason why we're having that. I think for us to be able to work with this, let's pause where we are. Let's go and add that method first, then we come back and continue. So let's go down. Don't worry, I'll come back to that. Let's add this method. So let's say the name here should match with what we have. So we have a Netcode-Hub, so that is the name, should match with this. The required extensions should also be the same. So let's go and simplify that. Okay, so when you look at this method, what are we doing? Now, when you use the file upload, as soon as you select a file, this is going to be get hit. Now in here, we have this model as a payload that is coming in. Then we're going to check in case it is not null. We want to store the files and on the base default, the base file. Why do we need to do that? If I click on this and I go to pick definition, you can see from this, let's see it's open. It takes in file model. Now this file model also takes in read-only list of iBrowser files. So this contains a browser files. That's an actual file you have selected. And now this also contains a string with string as a key and the value for base files. Now this base file, if the file is an image, it's going to convert that to base default string. So it can be stored here. So we can use the name of the file to get the value. The value is going to be the base default string of an image, whilst the name here is going to be the key. So we can, if you want to grab the base default of an image, we need to use the key to loop through this list and then get it. And that is what we're doing here. You see from here, we're looping through these files. This file here is from this base file. From this base file, we're looping through that. And I can see from here, we want to get the first or default by the key, which is coming into an item name. And you want to check, you want to skip if it is lowercase or uppercase. That's why we're using the string comparison. In case it isn't now, it means the value here is going to be the base default string, and we assign it to this image property. In case you have any issue, you want to call show toast, and now you pass in the message from here, because this upload module also returns a message. In case there's an issue, it's going to be stored there. You can now display it how you want it. There's a title of the message that you want to show. Good. Now let's go back to our UI. So from here, we create our model. We pass in this model dialog. You know it already. In there we have a class. with the header, and at the body, the same thing. We have an edit form, which causes when everything is set. And here we having it in a stack, is a horizontal stack. We calling our this and the floating text. Now this text, it takes in the label, the bind name of the product name, which is the product name as a label. Then we have a class. So maybe we can use this to get rid of this one. You see? Then here too, we having this input number, that's the product price. You can also use this and then get rid of this. Then when you come here, we having the same number of what quantity. You can also close this, get rid of this one. Then if you check here, we're using the floating text area. We provide our label, and now we need to also remove this and close it. You see? And after that, we having our input select. I use a default input select here, and we're looking through the category that we have. We create an option, we pass in the ID, which is the guild, and then we pass in the name so the user can see and then select. So as soon as you select any of them, it's going to be bound here. You have the category ID. That's an input select. Then we have our Netcode-Hub file upload, which takes a reference of file upload component. That is what we have referenced it. Then notify, that's what's going to get called when you select an image. So you call this method. And now do you want to allow multiple selection? That is false. Do you want to require an extension? Yes. And now this extension. So it means that this component is going to comply with the extension that you're going to provide here. Else, it's going to provide an issue from the message. Show display, you can set to true or false. If I set this to true, let's see, you can display down. We're going to have a progress bar while it uploads. You can also specify an ID in case you want to have an ID, but since you're not having an ID here, you can decide to get rid of that, and it's still going to work. Okay. Now the last one that we have in here is a save category, not save product, and then we have cancel. So that is what we're doing. Quite simply, we close an edit form, and that will be all. So if I close this, or if I minimize this, you see that? And now that is also our table. Now in that table here, let's see what we're doing. Within the column legend 12, you're creating a card which has the same pattern and the margin as in the category. In that, we're creating our card header. Check it up. We're creating our card title. That's the add product. We call this method. Then in that, we're creating a card body. And in case this is not null, you want to create a table. So this is table. In that, we need to specify the table head. So let me remove one. The table head. Then we have this at the head that we want to provide. Name, image, description, and then the action. Then with the table body 2, we want to loop through the product list that we have, and then we want to display that here. We have a button as delete. In case I click on delete, this is going to happen. Okay, and in case product is null, because we are seeing in case it is any, but in case it is null, we want to display this. So no product instead of category, no product found. Yes, so that's what we are doing. Now the next package, what is the package? The next component that we have to create here is a sales page, which is going to be in the home page. So let's get this package also, this component also created. So in here, we need to create this with a new component in the same administrations folder. Let's add the last component, and that is a sales page. Now with this sales page, we need to specify a route. And then we don't specify a route for each, so let's do that. So when you check this admin navbar, we said product and category. So let's make sure we have the same. Okay, now the sales page, we need to also have the same. which is admin. Now with this, let's also go and get our code section here. So with our code section, we need not to write much because we're not doing something here. We want to just display this information to the user. So once we have this cut, as soon as the page loads, let's go and unbuild our UI. So bear in mind that here we need to implement the layout. Okay, so let's go to this. You know, it's having the same banner section. It's having container. So we are not using container fluid. You want to have it center in the middle. Then we're having a row with the same column LG12 with margin top of 5. We want to specify the height so we can check in case it's too long. The height exceeds 600 pixels. We want to set its overflow so we can scroll up and down. Then when you open it again, we have a card as you have been using it. We have the title right here as sales. There's a card title, and that we're going to have the check-in. In case we have any, we want to group this by date because we want to get date, then the sales made for that date. Maybe if today, yesterday, tomorrow, we want to do that by date. So we want to group it by date here. Now we want to show only, because you know we are looping through this head. We want to show only one header for all. So we need to have a show counter. Now check this. After we having this archive.any, we create our group, we group it, we show our count equal to 1. Then we're going to loop through this because you know since we are grouping it, we're going to have a key and the value. The value is going to be the list. Now the key is going to be the date because we are grouping by the date. So within that, we create our card again. Then within our card header, we want to display the key, which is going to be the date. We format that to short dates. Then in our card body, we're going to loop through the list, that is the value. And now I'm going to check if counter is equal to 1, whereby we set it to 1 already. So it's going to show this once. How do we know that? See here, we are getting a show count plus plus. So after this has been looped, we want to add 1. This becomes 2. So the next time we check, if it is equal to 1, no, it's going to skip this. It's going to skip this header. And I continue with this one. You see that? So that's what we're doing to get it. Now we're looping through the body. Now in the body, we want to set the width and then the height. The width to 100 pages for all, which contains the customer name up to the amount page in decimal. Then that is all. So there's also quite steps that we're following to create this. We loop through this. Then we're going to loop through that because here we are grouping it by date. So we're going to have the keys and we're going to have the values. We loop through it to get the key, and now with the value is a list, so we also need to loop through that and now get it. So that's exactly what we're doing. This is quite simple. You see that? Good. So we're almost done with that component. We need not to create any component again to make this work. Now is the time for us to run the application and I'll test it out. So let's make sure our endpoint is running and also UI also running. So let's run the UI first. Then we're going to run an endpoint. We're having an issue when running the UI. Let's check it out. So get product does not contain, where is it? Base for image. Yes, we know that it is base is image. No base for again. Let's check from here again to the same thing. So we have to make sure we've done these corrections before we can. Okay, move on with it. Good. Now again, our endpoint is also ready. So let's run this endpoint. That's an API. Now the last thing that we need to do here, you can see that I am running this. Even if I log in, as an admin, see what's going to happen. I click on account. Now this account should take me to login. Now I am admin, so I'm logging in. If I log in as admin, it just logs me in, and now I get back to the home page. You see, so if I want to navigate to an admin page, I have to then go and do it myself. We don't want to do that. You want to make sure that as soon as you log in and your role is an admin, it should direct back you to the admin UI. That's administration level, not the client level here. So in there, we can do that by updating the code. So go to solution, then in our not the API, our UI, go to the home component, and in here, that's where we need to handle that. So let's have a code section. So this one we need to use. Now we need to use our auth state. We get the user, and now within that user, we check in from the claims. If the claim here is equal to this row, claim type.row is equal to our row that we specified, then we want to navigate to the admin component. This is quite simple thing. You see that? It's quite simple. So now let's reload this again. And as soon as we load it, it's going to redirect us back or straight to the admin page. No more client page. Let's see. So keep watching. I think we've logged in already, so we have a token saved. And as you can see, that as soon as we logged in, we are back to an admin where we have our home, our logout, our product, and our category. This /admin, see that? So we are in. Now this, I added records already. I sign in as a client, and I added some stuff. So you can see that's an email. I purchased this product, and I have it over here. Since we did a grouping, you can see I having it by date. So this date, this was the sales. Now if you scroll, you can see this is the next day, and we also have the same sales. That is the email, the person email, the same email, the same name, purchased this item, quantity was 2, and that is the amount that he paid for. The same thing applies to this, quantity is 3, and that is the amount that he paid for. So you can even sum the total for all of this. You can sum them and anticipate. If you want to see the sum by date or the whole thing, you can also do it. All right, so if I click on home, that is the home. Now log out will also log me out. Product also get me to the product. And you see from this product, we have the ID, add product. We have the price, the quantity, the created date, and now I can delete it. Let's say if I want to delete this product, I click on this and check it up. Okay. So product deleted, right? So you can see we have product deleted. But it seems you're having some issue here. Check it out. Delete product deleted. Oh, this should be the title and that should be the message. And let's see how to fix that. From this, you go to the product page, and now from the code section, this is going to be the title. Add product the title. So if I delete product, there's a title, and now there's a message. Okay. Show toast. We have the message over here, and that's the title. Oh, okay, the same. Okay. So we see that, and what is then that the rest? We can also delete this. So delete product deleted, and you can delete multiple product. Okay. Now, if when you look at this, you can add image. Click on add product. You have a new stuff, so you can go in there and I'll add it. Let's add new product and see. So this is new product, and there's the price. Let's add quantity, description, passing something. Now here, select this category and now choose an image. And with this image, let me choose one here. Let's say I've chosen this mobile. Now you can see I have this upload. So this is showing the display upload. And if I click on save, you know, this should product added, right? So I have it here. Now let's wait. I have to see this product here because as soon as it makes successful, saved, I need to get this product down here. Yes, I have it. You see it? So you can just go to logout as an admin, and now you go back to the client. So for now, we've done some of the works here, and I believe it is not all. This project is open to modification, so you can start by adding stuff in this. We've come far, and at least you've gotten something here, isn't it? If you did so, then do not forget to like this video as well. Thank you, and I'll catch you up again. Till then, take care.